I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Suffer in the darkness. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Here's the preseason teams if you don't know who is playing, and they obviously are separated into groups. Quickly, I'll go to give you guys the rundown on America. Ship, I'll give you halfway through here, but obviously 100 Thieves is probably the most returning team as far as members go across the board. Obviously have a big departure in Terra going over to Navi, but Self is more than adequate to fill that spot in my opinion in a different way that I think could be healthy for the team. FlyQuest, they just announced their roster, fellas. I mean, the biggest change in a team, right? So definitely FlyQuest looking much different, and most of them is to the team to the right of them in Liquid. This team is stacked. We'll get across to that, but definitely some of the more talented folks you know from FlyQuest over there with their main vest staying with Fly. And then, you know, looking at Sentinels, I'm going to go just straight down. Looking at Sentinels and what they bring, this is obviously a team that's been in here since the beginning, and they brought the party back. Armore's not there anymore, but Crimzo, Karova, Rymazing, that kind of duo or triple is all together. There's just a different dynamic for that team. It's going to be interesting to see how they come together. Shiv, you want to talk about a few here?
Yeah, so I mean, we'll jump out to that. I mean, Space Station Gaming, I mean, this is a team that, you know, obviously new to what we can see here in Ignite, but it's a lot of names you know. Blur, Doom, Fidel, Month. You've seen, obviously, speaking of Envy, talking about shipping them around a little bit. Nectar, who was, they are disgusting, right? As a duelist, really play virtually everything. And then SJW, who's actually going to be a sub, a very similar duelist that we've seen across the board. So this team, it just has a lot of talent, but we have literally no idea how they play together. And I think that's going to be the big shock surprise. TSM, a brand new roster coming in, but we've seen these names together as a unit prior, right? So you've got Bedtime Story, Gale, Gilbert, Guru, Pizza Demon. All these guys have played together hit scan fashion for a very long time, and some of them are at the top of ladder right now. But this is not necessarily, in my opinion, their meta. They're more of a hit scan team. So I do want to see how they play here in Ignite as we move forward. They could be disgusting. Nightmare, obviously, this is a team with Light. Light was on old school FlyQuest. Mace, who we've seen on teams in past, running comms, a very good comm leader. Monster, one of the strongest Hulks I've seen, but now definitely plays some of that Vanguard pool. You've got Vision, who is, a dirty DPS, plays a lot of Namor, but now, just that hit scan side is always available. And Smash as a substitute, who was on Dark Zero, one of the few controller duelists. It's something that I think is more of a unique selection, especially at the top level, but being able to do that, I have no idea how you're able to play at this level as a duelist on controller. So definitely got the talent there on Nightmare, and this is kind of their meta, right? They love this kind of more divey style of play, so I do think they have some potential, which, you know, just in comparison to a team like TSM, I think it's more different for them, right?
No, for sure. All great points there. To wrap it up, we have Swamp Gaming. I think a heavy favorite coming into this. They're a little bit of nemesis from last year, but we have new strategists that are going to be a big upgrade for this team. So we're going to see a lot from them in the preseason and exactly who they can be in this new Ignite year. And then all those bottom teams, Cafe Rose, Lunex, and Yeah, We Lost are all the teams from the MRC. I think Cafe Rose and Lunex will have a lot to prove, but it's Marvel rivals and anything can happen. And Yeah, We Lost. Yeah, We Lost is looking like a team that even though they qualified from the MRC, they are dive heavy, and look out for them. So there's your quick recap of all the teams for America in the Ignite preseason.
Hello, welcome back to the action here for EMEA Ignite pre-season, and I want to start with a bit of a personal safety announcement. For those America's viewers that were maybe a bit traumatized from how your predictions have gone so far, and you want a little bit more like consistency with the regions, certainly from like the top organizations, you've come to the right place. You can join a Englishman, a Scotsman, and a Yorkshireman as we sort of go through the action, get to see the last couple of teams that we haven't seen in action so far in pre-season, and just see how these groups are going so far. I guess the biggest question for both of you guys is like, what games did you watch from Americas yesterday that did you not get over?
I think, I mean, the biggest upset was probably like the first one, Cafe Rose managing to beat out FlyQuest, and you could literally just hear the moment 1,000 Preds got absolutely fumbled So, me as one of them, actually.
It's catching everybody by surprise. And yeah, I think that it was a great way to sort of start off the region. But for us, we can objectively say that we're the strongest. There's 2 world champions we had last year. We don't have a big international event the preseason's playing into, but it's still a good chance to see what the talent has to offer. But before we get really into any of the action, we of course need to do our due diligence, I think as Tetra said yesterday, to make sure that the lights stay on and the ice cream doesn't melt. And then we can get into what the schedule's looking like today. How many of these games realistically are going to be like playoff deciders, really? Like, sure, most teams have played 1 out of their 5 matchups as it's round robins in groups, but it does feel, Tetra, that there's some games here, even though it's early, that are going to have a big impact on teams' chances.
There's going to be so many that are going to have a big impact. Like you've already mentioned, there are so many we've been talking about, not just for making it into playoffs, but making it in the higher seeds. We're going to have a lot of competition today. Unlike there is no competition between these two, though, is there, Ryan?
Smooth. I love it. Like, so for Cloak and Dagger, yeah, you've got the Darren Giro skin that all of the ones we're about to highlight are in game as of 2 days ago, and pretty much I think we're going to be talking about them throughout the whole saga, I suppose, that we're about to see in the preseason. So you're traveling through the Dark Force, it could be a little bit disquieting, a little bit worrisome. So make sure that you do have the sort of Cloak and Daggers there in duo costume. It appeared in the Marvel Rivals Infinity comic, which I'm seeing more and more in shops nowadays now, which is nice to see. And like I mentioned, you have a couple of days in order to get it. And we're sort of looking forward to Season 7. And of course, you've got the Flight Mode Volume 2 as well.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of people in-game already using these. We have a new mini pass, Flight Mode World Tour merch. Volume 2 is now available. The funk does not stop. Feel the grooves, buckle up for a wild ride. You can complete your daily missions, you can earn Namor's Sea Samba costume for absolute free, or you can pick your own chosen reward from the past free costumes in those mini passes if you didn't have it. And if you want, you can upgrade to premium to unlock everything permanently, as well as getting your hands on that Star-Lord Groovy Guardian and Magic Infernal Idol.
And of course, finally, we have a little bit of sports ball ready for you. Go long, Spike! Touchdown, I think that's the right one. We have the Captain America skin for the Brett Hendricks, the star, coming on in. The game is on, and you can score points with your Captain America, who is very solid right now in the meta, so you can roll on in with the star costume, first appearing in Marvel Rivals Season 7. Be the center of attention and take the field, or just walking campus in style.
I want to shout out Polly because it's the easiest win that you can have as he's moved away from EMEA to Atlantic to just pick up the skin. You're going to pick up a lot of fans now that you're playing for Liquid Citadel. We're seeing a lot of actual players like emigrate over to America with mixed results, but at least Polly actually was able to start off with a win. Despite being banned out a lot in the draft, they really don't want to deal with him yet. I'm not surprised. Yeah. Most teams here are breathing a sigh of relief. But like we sort of mentioned, we have a different sort of look. Not only are we doing a preseason to really show what these partnered teams with the Deadpool skins that you've no doubt seen, and also the invite teams and the MRC qualifiers can realistically do. They have this in stage 1 to show up, and those that do well are going to be seen in the mid-season finals looking really good into the end of this year. Others playing for promo relegation with other MRCs later on. But this is how it's going to break down. For the next 2 weekends, us and our colleagues of next weekend, because we're just covering this one, going to be looking at the group stage. A bit different to how we've done it in the past. It's less of a GSL double elimination bracket. Everybody is going to play everybody within their group, so there's plenty of chances to try and fight things back. And then playoffs is going to look very sharp towards the middle of April.
I think something to note as well is the fact that, like, even if you don't make playoffs, you're at least still going into Ignite Stage 1, so you can still make a play to get your hands on some of the total prize pool, because there is a lot of money on the line to play for.
First place, 16,000 USD. That is a lovely chunk of change to tide you over until the main Ignite stage. A little bit of a payday for the players to allow them to really lock in and focus on continuing to keep this region the best in the world. We're excited. We're hoping to keep going. And of course, there's still a little bit even for 9th to 12th place. That price pool goes all the way down, so everyone's going to get a little. But speaking of all the way down, down to the groups.
Yeah, Group A to begin with. Less, I think, surprises would be here. I think, Moxie, how this group is looking so far today is pretty much as expected for predictions, at least.
Yeah, I really want to see the NAVI versus Shikigami game that is going to be coming up personally, because like we've talked about Shikigami potentially being within the top 3, potentially even climbing higher, as they themselves have said. They feel like even if you're putting them third, they're still feeling a little bit underestimated, as we can have a look and go into Group B, where one team is definitely not being underestimated. Virtus Pro's first performance since Atlanta was yesterday, and they're looking just as strong, if not stronger, now that they've started moving away from solely focusing on dive compositions.
What's the notable game here? I suppose it's a bit different, I suppose, Tetcher.
We're going to be looking at Fire Strays versus the only other team to have not played today or played yesterday in the form of Rad. Both of these teams coming on in did not play yesterday, will get their chance to debut in our first series. And this is another one that we've been looking at, where it could be a positioning decider for those playoffs. It could be a positioning decider for potentially second, third in the group. It's similar to our Heretic Shikigami argument over on the other side. But also, Navi Shikigami is going to be huge, as Moxie says. We're very excited about that.
The Vision Crownfall as well game, like that's super important, right? Now that we saw Vision take a win against Reason yesterday, Crownfall, like there were points where they looked competitive against Virtus Pro, but that is Virtus Pro, so now we get to really see what they're capable of being able to do when you're not up against literally the most proven best team in the world.
Yeah, I think that was the main thing from yesterday that deviated from whatever scripts was being formed. I think this first game, sort of like you mentioned, Tetcher, it's such a weird one to call because you have a lot of experience on the side of Fire Red, but they haven't played for a while, whereas Rad not only qualified through MRC, but blistered their way to a first place finish. And when you look at the sort of players that were on previous teams like Shot and Final Dance in that same MRC that we saw Fire play on the foot, it really does feel that they're like the favorites, but you just don't know. Certainly with like that Vision Reason game, it's not only teams losing, but also actually putting in good performances, like Peps against Team Heretics, and even Crownfall against Virtus Pro had their moments where they shine.
And even further down in the bracket itself, in the matches we have today, ALTR and PULSAR down at the bottom, neither one are yet to take a win so far, so this is potentially a lifeline for one of these teams. Obviously, someone has to win, and you need those points to have any chance of getting out of playoffs. And if you can't beat one of the teams that have already lost maps, you're going to start to be struggling as we get closer and closer to those qualifying matches.
I think whilst we have like a moment before we look into the teams, meta has obviously been a big talking point. I kind of want to echo what Enzo was sort of saying at the end after we saw him in the interview with Team Heretics winning. It feels like for them, because they're a new team, playing a lot of matchups. The meta is very vast and open. It feels like Dive Moxie is like the go-to, but there's almost like a surprise in how good stuff like Triple Strategist is still working. Again, not to highlight what Americas was doing with Pro Builder yesterday, but it does feel like don't deviate from the old stuff too much. It's still good in the right places and in the right hands most important.
I mean, Triple Strategist is finding wins, but it's also still taking losses as well. It's not like where it was in the last meta where Triple Strategist would just win you the game because you could eternally stall out for a first point of convoy and then swap to a composition which was more 2-2-2 focused with the time bank that was significantly diminished in that first half. So I still think we're going to be seeing pop-ups of Triple Strategist, especially potentially, you know, like the Mantis, maybe a little bit more of the Ultron coming back on through. But for EMEA, at least, we're seeing far less Adam Warlock, and I think that's just a sign of the times given the slash to the alt generation.
I'm sure Legday will be devastated at the lack of Adam Warlock. But we're heading on in to have a look at our teams here, and this is Fire Strays. This may be familiar to a couple people who've been keeping up with the Marvel Rivals esports, because you do have players from teams like Foot who played in the last Ignite stage in Stage 2 of 2025. You've got Zestroid, who was the substitute for the World Champion Rad roster. There is so much better. We've got players from Team Peps from Stage 2. This is a team made up of Ignite caliber players all coming together to really show and perform, with also some of the oldest and most experienced talent, with people like Blacksaw, who have just been playing one of the best groups in the world even since Season 0.
brief representation of Fnatic as well at the Invitational last year, and also like the backline of All Business, which was a team very at the beginning of Marvel Rivals' this lifespan, was one of the top teams within MRC that's found their way up to be a consistent base. But they're playing up against Rad Moxie, which have already made a pretty good statement recently as why they deserve to be here.
Yeah, I mean, an amalgamation pretty much of Chopped as well as Zero Tenacity's roster, which back in 2025's first half of Ignite actually surprised a lot of people, able to make it out of the groups and come in that 4th position. So we've got Reunion coming on through with Ducky and Lugia getting to play together again, as well as that core of Crazy Kitty coming out with Mash and Vertigo from the Chopped team. So very much looking forward to getting to see how they're all going to be able to play. And I mean, Techa, you talked about Black Sau's credentials on the Groot. We do have to talk about Ducky One's credentials on the Groot as well, because you're saying, yeah, he's a world good Groot. Well, Ducky One actually held the title for world's best Groot at a point before the Invitational, so I'm sure we're probably going to be seeing him on that Vanguard at least once in this series.
I do want to sort of look, yeah, I mean, like, and also, like, we expected Groot was going to be a little bit not played as much, but he's still finding his moments, even with, like, more of the other Vanguards being popular, Deadpool, for example. I think a question, because I've spoken to you a lot about it, Techa, let's focus a little bit more on Fire Red, because we haven't seen him in quite some time. We've seen him play in, like, Stage 1, Stage 2 of Ignite under, like, All Business and then FUT, but there have been, like, disappointing moments. Like, they went out in groups in Stage 2, they did lose against OGC and then run into Citadel Gaming, which is a rough group to be in, full stop. But then it was also like a 9th to 12th finish in the Season 5 MRC at the start of this year, where both Final Dance and Chopped did better than them. I guess you guys are quite, like, bullish on how good Fire Red can be. I'm not sure, but, like, what is it about this team that you think can actually bring them a good result here, potentially?
For me, it's definitely down to just individual players and the fact that a lot of these players have been playing together for a reasonable amount of time. We have got, like we already mentioned, there is an anchor of a roster for Rad, and it's just showing really just how strong they are in that MRC. But this is a roster that we did consider them to be a team to make it through the group stage in Stage 2 of Ignite 2025. We were all thinking, yeah, that's going to be a team that makes it through for good reason. Individually, they're great. Teamwork, they're great. They got caught out in that stage. This is a redemption run for them with some minor changes to the roster. And honestly, they are looking strong. I have a solid amount of faith in them.
Is it a good meta for them, do you think, Moxie?
I mean, yeah, like, Crazy Kitty has been insane getting to be able to flex, but Vertigo as well on the Invisible Woman is really underrated in my opinion. Like, the survivability factor of him as a strategist is through the roof. And then speaking about that, like Lugia Goat, he's already been playing Dive Vanguards all the way back in the Invitational last year. He was already trying to roll out on the 4, which I still remember him trying to make work on Hall of Djalia literally a year ago. So if anyone is ready to be able to flex onto Dive Vanguards, it's this team.
Yeah, feels like it's a good matchup, an intimidating one. And I also do wonder, because they're the last teams to play and also didn't play at all yesterday, like whether there's a bit more expectation. Certainly when there's more upset results with, like, Vision beating Reason. I guess for both teams, they're like, okay, that makes our lives a little bit easier because maybe they were expecting Reason to be stronger. But, like, I guess the advantage goes to Rad just because they've played more recently, but the meta shifting probably makes this a little bit more of a coin toss, right, Techa?
It's a good question, but you've got to bear in mind that while, yes, Rad have played in official more recently, Fire Strays have been locked in for this Ignite spot for quite a while, meaning that they've got that pedigree on their team name, so they might have got their hands on some of the best scrims out there against some of the other Ignite teams. So there's a lot of experience they could have gained from that. Obviously, scrim bucks, we call them that for a reason. You can't put every stock you have in them, but both these teams are going to be coming in fresh, having not had to play yesterday. And this is where they've also had a whole day of watching everyone else feel out the meta. So if they need to make any last-minute adjustments, they've already had their chance.
Yeah, two organizations that have also been involved in Marvel Rivals last year too, both of which, Moxie, I think really want to make sure that they start off on the right foot here, because it feels like if you win this matchup, almost certainly, that's crazy to say after one game, but like playoffs would be a cinch for them.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be looking at this matchup to see as well where to place both Rad and Fire in their team power standings too. So very important matchup for both of them to take.
I'll leave you guys to it. It's a big game and domination is where we always start. Take it away, guys.
This looks familiar, Moxie. Immediately, Gambit and Elsa taken out, one from each side. And Loki removed the second that Gambit appears in the bans, in the protections, to make sure that we don't get those double Raging Royal Flushes. Very similar, not just to what we've seen a little bit in some of the other drafts, but also in the MRC pre these recent Ultimate Charge nerfs.
Well, it's looking, like you said, a little bit familiar. One team going for one-sided Gambit, but we're also getting Fire Strays prioritizing one-sided Elsa over something like a one-sided Deadpool Vanguard, something which Rad are instantly going to take advantage of, seeing that lock already being burned out and taking Wade Wilson off the table now. Jeff save as well from the side of Fire Strays gives signs that they're going to look for dive to create a little bit more space for that Elsa to be able to get the work done, and Rad now have to really look at what exactly they're going to leave open, as instead of going for something that would better enable the dive, they can't allow Fire Strays access to the Loki, because if Gambit's on the field, even if it's not under Fire's banner, Rad would still be allowing for a Raging Royal Flush with the God of Mischief.
Going to be seeing that protection onto the Vanguard Deadpool right at the end, with the final ban being the Psylocke, who has massively leapt up in terms of priority due to her ability to follow up and charge those ultimates very quickly. And of course, the speed of ultimate charges for the strategist being slowed down, meaning there's less of a chance of reaction. It's more of a big deal to burn some of those bigger cooldowns earlier on in fights. But it does mean that Rad have got their hands on the Star-Lord Gambit combo, an absolute classic that has really spiked up just since the release of Gambit.
You know what's absolutely wild for Rad's ban draft is that not only were they able to secure both the Gambit and the Vanguard Deadpool, they also got Star-Lord to be able to pair with the Gambit, and if they so choose, Rogue as well for the Hearts as one team up, which would be a really good way of dealing with Fire Stray's dive, as we can see Binary is going to be rolling out on that Venom. Closer, I would imagine, is actually going to be sticking with this rocket instead of just supplying the team armor packs in spawn, since Demon on the Star-Lord will be able to rely on the team up to give him an additional iframe, so he can be a little bit more aggressive and bail out of the ship if it starts going a little bit too sour.
The Rocket Network giving you that escape tool, which allows you to play so aggressive now, with not only that, but with the barrier from Blackcell playing on that Magneto, means Star-Lord's going to have so much freedom for Fire Strays. But they are going to roll with that Rocket. They instead are going to move over to the Jeff for more of that just quick rollout dive, and of course the Symbiotic shenanigans with the Venom. So they've got a lot of potential with that setup. Whereas Rad, they've got that Vanguard Deadpool, they've got their own Star-Lord, and they've even gone for Jean Grey to try and ping from a distance here.
Slowpo on that Elsa starting to get work done. A little bit more space being made as well for the hit scan, as we can see Binary just looking for a dive opportunity, wants to find that backline, instantly pivot the attention away so that the Elsa can get a lot more work done, and manages to fell Vertigo and Smashners in the meantime as well. A brilliant start to Fire Strays, which is now going to allow them a really good defensive hold the next time Rad come calling, because they're going to be set up. The dive's going to be in position to jump on them as they come through from those chokes, and I mean Slowpo can just play the distance wherever he feels comfortable with this Elsa, while still having all of those instinct levels for the higher mobility.
Has that high mobility, has the position, is going to be able to ping people on approach to try and build up that Glass Box charge with the Apex Predator. This is a looking at solid for Fire Strays on this initial opening, but Brad not going to be going down without a fight. They, of course, are already very quickly building up that Banner Hammer on the Deadpool, committed to the fight, but Venom into the backline has created a lot of disruption. They're going to try and punch them down and will take out Binary after catching them on the attempts at the retreat. Invisible boundary for the commit. Fire Strays, even though they're a person down, they want to take this fight either way, and they're able to take out Crazy Kitty on the first dive. Endsong Inferno into the backline, and Rad are going to storm through. It's taken down closer, and they're looking for the flip. Finally picking up the last remaining members. Demon goes down, reinforced from Binary, but there's not much to do after this.
I mean, it's going to be a reliance of Meteor M in this next fight coming through from Firestrace, and yeah, it's just clean up, and Nos actually already used the invisible boundary in that fight there. So Crazy Kitty's ultimate is going to be reacted to with the mag instead of the invisible woman's, as it's going to be up to close up to try to use the It's Jeff to nullify Vertigo's resources, but Ducky won with the Meteor M. Well, that will absolutely have the Landshark's name written right on top of it, as Close has to be very careful to get a bulwark from his mag to survive the impact.
Ready for now. Ducky going to be holding down the front line. Here comes the piece from the Abyss directly onto the point with Demon already down early thanks to Ducky. Galactic Legends coming on out. Blackzell's going to be holding onto that Media M, not using it for the defensive purposes here as Firestrace instead choose to retreat back out to try and outlast that ultimate, but they are caught on the way out. Blackzell goes down to Vertigo as Rad have been able to flip this and have almost evened up the score at 44%. After that first initial fight was a little bit rougher, they caught the first pickup and they've been able to hold on and capitalize Moxie.
Oh, this is going to be really rough for Firestrace as well. Like, Snots will have Invisible Boundary, but you have the Ensong Meteor M combo to potentially manage to find the elimination. Throw an early Ban Hammer as well, aggresses Rad right into Firestrace before they can make the rotation to get Slocko a little bit more space. Meteor M finds impact onto Smashnez, however, so Ducky 1's ultimate is going to have a little bit worse of an impact as Rad take cover inside the Invisible Boundary, though Fires was later, which means they should find the flip.
M coming on out, going to absorb a lot of that Galactic Legends. The healing output from the Jeff is also allowed them to try to hold the fight. They have to retreat as it expires. Dive to finish off Closar, who's trying to go for the backline with that. It's Jeff ends up Inferno as Rad are holding this back beautifully right now. Chasing back to the point. They did flip for Firestrace, but numbers for Rad are looking great as they try to go for the counter push with the Apex Legend coming out from it and Slowpoke to try and get this Apex Predator, for the extra push. They are able to drop Blackcell super low. Jeff having to commit further forward to this fight. Symbiotic Shenanigans keeps Blackcell topped up though, pressuring into the backline, but it's still Rad sustaining, but they can't force the flip yet.
Oh, the Galactic Legend. That's the win condition for Rad right now. Vertigo is so close to having the invisible boundary. Blackcell having to hold the front line so that they deny Rad. The flip finally falls, and we can start to see Rad making a little bit more pressure onto the point as a result. Binary goes deep on the backline with Feast of the Abyss, can be a little bit more individual and greed for that play because they've been able to get the eliminations through the invisible boundary just with the Elsa damage alone. And Firestrace walk away with the win on Stellar Spaceport just as Rad hit the ultimates, which would allow them to claw that fight back.
Very nicely done. The incredible pickups given at the exact perfect time for Firestrace mean they start with a lead as we begin to head into the Warrior Falls. And look at those ultimate charges. You mentioned it, Rad. 0% on Jeff, 0% on the Deadpool, 0% on the Star-Lord. Closest they have is Raging Roar Flush, which of course can be used without other ultimates. You can use the Blaster Barrage, the Jeff can get some good value out of it. You can still, and of course the Deadpool will have a great time. There's still potential there. But look at the comparison here. We have Znost with the Invisible Boundary, so could potentially counteract that, while everyone else is close to 50 or higher in the percentage count, with the exception of Binary.
Yeah, this is gonna be a rough one. I mean, Rad at least will have one-sided Raging Royal Flush, but like you said, Firestrace, they can just rotate point because they're going to have that invisible boundary up. They're not even going for point, they're just going to aggress. They're not going to allow Mash the opportunity to build up the Raging Royal Flush. It's literally just hit Rad before they can even move a meter out of their own choke to establish that space. Although Rad kited, and actually no crucial eliminations came through on their end, which means they answer back with the Gambit ultimate that they built up before Fire can cap the point.
They kited, they were able to force out the invisible boundary. Jeff into the back line, going to try and take them down as they try to abscond with the members of Rad. Media M looking for that finishing blow. Closar drops low again. No one going down this fight. Finally, Crazy Kitty is going to get cleaned up as Binary tries to force their way onto the point. Symbiotic Resilience to keep themselves topped up, forced to swing away, but gets caught with the AoE from the Magneto Primary on the way out. Beautiful pickup, forcing out the Galactic Legend for the attempt at the duel. Great Guardian Barrier to make sure they're safe, and they pick up one and chase out Phoenix, making it a second. Lovely duel from Firestrace as they're able to completely split Rad, but so far no one's been able to cap the point.
Yeah, I mean, Rad are doing a great job, even in the face of all of the ultimates Fire are expending, just keeping Fire from picking up this actual point cap, as we see Meteor M now from Blackstar having to be invested, waiting for the Iron Curtain to fall from Ducky so that the Magneto is going to be vulnerable. And finally, we have a point cap coming on from Fire's side, but Rad have a lot of ultimates. So Fire, we're going to see them putting a lot of pressure here on the rotation so that Rad can't just walk and slam Vertigo's one-sided invisible boundary down onto that point. They do have to be careful though, as if they go a little bit too deep, both the Galactic Legend as well as the Ensong Inferno will immediately punish.
Into the back line, going in for the face of the abyss, picks up one right off the bat. Vertigo is gone. The back line is gone. The front line is alone. Lugia, the only one who might be able to make it back to spawn here, as they are able to retreat for the rest of their team. Fire Strays have taken control after a long early fight. It's the positioning that they are able to capitalize on beautifully here.
They capitalize as well on Vertigo being stuck in the animation cast of Invisible Boundary, because Binary of Feast of the Abyss and the anti-heal actually took the Invisible Woman out mid-ultimate. So Znos yet again gets one-sided Invisible Boundary, and yet again Fire catch the rotation coming through from Rad, trying to slam them with that slow, mitigated by Mash with the Raging Royal Flush and that speed boost, as we get the Banhammer actually placed onto Demon, who's very close to a Galactic Legend, which would be able to finish off this fight. Rad, knowing this, ult-tracking the Star-Lord, want to prevent it and allow Crazy Kitty to hit theirs first.
Crazy Kitty will get those off, trying to take the duel, trying to force those members of Fire Strays off the high ground. Black Soul will be taken down, Binary is down, and Fire Strays will be forced off the point. They flip it round, Rad finally able to scale that in their own way, and with all ultimates off the board, Fire Strays will back up, building up to that Apex Predator, building up to their own Galactic Legend, like you said, as Rad already used theirs, and they're back down to only really having one tool, that Meteor M. But it's a solid tool. You could drop that on the Apex Predator, onto the Glassrock, or onto the Star-Lord, who's almost back to that Galactic Legend.
Yeah, I mean, you have to hold it for Galactic Legend, ideally. Like you said, you might use it for the CC immunity to dodge the Apex Predator, because they're all lined up. Oh, this is going to be absolutely brutal, but wait a minute. Glassrock goes a little bit off the field and actually deposits them below instead of coming back to Slopper's position, so he can't actually capitalize and find the damage to convert into eliminations.
So forcing a reposition, Rad building their way up there at 45%. Galactic Legend going to come on out. Media M already used from Ducky, so they don't have the full counter for it, who goes down anyway, but a beautiful setup from Sloppo with the invisible boundaries from both sides on the point to just try and keep this charge going for Rad. They're already a little bit lower in this fight. Bad Hammer comes on out to try and focus into that backline, but it's not going to be enough. Demon is just uncontested. Crazy Kitty, here comes the Raging Royal Flush into the backline. Beautiful chase by Crazy Kitty for the first duel, and that's allowing so much space for Smash Dares to finally enter the point.
Yeah, great pivot as well from Rad. They were really focused on trying to find those eliminations, saw that Fire Strays were actually starting to make a presence quite heavily onto that point and in that backline, so they pivot the attention and retreat back to deny the flip and protect their backline. As we're headed to final fight territory here on the side of both of these teams, Binary is actually going to be swapping onto the Strange, so they are just going to go for a teleport, try to hit Rad before these ultimates can be accrued, as Crazy Kitty is very close to the Galactic Legend. That could be the tipping factor for Rad to be able to scale off of this fight. Demon 2 onto the staple with the Wolverine, having the extra survivability of that passive kick on through, but keep your eye, Tetcha, on what Slowpoke is doing, because we're getting so close to an Apex Predator.
Crazy Kitty going to be coming on out with the Galactic Legend first, takes down Demon to prevent that Star-Lord from getting a lot of extra damage output. Cleans up too. Crazy Kitty looking solid here, but you mentioned Slowpoke at half health right now with Stoss still on the board, keeping them topped up, meaning they can keep this fight going for at least a little bit longer with the front line down. We are seeing just tools being taken away from Fire Strays as Rad even up the score.
Rad doing a very good job, honestly, of recovering from a very aggressive Fire Strays. Twice Fire Strays try to come through with one-sided invisible boundary. Works the first time. The second time, however, they try to slam it when Rad already have that Raging Royal Flush and can manage to avoid the bear trap sent their way. And being able to predict that just gave them the edge, as we can actually start to see the one-sided Gambit really working out for them. Even though they're not really going for the combos, right? Crazy Kitty is not synergizing Galactic Legend with Mash. Rather, both of them are using them individually to force Fire Strays into having to hold more ultimates to use them and react defensively.
And it has been working. You called that exactly. We did see where we saw Galactic Legend come on out from Crazy Kitty, and Blacksout no longer had the Media M to try and deal with it. And we saw that once or twice throughout that. But talking about the first fights as we begin to head on in, Slowpoke did get that full charge onto the Apex Predator, so Glatrox is at the ready for this first fight, with the closest ultimates on the side of Rad being Meteor M, Invisible Boundary, and Ensong Inferno, which means if Fire Strays can get a quick engagement, they might be able to catch them off guard.
Yeah, but they use the strange teleport. So you can actually see, like, Rad are taking this high ground, trying to put as much distance between themselves and the ALTR as possible. As they went for the Jeff roll, like, Match very quickly hopped onto the land shot, gave the speed bubble, so they're already here, as opposed to Fire Strays, who, yes, they have the ultimates, but they don't have the position to be able to use them just yet. As we get a wonderful right click coming on through from Ducky, Vertigo investing that invisible boundary the moment Slowpoke drops, knowing that you don't have to worry about the Glatrox carrying you out of it, forcing Znos to have to mirror instead.
Media M comes out from Ducky, going to be blocked off, not going to find anyone here as we begin the fight for the first point. This is active Demon taken out of the sky as Rad once again taking a solid early fight, and they haven't even needed to use Banhammer yet, but they're almost charged up for it, so it can be used to try and capitalize once that next re-engage comes on in from Fire Strays, as Rad start gaining that first percentage. After that first round where they looked a little shaky, this is an incredible comeback.
I mean, you can also as well just have a crossfire set up, taking that high ground control, Lugia managing to just continue threatening that poke, doing a surprising amount of damage for a character on a Vanguard roll, but Rad again wanting to just create the distance, knowing that Slowpoke has the ultimate, don't want to get all caught up, stacked up against that Glatrox. As we can see, all of the pressure now falls onto the Invisible Woman. Znos gets hit by the Banhammer, close to having to pull the symbiotic shenanigans just to be able to peel, but they lose both the Invisible Woman and the Venom, and this delays Fire Strays committing the ultimates even more.
This is beautiful staggering by Rad, able to pick people up exactly when they need to keep that percentage building up. Demon is waiting on the flank. They're waiting to pull the trigger so that they can be the first ultimate into that fight, see if they can zone someone off the board. Slowpoke try to push down main, look for that opening for that first initial fight as Crazy Kitty needs to be careful where they are sat. If they get caught, it could be a quick blow up. They will retreat back into cover, make sure they're not going to get caught out of position as of yet. A lovely curve is being set up here by the members of Fire Strays as they look for the fight. Venom into the backline. Venom focused down. Venom knocked back. Looking for the swing away. Binary will swing out. Ensong Inferno. Meteor M to try and focus into the backline. Doing so much damage. The Deadpool shield is attempting to try and protect, but Slowpoke will be taken down either way. The pressure onto the backline as Jeff falls as well. It looks like Rad took everything Fire Strays had to throw at them and come out ahead, but Fire Strays pulled all those triggers and still have 3 ultimates available for what could be one more fight, but it's gonna have to be a portal.
Yeah, here's the strange TP. Znost at least will have the invisible boundary to match Vertigo's as a Rad's reaction. We actually see Closer swapping to the cloak, making sure to go for that Terror Capers, like you said, just in time. They're able to go past Rad's bulwark at the choke and actually find the flip since Rad were not in position to contest. Now they have to walk into Slowpoke with that Apex Predator, though Ducky might honestly just drop the Meteor M directly on top of it. As keep your eye on Vertigo. If he manages to avoid the Glatrox, he can use the invisible boundary to save the team. There's the Apex Predator, and there's the invisible boundary right on Slowpoke's position to make sure it doesn't translate into eliminations. And for Fire Strays, this is just a matter of waiting out invisible boundary before they can actually restart this fight. Fire's going to be able to pick Vertigo once the boundary has fallen, and they're starting to make a little bit more headway, though. Lugia Goat is an absolute menace on the backline at the moment, together with Ducky, putting the pressure on the strategist when Fire Strays just don't have the hands free to be able to peel.
And another cleanup. Rad are looking so strong right now. Znost is trying to delay, trying to buy time, but it's one by one, literally funneling people onto the point to try and buy time. But where's the reinforcements? What was the plan? You can't portal back. It was just delaying the inevitable as Rad take point number 3 and the first map of the day.
They looked so good when we moved over to Imperial. Like, they looked insane. Their read of the ultimate economy, if you're trying to think, like, why did Slowpoke not use ult until literally the last fight? He couldn't. This is the thing, his hands were absolutely tied because there were so many delays. Like, Rad was so good at finding those eliminations and forcing Fire Strays to have to call a fight early while still holding onto the ALTR ultimate that Mash actually got to rebuild the Raging Royal Flush. And one of the properties that comes with that Gambit ultimate is when you cast it, it purifies. So that purifies all forms of crowd control, including if you're grabbed up by an Apex Predator. So what a lot of teams are actually doing with the Gambit, if Elsa gets through, is they're saving the Gambit ultimate cast and popping it when their players are getting grabbed by the Glartrox to instantly free themselves. And it meant that the moment Fire Strays track that the Gambit ultimate is up, Sloppo has to wait for it to be used before he can commit his.
We love to see that. It's a much longer range than his other purifiers. He does have one on his base kit, with, of course, his heart deck. But in this case, being able to play a little bit safer, holding onto the ultimate. Yes, you don't have it for main engages, but you can use it once that Glartrox comes out if your team's able to dodge it. So you still have all that potential. This is a close game. Even though Rad were able to take so much control of those second points, Fire Strays did start off with an absolute stormer on the first round. And we're going to have to keep an eye on this because, again, this is a big one in terms of who is going to finish higher in this group, as this is one that we've actually been discussing quite a bit between us, the casters behind the scenes, as to where we think these two teams will land. And right now, Rad, coming in from MRC, are coming out on top.
The big win, I think, for Rad to be getting, because they were the domination domineers, I suppose, in the MSC that they qualified through. They won every single map, and the only two maps that they dropped were in different game modes. The downside to it is if we do see Fire Strays, they have map, game mode, and like choice side and stuff to choose now. It was before that if Rad lost in MRC, they would just go back to domination. They can't do that in this best of 3. They'd have to go to convergence or convoy, depending what happens. So there is still a good chance here for like Fire Strays to bounce back and actually reverse sweep this one. I think for Rad, the main question I think I have for Fire Strays is like looking at the bans. You've got stuff like the one-sided Daredevil, for example, that Fire Strays were able to get. Didn't see it at all. Just seemed to be get it off the field. But then Fire Strays were still playing like the Magneto, the Star-Lord without a Gambit. I do want to ask your opinions about that in particular, but we're going to go for a break and see exactly if that meta's going to show up a little bit more. So we'll see you in a few.
I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Suffer in the darkness. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world.
My time to shine.
Rad have been thrown a pretty interesting curveball as we're looking into the draft. Obviously, as we mentioned, it has to be a different map to Domination, it has to be Convergence, it has to be Convoy, one of the two. And Rad went, Fire Strays went, we're going to go to Heart of Heaven because we haven't seen this map literally in EMEA since, like, Atlanta, since DreamHack Grand Finals, I'm pretty sure. Like, Moxie, what do you think, like, the meta's going to be like? Because there's some characters that were good there before, like Jeff, Angela, the like, but with some of the newer characters that have been added in that time since last October, what do you think might show up a little bit more here?
I mean, it's likely we do get to see a little bit of the Angela come through. Binary was a really good Angela player the last time that we got to see them in action. And from what we saw of that first round of Domination, Fire Strays are definitely wanting to try and prioritize things like the Jeff-enabled dive compositions. But I also feel like they're going to just try and keep Sloppo on the Elsa, because when he had space, it was working really, really well, right? See, round 2 of Domination, when he didn't have the space to be able to get anything done, it was not working. But that was more a case of Rad just doing their job really, really well, winning the first fight and snowballing all of the map monopolies afterwards. So now that we actually get to see both sides get to play the attack and the defense, Fire Strays, I feel, could have a really strong defensive showing.
And where I want to come in here is to actually capitalize on what you were saying before the break, Brian, of this is a map that's very beneficial for someone like a Daredevil that was banned on one side, protected on the other, and then not played. Having that ability to see where people are coming from, especially if you do play some of those flanking dive characters, could be really good while being able to flanking dive yourself. So I'd be curious to see if we actually do get to see the Man Without Fear make it into the draft this time.
Seems much more important to where these fights are going to be dictated, assuming that we don't see like a full point hold, which I don't know if we do ever usually. There's some Convergence maps that can be like full held, but I think most times that we saw it in DreamHack, it was like pretty much an eventuality that we would see it move on a little bit more. I guess for like either one of you, do you want to see the draft stay the same for like Fire Red, or do deviations need to come in now that they've got this choice of map? They need to change up the action. I guess I'll start with Moxie. What do you want to see any changes there?
I mean, I think you let Rad get one of the two, right? They get the Gambit or they get the Deadpool Vanguard. You don't let them get both, or if something like the Gambit gets through, you start depowering what it should enable.
Couldn't have said it better, honestly. Like, we're talking about the characters that are currently being really game-changing in terms of these early draft spots, and those are Elsa, Gambit, and Deadpool. And when you get two of those together, in particular, the Gambit and the Deadpool, you have so much power because he works well with Gambit. His extra attack speed from friendly Deadpool in your area gives you a lot of extra damage output, the ability to flank and burst on through for initial fight speed, there's very little time to react. It's just solid, and of course, you talked about it earlier, Moxie, the Gambit is quite good into the Elsa with that Purify, so love to see anything like that.
Well,
seems to be the case, right?
Yeah, looks like we're getting ready to head into that band draft, and already, Tetcha, I see that we're just keeping things the same. Rad are going to be able to, yet again, claim stake on one-sided Gambit, and Fire Strays, again, prioritize the one-sided Elsa, removing the Loki the moment they see that Rad was able to secure the Strategist, so we don't get two copies of him running amok on the field as, woo, this is a new mix-up. Mantis is actually getting removed on the side of Rad, so we're starting to target out triple Strategist lines.
On this map, pretty solid idea. There's a lot of front to back on at least that first gateway, so you could actually get a lot of value out of just pinging down lane with the Elsa with that damage boost. And we did have the opportunity again for Fire Strays to take away the Deadpool, but they prioritize the Daredevil again, potentially looking at the priority on this map, or, as Brian was saying earlier, potentially just keeping the draft the same, and they protect Jeff. This is looking very similar between these two.
Yeah, there goes the Loki as well, so no team is going to have access to the God of Mischief, the regeneration domain, or the ability to copy anyone's ultimate that you so choose, as long as line of sight is forgiving. As, yeah, there it is again, Rad are able to secure, like you said, Fire Strays prioritizing the Daredevil ban allows Rad's last pick slot to go to the Vanguard Deadpool once more. So Fire Strays, it's looking more of the same compositions that we're likely going to be seeing, at least coming through from Rad's end, taking out the Psylocke a little bit later as well to make sure that there's less of those dive duelists to be able to get behind and start splitting the attention to have a better map monopoly of the front line.
I think I'm seeing double. 4 one-sided Deadpools. I'm definitely seeing double. I'm curious to see if Fire Strays do adjust their composition. And currently in the hovers, they are on defense, so we'll see how many of these make it out of the door very quickly. They are adjusting, and it's an extremely different composition. We'll talk about more when it's visible on all of your screens. But overall, it is about, for the defense, this first point. As Ryan mentioned, we don't see full holds on this map very often, but it is possible. You can get some really good positioning because there's so many places for cover, which is why Daredevil can sometimes be very popular on this map. Whereas there is also a lot of opportunity for flanking dives. We were talking about the Angela earlier, but as we get ready to head on in, we're seeing a Hulk appearing for the side of Fire Strays.
Yeah, we are seeing a Hulk appearing, and I mean, Binary is going to be just jumping all over the shop, providing a little bit more cover and protection as well with the Unbreakable Resolve, potentially for Slowpo, who is positioned up on this high ground, getting as much damage as possible onto Rad, potentially an early elimination as we get, great interference coming through. Lugia and Binary both clashing, but unfortunately, that does leave the Hulk a little bit too vulnerable outside of both Demon and closest healing LOS. So these Vanguards are just tissue paper at the moment for the amount of protection they're giving Fire Strays, who have to just kite out, bunker up in small room, and allow Rad to already pick up 1, make that 2 ticks of point percentage.
Binary staying on the Hulk. It's a pretty fast rollout. That was fast for someone like an Angela, but it's going to have a little bit more staying power on the actual objective. Although, once again, targeted down, focused brutally, barely able to hold upright here, but it's going to be Jeff in the backline taking down Demon to be able to roll back in very quickly as well. But the burst that Rad seems to have, Fire Strays just aren't able to sustain through it. They aren't able to hold through. White Fox goes down onto Nos. Binary is finished off for the second time, and this is Rad just snowballing through and looking for stragglers on the retreat.
Okay, we have to talk about a combo that Rad are doing with their cooldowns, and it's Lugia Goat with the absorption grab, and Crazy Kitty, when he sees that someone's CC'd, just lobs Magical Unicorn Shield on top of them to block the healing line of sight, and they are just gone within 5 seconds. It's absolutely insane. As we get Blackstar actually moving over to the group, trying to have a little bit more of those walls to provide some more angles and natural cover for Slowpo to be able to hide behind as Fire Strays have to make up for time. They're going aggressive, Binary's jumping in, trying to create a little bit of space, but Rad with one-sided fights previously have the Galactic Legend as well as the Raging Royal Flush, and it punches through any potential sustainability of Invisible Boundary. This is what we were talking about in the ban draft, right? You cannot possibly allow, if Rad get the Gambit, them to get something like the Star-Lord through, because even if you have Invisible Woman, your ultimate is still absolutely ineffective against the combo.
We're going to see some adjustments once again. Fire Strays slowly adjusting that composition until they find what works. They've abandoned the White Fox. They've moved over to the Wolverine. They're just going to try and lock down, try and displace and prevent this massive snowball from Rad as they're just able to walk forward mostly uncontested with this triple Vanguard composition. Close off, pinging from range, building up ult charge incredibly fast, and actually able to snipe Bash into the background with the joyful splash as they push into the backline, committing to this fight on the stairs to try and get onto the backline once again. Binary falls as they're just getting focused down too fast. Beautiful grab onto Lugia, but they tag on through. Snos is taken down, and Brad just aren't stopping. Finally, they'll get taken down, though, with the Apex Predator.
I don't know if it's going to be permanent, though. Rad are still fighting this out. They secured the elimination onto Znos, which means no invisible boundary for Fire Strays to take advantage of and sustain and stall out. It comes down to Binary with the Ward Breaker Hulk just holding the fort down long enough for Znos to come back. There's the invisible boundary that we're expecting. That's at least 8 seconds of stall. The Rad are entirely outside of it. No one's getting caught by the slow. It at least allows Fire Strays a little bit more space. Rad have to push up into them, but we're about to have Galactic Legend as well as Heartbreaker, and Fire Strays potentially are about to lose all of their ultimates.
Wolverine coming in from behind with the fast ball that allows the engage, and Fire Stray set that up beautifully. The flag from the Wolverine into the full engage, walling off the escape, and Fire Strays right at the objective of point 2 have been able to stabilize for at least a few more seconds. But there's 2 3/4 minutes left, Moxie.
Here comes Rad with that win condition too. It broke the first point wide open. They're going to be able to do yet again the same thing. Raging Royal Flush, Heartbreaker, and Galactic Legend. There goes the Gambit, there goes the Star-Lord. A great fastball actually setting up for a very aggressive Wolverine Hulk dive onto Mash, but the damage was done. The Gambit got the ultimate off, Smash has found the eliminations, and Rad are just cleaning up at this point.
They're delaying as best as they can. The Fire Strays try to hold on as a couple members of Brad drop low, but they sustained beautifully without even needing an ultimate. And now it's just about picking up the stragglers. Portal's going to come back in, but with an incredibly staggered composition. Means it's basically just Doctor Strange and Wolverine trying to hold this. Wolverine takes one off the point as the objective with 30 centimeters to go. Fire Strays continue to funnel in one by one. Apex Predator comes on out for an attempt at a blow-up, but it's going to be Sloppo and Demon who go down. And that seems to be more about eating through the time there, Moxie. Fire Strays, they knew they weren't going to win that, but if they could make that last a while, they could start to work away at that portal cooldown in case it's needed in the future, although this is a very close spawn for them, and it also gives them the possibility to at least burn through that clock and have a better chance on point 3.
Yeah, but crucially, Vertigo gets to hold on to that invisible boundary. Blackso with the Groot Walls almost finds the isolation onto Ducky, who was very overextended away from the rest of his team. But Crazy Kitty is the one who actually capitalizes with the elimination when Fire Strays try to chase him down. They went a little bit too far around that corner, and Snoss just does not want to invest the invisible boundary, because if they do and take first turn with the ultimate, Vertigo gets second and much later, and Smashness is given free pass to come in with the Galactic Legend. This is Fire Strays' potential last stand as they try to hold the line against Rad, who are about to just build up the ultimates and cash them all out. Star-Lord, Gambit, Rogue, it's all about to come online. If Fire Strays don't find eliminations now, Rad will overwhelm them.
First boundary comes it out from Snoss, straggling Prison, comes on out, doesn't find a lot. Meteor Rep to absorb most of that damage, meaning there's no capitalization, and they didn't even burn invisible boundary for it. Means that's still available for Vertigo as they finally get the double combo with the Galactic Legend and the Raging Royal Flush, chasing back all retreating members of Fire Strange. Jeff's all that's left. Jeff retreats. Blackso's going to move over to Captain America just to try and get someone to touch the point, as that's what it's coming down to. Burning everything. Heartbreaker in the spawn door to prevent reinforcements as the car moves on in. Cap looks for a delay but can't even reach. That is going to be Rad with the triple.
Oh, the Heartbreaker too. It wasn't BM, it was actually min-maxing. They alt-tracked that Binary hit Feast of the Abyss. Feast of the Abyss would allow the Venom to actually self-sustain on that point and survive for the rest of the team to potentially regroup with the closer respawns. So Lugia popping the Heartbreaker actually forces Fire to have to just hold themselves in spawn. Binary still, unfortunately, gets hit by the Heartbreaker and loses the ultimate, and no one is able to help out Blacksow, who, like you said, swapped over to the Captain America just to try to stall on the point for the team to be able to make a play. Really good stuff coming through from Rad, showing that yet again in that ban draft, if Gambit makes it through, you have to look at what the Gambit will enable. Fire Strays letting both the Rogue and the Star-Lord through means that when Rad hits that one fight where all of the ultimates align, if Fire Strays don't start breaking the cycle and finding the eliminations onto those players that set the ult chain up, they will lose that fight.
Looking over at the defensive composition for Rad, they're going to be sticking with basically the same thing. Ducky was thinking about the Hulk for a moment, but is deciding sticking with that Gambit team up and the ability to keep Smashness so safe every time they go into that Blaster Barrage is going to be a little bit more viable here. Fire Strays, though, they are looking like they're going to adjust here, going a bit more heavy on the dive. The Captain America, that was the last-minute swap last round, looks like that's going to be stuck with.
Double dive for the Vanguards from Fire Strays line, so trying to create a lot of attention away from Sloppo on that Elsa, as Demon is very likely going to be going with the team. Crazy Kitty guarding one of those lanes, instantly clocks the Captain America and blocks the healing LOS with the Unicorn Shield, which allows Lugigo to get much more aggressive and brawl into the choke, and there goes Noft, and there goes Blacksow. Rad really just holding down these channels and not allowing Fire Strays to make any room.
We saw it on the yesterday. A lot of teams were batting out the road quite high up, sometimes even over the Vanguard Deadpool. And Lucia Goes making a very good case for it. The amount of control they're having over these fights is absolutely devastating. But the combo is even scarier, like you say. Being able to lock someone down and then prevent literally any help. What can you do is just so valuable. Right now, Brad, holding the high ground once again. Unicorn Shield to block Captain America, who will be able to jump back over this time, make their way back to the team. But overall, this is looking like solid positioning for Rad as Fire Strays are trying to go for the wraparound, but the team is incredibly split here. As there comes the Bad Hammer, and Slowpoke is deleted.
Yeah, I mean, they go for the priority onto Slowpoke because he was that close to Apex Predator. Rad just want the instant elimination against the Elsa, who got a little bit too close to comfort. Like you said, since Fire Strays, they saw that their Captain America was getting isolated. They jumped back. Rad kited into small room and gave up a little bit of that space. So finding the elimination on Elsa was absolutely imperative for them to be able to claw that back. It does mean that Slowpoke is going to have the Apex Predator for this fight, but Rad now can just position their players split so that only one, maybe two maximum gets caught out by it, as we can see that they're about to hit that win condition fight touch. Even if Snos gets the invisible boundary online before Rad decides to go first, which is highly unlikely given the fact that they have both the Gambit and the Star-Lord now, it shouldn't be enough healing to sustain through it.
Wrecking Roll Flush going to be coming on out, even though they're down a member. It's still the commitment, but Slowpoke is deleted again by the Bad Hammer of Crazy Kitty. Doing so much work for the team, literally taking the upgrade mid-fight, looking for the background. Meteor M to try and take out the Jeff, who will once again be fleeing with a couple members of Brad. Crazy Kitty focuses down Binary, taking them down as well, builds up more XP, and Brad repel yet another push by Fire Strays, even being down a member. Just the momentum they're having in these fights is so difficult to deal with. They even catch one little attempt from Demon to try and get something on the backline.
There is an opportunity for Fire Strays here, though. Vertigo actually parted with Invisible Boundary in that fight, so Demon is given a free pass with the Galactic Legend in this fight. Fire Strays also about to hit both of their Vanguard ultimates. They might not have a traditional strategist ult, but Freedom Charge can act as a pseudo one with the overhealth that it provides. Lugia Goat, though, with the Heartbreaker is something that Blackstar has to be very careful about. If he lets the Rogue use it first, Freedom Charge is sapped away, and that's exactly what happens. Binary has to use Feast of the Abyss, Demon with the Galactic Legend, but they've lost the Captain America, which they would have relied on being able to pull a defensive in the second stage of this fight.
Smash does get burst down though, and Cap will be reinforcing quite quickly. So will Star-Lord. Bad Hammer into the backline, trying to get onto Binary this time, who will use Symbiotic Resilience to sustain on through that first fight, tanks through, just getting juggled though, is trying to escape but can't do so. Crazy Kitty picking it away with the Deadpool to try and get some extra damage on a Smash. There's a portal back to make sure that they can keep this defense going with only 30 seconds remaining. Blackstar so close to a Freedom Charge to give their team some extra duration onto that fight. Will get it off to keep this fight going for a little bit longer. Gets the shielding onto Demon to keep it going, and with portal already used, with seconds remaining, Rad are repelled, and Fire Strays break open the first point.
There we go. Fire Strays, just as OT hits, able to overcome Rad's defenses, but they lost so much time and they have so much left of this map to be able to push, so they need to snowball this next fight. The good thing for them is that Mash has the Raging Roll Flush, but Smashnez having to swap onto the Strange to pull the team back was cut back in terms of the ultimate charge. Now we get a great Apex Predator catching so many players, including Nash, which means no opportunity of using the Raging Roll Flush to free the team, and Fire Strays get a very much needed snowball for the first fight on second to clear up some of the distance and make up for some of the time that they lost.
Fantastically executed. We were talking about how they were just struggling to find positioning in that first game, but in this case, being on the attack, they were able to catch the members of Brad as they came in for the reinforcement. Speaking of that, here comes that Raging Roll Flush into the backline. Mash is literally getting spawn camped here, but is trying to take the duel with the help of their own Raging Roll Flush. Cap's able to retreat into the invisible boundary to get healed up, replaced by Binary to continue to bully Mash and make sure he's having a bad day. And Slowpoke building up full instinct here is just getting so much value. They've got the positioning they need, they've got the damage they need, and they've got the support they need to keep that pressure going, and that double dive is giving them all that space.
Oh my goodness, the Elsa is disgusting with the max instinct levels. 2-second cooldown on the advance, which automatically builds up into a free piercer. That's a lot of damage that Slowpo is outputting, and a lot of space actually that Fire Strays are able to free on up. Rad, however, they're building their ultimate bank back up. Mash with the Raging Roar Flush didn't give them the fight win, but it did set them up to take this next one as we get Ducky 1 clearing out Slowpo with the Meteor M, and all of the space that we talked about Slowpo being able to take advantage of. Tetra, that's now gone. Rad used the ultimates by the space back and can now cut Fire Strays before they're in distance to use the Elsa the way that they want to.
It is worth bringing out, though, that Fire Strays, they didn't use Portal on that first engage. It was Rad that did, meaning we're in a situation where Fire Strays could go for this one last push, and if someone goes down, there is a chance that they can delay long enough that the Portal can come back in. But Heartbreaker into the backline immediately to try and punish the strategist. Kosar goes in with the It's Jeff just to make sure it is not stolen, to keep healing up for their team. And Demon on the flank with the Galactic Legend takes out Smashness and had a pretty good angle. It's Jeff to grab even more Crazy Kitty, drops low on the flank, focus down. But the sustain of Deadpool is doing so much work. Freedom charge for the extra delay and that quicker ult charge to try and hold it onto the point. But it's going to be Invisible Woman who goes down first. That's so much sustain. Apex Predator grabs two, but holds them on the point.
Smashness comes back from spawn, gets the bullet from the Magneto to be able to enable this Galactic Legend, and Rad are clearing out Fire Strays. Like you said, they didn't use the portal, so Znoth tries to set up the portal for the regroup, but can they stall in time? I don't think they were able to get past. I think the convoy itself actually interfered with the players being able to get out of the portal, because we saw the ring appear, but we didn't see anyone step through. So that was unfortunately very good body blocking coming through from Rad's end, or it was literally just time was about to run out and the portal had to go where it could end.
Valiant effort from Fire Strays there, literally just charging at the point, everybody to buy time. It's exactly what they did on defense, but now on attack, just to please give themselves time for a portal, but it just wasn't fast enough. And exactly what we talked about in the first game came to pass again. The combos between the Rogue and the Deadpool, the combos between the Gambit and the Star-Lord and the Deadpool. There was just so much comboing from Rad, not even needing ults for some of them, just to make sure that they were taking advantageous fights versus Fire Strays.
Can we talk about the fact that Lugia on the Rogue of Vanguard actually damaged some of Fire Stray's duelists? Because, I mean, like, we talked about this, right? Rogue was getting so much done. A lot of the times when Fire Strays wanted to make a play, they couldn't because Heartbreaker was interfering with the ultimate economy. But not just that, Hearts as one as a team-up is absolutely insane at allowing Rogue to excel in the damage department. Having that additional kinetic energy explosion, oh, it's painful for Fire Strays to have to deal with, especially if Crazy Kitty is cutting the heal line of sights with those Unicorn shields.
It's burst, it's lockdown, and in some cases it's a little bit of extra abilities there to give you some more sustain to keep going. The amount of times Lugia was able to trade out onto Demon on the Star-Lord, one of the hardest characters to catch in this game, was fantastic to see. Rad, we talked about it during MRC, they are looking so clean as a roster right now, and they continue the EMEA streak of 2-0s.
I mean, watching that from the sidelines as well, we're still working out what the meta's looking like, right? And one thing I was looking at Rad's composition, triple Vanguard, two of which have a team up with Gambit. Gambit's very strong with, it felt like a best in slot like combination, I suppose, for Rad. And Fire Strays, whether it's the draft or not, it's hard to get a gauge, but it just feels like an over-focus on Elsa Moxie isn't as valuable as some characters that just seem to connect to everybody like Gambit does.
Yeah, I think as well, it goes to show the power of Rad's duelist hero pool that we got so much banned out towards them instead of the Vanguards. Both the Daredevil and the Psylocke were removed so that Rad's dive was defanged. But as we're seeing more and more of, we got to see it from Virtus.pro a little bit yesterday, duelists have started moving into the camp of playing Vanguard Deadpool, and so they simply sidestep that draft which should be taking out their hero depth and allows them to play a composition which really synergizes amazingly well with all of the heroes Rad still had available.
Oh no, oh no, you've banned out and taken away my hit scan character who can blow up backline super easily. Guess I'll play Vanguard Deadpool, the character that does the exact same job.
I mean, that was the only thing I was going to say. Like, for Crazy Kitty, one of my favorite players from last year, like on that Chop team, incredibly flexible, known for being the duelist, but also playing in the triple strategist, but it's like Ultron and stuff. you cannot ban him out. He plays literally everything. And so making have a rogue and a Deadpool Vanguard in a lineup, and then the Magneto, so like it's pretty much just a lover's square. I think at this point now, with all of the like connections happening there, it feels very like Rad can just take whatever's working with a meta and just build it around somebody like Crazy Kitty, because he's such a flexible player, Tenjo.
He really is. You talked about it before. When we were talking about players who really excited us, we talked about players that we've seen work their way up through MRCs. Well, we talked about people like Ballas. But talking about players who've worked their way up through Ignites, we talk about people like Crisis. We talk about people like Smashness, like Crazy Kitty, because they just continue to show us exactly why they are so valued in these teams. And the fact that Rad had to come through MRC to get into this Ignite is crazy. You've got third place in Ignite Stage 2 MASH. You've got the Smashness Crazy Kitty combo for all that DPS power. Ducky and Lugiaco, as Boxy brought up, their experience in the past on some of those older teams were some of the most terrifying for so many players, because no one was ready to have to deal with them. They tried stuff like single Vanguard compositions in Stage 1. They are creative, they are flexible, they're almost impossible to ban out, and they are a team to watch.
I mean, to jump off that point, though, about how Rad had to come through from MRC, like, yesterday we talked to teams who were already invited and had their spot secured, and they basically said, yeah, we're having to get used to Gambit again, because he was just perma-banned when we were scrimming all of the time. Rad came out through MRC, where Gambit was open. So is it actually a surprise that Rad are relying on a hero that they've had more practice and also got to have experience in officials as opposed to just scrims with, and are looking really, really clean with it? Like, I think honestly for a lot of teams in the future, if they're facing Rad down, I would prioritize the Gambit ban instead of the Elsa, because it really does feel like a lot of Rad's whole win condition and ultimate economy cycle was all drawn not around their duelists, not around their vanguards, but MASH in particular on that Gambit enabling, like when they wanted to go for the ultimate combos to just win out a fight and punch through invisible boundary, they did. But when they also wanted Raging Royal Flush to reset and rebuild their ultimate economy so they could overwhelm Fire Strays before the Invisible Woman had her ultimate, they did that as well. There was a lot of really good just balance coming through from both the aggression but also the ult economy.
I also think kind of like leaving the Elsa open for Rad. We just mentioned how flexible the duelist line is. Elsa is too good to just not like actually be able to use, right? But we can ask a few more tricky questions, I suppose, to, I believe, the head coach actually of Rad, Ash, and I noticed that there's multiple players that have Ash in the name on this team, because we've got MASH and Smashness. But yeah, talking to the coach, I want to start with the draft first and foremost. Ash, it did feel very like you had everything that you could possibly need, like hero-wise, and it made it very straightforward after that.
Yeah, no offense to the people, but I feel like the prep was a little bit lackluster. I think there's not really too much that you can do to keep it honest against our team. We're very, very capable with a lot of different characters. I mean, if you're leaving Gambit open, we've got one of the best rogue players in the world, Lugia, who you just put on rogue, which he didn't even play on the first map. And then if you leave Elsa open, we've got Crazy Kitty and Smashness, who are both obviously extremely good at that character. Some of the best in the world again. It's just unfortunate. I don't think there's too much that they could have done.
So jumping off of that point then, we were talking a little bit about the fact that you had to come through from MRC, and that's actually allowed you to practice with some of these compositions before some of the rest of the teams. Do you think that that experience has actually given you an advantage at being able to play things like the Gambit composition better than your opponents?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it also comes from this North American propaganda about banning Elsa first, right? Like, I think Fire Stray just kind of fell for it. Instead of developing their own identity, you're just leaving Gambit open against some of our teams. Like, we've got a lot of practice, obviously, from MRC, but I think MRC was just kind of like something that we had to do as a kind of rite of passage at the moment, where we just get more money, so we just go on to the next one, I think.
So you say it like you're calling it American propaganda of banning it first. Do you think that that is something that some of the other teams are falling into, or is this more of just your team has developed their own identity and don't agree with what some might consider to be a general wisdom?
Well, I have my own sort of obviously read of the meta. I think that there's a lot of different things that is good and isn't good. I think triple tank beats Elsa comp, obviously. I mean, you saw it evidently. I think even if they played it perfectly, I don't think that there's too much that you can do against the triple tank slop, as people call it. I think it's extremely good. It's just meta at the moment. I don't think that there's anything that beats it. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it, really.
Could you talk a little bit about how this team came together? Because obviously it's a mix of like some of the chopped players, some of Final Dance. I think you were with like Rad Academy and also an NA team like coaching over the last couple of months. Like, how involved were you in putting this team together, and what was it like to sort of be picked up by Rad?
So I actually had full reign to build the roster with whoever I wanted. I wanted to build it with a core of obviously the players that I'm very fascinated by, which is my backline. I built it around the backline. Kind of went through trials. Everyone in EMEA, I just obviously built the best team possible. And as I saw you guys mentioned earlier, it is obviously just an amalgamation of Chop and Final Dance. I mean, two of the best rosters that sort of the biggest what-if stories in EMEA at the moment. So hopefully we're not going to turn this what-if story into reality. Hopefully it'll be the truth that we end up proceeding forwards with.
I guess your next opponent as well is Crownfall, which you didn't have actually the chance to play in MRC because they were on the other side of the bracket and stuff. I guess how big was this win, I suppose, for your like chances of qualifying for playoffs? Or do you sort of see every game the same? Because it's such a weird group of teams that we haven't seen play, like Reason for quite some time, even Vision and stuff. Are you sort of thinking that you have like a really strong chance and every game is just going to be straightforward? Or are you a little bit worried because some of these teams we didn't see in MRC, for example, and they've seen plenty of you guys?
Well, I think uncertainty-wise, like, we don't really know anything about these guys. Like, no offense to them, obviously, but we haven't scrimmed them at all, just since it's not been our priority mainly. So I think maybe they come up with something, but I don't think that there's anything that they can come up with that we haven't either prepped for or already practiced against, because I feel like we've got insanely good practice. Obviously, there's a lot to improve on, and just side set for VP. I see Blaney in the chat. I can't wait to desecrate his team. Hopefully, it'll be really nice to see.
Well, I live for just forcing beef between coaches with Blaney because he doesn't want any part of it. He's too nice. But I'll let you prep like he is, but I'll let you prep the war speeches for like next week, I suppose, but also your game tomorrow against Vision. Again, congrats, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you. Shout out Space and happy birthday. Thank you for streaming our games.
Happy birthday. I mean, I'm used to we're just all passing it on. But yeah, I think to just sort of cap it off, I think we should be throwing to us, and you can hang around if you want, Ash. If you want to do a podcast, you're more than welcome. But your own
I don't know I was supposed to leave.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us, Ash.
There we go. So yeah, I mean, it would be cool actually to just have his opinion on it. You can put it on the desk. I'll just get a quick Sunday dinner, early Sunday dinner, because it's Saturday. I keep thinking it's Sunday. But yeah, so I think Rad were expected winners for us. Are we a little bit disappointed with the lack of fight that Fire put up in that one? Like, we expect a lot with how tenured this roster is, Tetra, but it did really feel like outside of draft, you're looking at the compositions and you're like, yeah, this is going to be tough for Fire.
Honestly, I think Ash and Moxie kind of covered it perfectly earlier. I don't feel bad about how Firestrafe played. I feel bad about how they drafted a little bit. I feel like these are some issues that they can fix in the draft in the future. So I'm not that worried. I'm just hoping that they can figure those out before their next series.
Any final thoughts on this one, Moxie? You feel like the Deadpool Vanguard is just ban it, please. Get out. It's too good.
More the gambit. But we'll talk about that, right? A little bit more in detail in just a bit, I'm sure.
Yeah, so the next game is a big one. Virtus Pro versus Shikigami, both teams winning their first game. It could be the top of Group B being decided, but we'll see exactly how that's going to go after a quick break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world
So we've seen all of our teams play in EMEA Ignite so far this pre-season. Now we're going to see if the two teams of NAVI versus Shikigami, which one is going to continue on this hot streak as they both won their first game. We'll start with the easier team, the one that you can actually get the Deadpool jersey for. And if you're playing Vanguard Deadpool, you are feasting right now, especially Techa, world champions for the mid-season finals, second place at the grand finals in Atlanta. This Navi team, with the addition of Terra, looks to be really going for the crown here, globally against First Pro.
They're giving it everything they can. You've talked about it. In terms of this Navi roster, they are very similar to what they've been since that World Championships, with the changes mostly coming to their duelist lineup. In fact, none of their duelists that they played in some of those earlier tournaments are the same. Jerky came in as for a little bit earlier, and then Terra, all the way from 100 Thieves in the Americas, came in for this year. One of the undisputedly best duelists in the world has made his way over to EMEA for the crucible of our World Champions teams. I'm going to try and take Navi back to the top.
First map is Bako, as we're seeing. I think whilst we go into Shikigami, Moxie, I also want to highlight, because you're a strategist player, these were the two teams yesterday with their wins, where their strategist backline just went down maybe 5 times max, like across the series. It feels like whoever's going to have the tight strat backline here is going to be the one that comes out on top, right?
Yeah, especially like Navi, you have to be so cautious of Fate on that Jeff, because he is just such an aggressive Jeff the Landshark player, enabling those really aggressive dives in the backline with things like the Venom and the symbiotic shenanigans. But at the same time, you also have to worry about Crook if he gets his hands on the Loki. I'm sure Shikigami are going to be wanting to play a lot of dive compositions, but from what we saw yesterday, well, Navi are really good at dealing with dive and just surviving through it.
I think across the floor here, because I know I'm the most bullish on Shikigami, I think, in this group. On a scale of like 1 to 10, 10 being this is absolutely like winnable for Shikigami, like they are maybe favorites, versus 1 being there's no chance that Shikigami could do any damage to Navi here. Whereabouts are you on that like spec? For me, it's probably like a 7 or an 8. Like Shikigami could take a map here. Taking a series would be a big surprise, but I don't think anybody should be shocked that this game is going to be closer than it is. So I guess that, like Moxie, where do you think this one sort of falls first?
I mean, given the fact that everyone is sort of grouping Shikigami into the likes of Navi and Team Heretics, I think to back that up, it has to be close, right? It has to be at a threat factor of about 7, potentially even higher, especially for me, because like we know that Navi's had a couple of adjustments. We also have to see when push comes to shove, if things take a little bit of a downhill turn, can they still manage to work together as a team, as Navi actually go for the instant ban of the Elsa, as opposed to Shikigami, who go with the previous series instant ban that we got to see of that Gambit.
Very interesting. This is going to be a sort of test of Ash's theory here, of taking out the Elsa early and letting Gambit sneak in a little bit later, but it's going to be the double. Navi knowing they have those 2 bans in a row, Shikigami protecting the Daredevil instead of getting that one-sided Gambit themselves, means that we're not going to see Gambit at all this game, but Navi get their hands on a one-sided Elsa Bloodstone. So it's going to be all about positioning, working out how you can do, while also getting harassed by that Daredevil, one of the few characters that can keep up with Elsa's mobility.
Is it going to be a mirror Daredevil, though? Because if Navi are wanting to run dive, Shikigami having information from the Daredevil passive to inform them of when the dive is hitting could go a very long way of being able to counterplay it, as we actually get Shikigami losing the Venom, but Navi losing Fate's Jeff. So no speed bubbles, no symbiotic shenanigans as well, and also no huge amounts of distances surpassed by the amount of range that the Jeff primary actually has to heal the team a whole 3 miles away. As Shikigami now actually going to be taking the Mantis out of rotation as well, so targeting Navi, which means that they can't have that 12% damage boost on an Elsa to get to play a triple strategist line with a hyper carry solo duelist.
And one-sided Vanguard Daredevil pool, secured by Shikigami, actually able to manipulate that all the way to the end with that protection. And we are seeing some very interesting halvers that I'm pretty sure aren't making it out of Spawn, but we'll talk about that more as we go on in. Overall, This was really solid. The gambits removed from both sides. I don't know which of these drafts I prefer more. Both these teams have the Daredevil for that a little bit of extra scouting. We've already talked about how strong Vanguard Deadpool can be. It's not going to have the gambit to follow up with it, but and it won't have the Jeff for the extra toy box healing as well. But it's still going to be able to separate people. You're still going to be able to capitalize and potentially see just how quick of a blow up you can get. How well are NAVI going to be able to deal with Shikigami's dive style, which can probably best be described as a flock of seagulls descending on the ship?
I think not just that, but both teams losing Jeff also means that if you know the teams are going for dive compositions, you can't play the Jeff Rocket backline and be undiveable. As NAVI actually, they might rely on this. We saw Fate yesterday actually going for a little bit of White Fox on Museum of Contemplation before swapping off of it after a failed first fight. But level 1 Crook on that Luna, we could very potentially actually get to see this strategist line come through from Navi's side, having the counter, having that peel, as well as the charm on a 6 seconds to deal with Shikigami's dive when they decide to commit, as we're going to have that Daredevil, the Psylocke, and the Captain America on the side of Isidore looking to hit the back line.
Whereas Leo's going to be looking on that Psylocke to see if they can just get some quick trade outs. Psylocke can very quickly blow up an Elsa if they're unprepared for an initial engage. So Terra will have to be on point for this defense. And of course, it's going to be up to Frost Mountain and Jerky to keep track of each other and look out for those defensive plays. A sailing Captain America flying past like a beautiful shooting star, looking for any way they can try and hide into the backline and get some early pickups. Terracave comes on out, but it's going to be Crook that picks off Kaya as they attempt to rejoin their team to this choke point.
I mean, Navi as well, also bullying Shikigami off being able to hold into this point position allows them to actually get the point cap relatively easily. It's just Rashara and trust me, going in, flooding Shikigami's whole composition to force them up at the point, having to turn around and peel for that backline, which now allows Navi all of this point percentage the longer that this fight goes. They don't even need to chase for eliminations. They push Shikigami out of the space. They don't want to overextend because Nami has actually got one-sided Eternal Bond.
Trying to look for a position, though. Shikigami are trying to create an opening or at least force out some ultimates as they charge on up and get closer and closer for Navi. Crook, again, turning so fast. This is something we really just haven't seen Luna in such a long time. The amount of damage output that they can do sometimes while still having that snowball to lock people down when they try and dive the backline. Oh. So many members dropping low. Navi, they're going to lose 2 though. Fate goes down, Luna goes down, and it's going to be Shikigami creating an opening. It's a 2 for 3 right now in Shiki's favor, forcing out the invisible boundary, and they're going to get a potential flip if they can get rid of Trust Me here, but Trust Me is not going down. Freeze from the Abyss for a little bit of bonus health, forced to swing away, but it's buying time for their team to potentially reinforce and look for a counter, but Shikigami have been able to stabilize. They lose Lindstrom, but still Navi won't give up.
Kumiho or Fate of Both Worlds. Navi have both strategist ultimates available if they want to commit to one of them and keep this all going. It will be the White Foxes. Everyone stacks with Fate, and Shikigami just have no way of just shredding through that 900 HP and managing to find a way back into this fight. It's all going wrong for them. They have to just try to disengage and look for a regroup because we're headed to final fight territory, and Navi have 2 ways of sustaining with both the Luna and the Captain America, and Jerky with the Let the Devil Out can punish Shikigami's lack of strategist sustainability. It all falls to Isidore with the Freedom Charge to keep the team topped up when we have the overtime brawl.
Navi juggled that so well. They literally just fed people onto the point without letting it go down, and Shiki can't even reach the point in time, and they burned ultimates for that. Freedom Charge was used. They couldn't touch the point in time. Navi kept them zoned out too effectively, and that is almost as worst case scenario as it can be for Shikigami. They only burnt 1 cooldown, but that's 1 less cooldown. But moving on, it's already burnt several cooldowns by the looks of those cooldown timers. Let the Devil Out also burned Kaya, of course, there's resets.
Oh, they use Freedom Charge Tetchup. That's the pain point. They use Freedom Charge. Because Jerky has Let the Devil Out, Shikigami have no way of sustaining it, and Rajaro has one-sided Freedom Charge, which is going to allow Navi to, just as we saw in the last fight, go aggressive and jump onto Shikigami's position before Leola's is set up to go with Dance of the Butterflies. This is like potentially going to be a very brutal one-sided first fight engagement, unless we get to see Leola's punish Navi's over-aggression and try to hit the backline when no one else is there to stack the damages. But I mean, honestly, Fate can just teleport with Sanctuary and dodge out of it entirely.
runs the risk. They need to make sure that they catch Fate before they can escape, maybe isolate. But if you do that, then you're not hitting a lot of people with that Dance of the Butterfly. This is an almost impossible puzzle to solve, but Shikigami are gonna have to be the ones to do it. As right now, Navi, they take a little bit of the high ground on the main pathway to see if they can just force Shikigami down the stairs and get a high ground position. It comes at Devil out from Jerky. Does the Butterfly will come out to try a counter. Trusty dropped incredibly low, but Symbolic Resilience says absolutely not. This is stayed on through, and Lindstrom is once again going to be falling down up to 61%. Ultros, there was no invisible boundary available, and with that huge amount of healing removed from the board, Shikigami crumble.
Great split from Navi. Like, Jerky goes in with Let the Devil Out, but it's just Jerky and Trust Me ahead of the rest of the pack. Everybody else stacks with the backline. Rajara with the Freedom Charge gives the sustainability to survive through Dance of the Butterflies from Leola's, so no trades, no opportunity for Shikigami to claw back into that fight on second stage when they hit things like Eternal Bond or Invisible Boundary. They will have those up and available to them before Navi, which is why we've seen them be a little bit more aggressive and proactive here, but Navi also disrupting that walk-up. Trust Me and Rajara trading their positions, allowing Terra the freedom of space to turn around and take down Frost Mountain before Shikigami can even commit to the walk. And I mean, they're not going to commit ultimates when they're stuck in this open space. This is just a matter of getting out before you lose more players.
And Navi have literally locked them in their spawn point at this point. Shikigami have no way to push up right now. We are going to see Navi back up for a little bit of a reset. They don't want to get caught too far out of position. They would rather have that high ground. But overall, Shikigami, they have the Eternal Bond. They almost have Invisible Boundary. That could be their opportunity, as Navi are currently a little bit behind in terms of Strategist ultimate charge. But overall, it's about even getting to that point. And Shikigami are forced to creep and fight every single inch.
I mean, great disruption as well coming through from Rajara, the Captain America just going in alone, forcing Shikigami to have to turn and peel and then getting out while still surviving. Is allowing Crook actually to be about to hit Fate of both worlds as well. Name opens up the fight with Eternal Bond, but they still lose Kaya. Kumeho Unleashed comes on out now from Fate, and alongside Terra with that Apex Predator, as Shikigami land themselves a little bit too close to the cliffside and clears out the players before there's any opportunity of Invisible Boundary. Isidore still kicking, but unfortunately falls now, which means I don't think there's any opportunity. Oh, yes, just in time. Kaya gets the Strange Portal. Frost Mountain sacrifices the Wolverine cooldown of the Feral Lunge, and it is into Lindstrom's Invisible Boundary, but I mean, Jerky with the Let the Devil Out just goes through the portal and catches two.
Fate of both worlds means that Navi are sustaining through this beautiful freedom charge for last-ditch effort, but it's not enough to sustain. Kaya falls, Dance of the Butterfly. It's literally all they have left unless Frost Mountain can stay up in this fight, but they're off the point again, and Navi take the first map in a 2-0. A beautiful zone on the portal as everyone came through. They were staggered on the reinforcements, so they had the numbers disadvantage, got caught out with the Let the Devil Out for huge amounts of damage, and lost two people before the fight even started.
Fate with an MVP on the White Fox as well. I know that America with Valentina Eve yesterday was showing what exactly White Fox was capable of, but so too are Navi. Also, shout out level 1 Crook for yet again managing to perfectly time the lunar freeze of the Absolute Zero onto Shikigami's Name just as they come out of Eternal Bond in that first usage of the ultimate on Cradle. This is something that level 1 Crook's actually done multiple times in the past so that they can catch the CD before they go into Cloak form to be able to use Dark Teleportation at the end of the ultimate.
This is exactly what we wanted to see from Navi. Full control, able to just push back the members of Shikigami. And we were looking at Shikigami, we were saying that we were honestly kind of a fan of their drafting style. They got a lot of tools that we know are super good. That Vanguard Deadpool, they got the Psylocke, which isn't a bad choice, but Navi just made it look like they were just completely baited here. The Daredevil from Jerky was just putting so much pressure onto everyone at all times, and you said it perfectly in the cast, Terror wasn't even touched. He was vibing back there.
Well, Crook and Fate as well, right, Ryan? Like, looking at the statistics,
yeah,
they went down once apiece when Shikigami are running full dive.
Yeah. I mean, they were 2 of the 3 eliminations went against Navi, so that's 66%. So honestly, I think the strategist might be lacking on that one a little bit. But it is kind of crazy how much the meta is like changing and adapting. Navi, yeah, I think Fate has gone down a total of maybe 4 times in 3 maps, so we'll see if he can make it 4 for 4 potentially. We'll see what Shikigami are going to pick map-wise after a quick break.
I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Suffer in the darkness. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine. Behold, Dark Child! Survive this!
We judge this game to be a 7 out of 10 for Shikigami to give Navi a chance. It might be a 7 out of 100 without that first map where Navi are looking undominatable on domination. It really does feel that this game mode is pretty much firmly in their hands. But Shikigami having the choice here to change the map. One thing I want to note, there was that protect over on the Daredevil first. So we did get to see that Frost Mountain versus Juriki Daredevil head-to-head. But Moxie, it did feel not too much of a head-to-head. Juriki kind of unfortunately cleared Frost Mountain, who was usually amazing.
I mean, Shikigami just didn't really get the opportunity to be the proactive dive team, though, since they lost both of those first fights, and Navi did such a good job being able to come through with both the Captain America, the Venom, and the Daredevil, all of who, by the way, did not go down once in that entire map. So that goes to show how adept they are at being able to go in, disrupt, do a little bit of soft dive, potentially some displacement, and then get out without trading their own lives for it. So, like, honestly, I think if you're Shikigami, when you pick this next map, you go somewhere that Navi can't simply dive, because that is their strongest composition.
They can do a lot with that dive. With the invulnerable as well from the White Fox means they're even safer going in as well. It's not a long duration, but it's a lot. Any opportunity where you're not taking damage while you're in your opponent's backline is just massive. And we love to see that while also how White Fox being okay against dive itself with a little bit of crowd control.
I think one of the things for the draft, like, we've seen a lot of, like, Gambit one-sided or Elsa one-sided. Like, that first ban sort of dictates a lot. But because we did see that protect on the Daredevil, Navi were like, okay, we ban out both. So it's like maybe you lean one towards the other, but not getting either seems like a bit of an overstep. But I would also imagine, like, before we get into this map and before we get into draft, I feel like that's the direction it's going, right, Tetcher? That we might see a lot of, like, thinking past the obvious stuff, like the Gambit ban or Elsa ban first.
We're in the early stages of preseason here. This is the time where teams are going to like adjust stuff, experiment with things, especially in matches like this against a team like Navi, where you know they are probably going to finish through it first unless Shikigami can bring it back or Heretics can bring something incredible. There's a lot of opportunity for you to adjust, for you to try and experiment with stuff, to try and make something happen, as it looks like we're heading to Central Park for our second map.
Here comes the dive. Here comes the dive. I mean, Shikigami, at least when they go on the defense, they'll get the opportunity to play something, potentially like dive themselves, maybe counter dive with something like a Namor setup. As we see a continuation, Shikigami going to be banning out that Gambit, and Navi once again going for the ban onto the Elsa. Shikigami going to go for the save onto the Gambit this time, it looks like. As Navi, do they go for the Loki ban here into a lead onto Terra, getting to save the Elsa Bloodstone? Yeah, there's the Loki. Say goodbye to the God of Mischief. And hello, Elsa Bloodstone in 3, 2, 1, lock?
1.5, 0.5, 0.25. Yeah, there
There we
go. Elsa's going to be locked in exactly as we would expect when you have one of the best duelists that has been released for Marvel Rivals and one of the best duelist players that we have seen in Marvel Rivals. You put them in the same room. You give them those abilities together. Shikigami, they're going to potentially look once again at a possible one-sided Deadpool as they're going to take that away from Na'Vi. And Na'Vi, they respond with trying to deal with Frost. They remove the Daredevil. This time it is actually targeted, even though they had a solid start. They don't want to deal with it in map 2.
I mean, if you have to attack, right, the Daredevil's already going to be in a position he'll be able to call out all of your rotations, as well as potentially when you're defending, get behind you and have to split your attention, so you can't just task yourself with controlling all of the channels of both main, left, and right side. You have to watch out for the threat at your back as well. Yet again, on Convergence, we actually get to see this Mantis getting banned out, which seems to say that we're seeing Triple Strategist much more predominantly, at least for the EMEA region, on Convergence, as opposed to maps like Convoy and Domination, as we get an Invisible Woman protection for Shikigami's last save slot, as they're going to be anticipating a lot of dive. And even though they have banned out the Venom, which I kind of actually like, the Jeff is problematic, yes, but it also means that Fate has to make a choice between getting to play the Jeff or getting to play the White Fox. Removing the Venom, yes, there's still Vanguards who are going to be able to dive, but Venom being able to get in, get out, soft dive, and pull the attention of 3 players, allowing the rest of Navi's whole team, 5 minus 1 Vanguard player, to take advantage of the rest of Shikigami's core, was just a little bit too problematic that we saw in Krakoa.
Between the Venom and that Deadpool as well, you've basically banned out everything that could possibly be empowering the Jeff as we head on in, meaning that, like you say, Fate has to make that decision. Currently, Rajaro might be looking to nick it from him, but we doubt that's probably going to make it out of the spawn. Navi's going to be starting on the defense, which means that Shikigami choosing to attack on this map. They have a lot of options and flexibility here, and they're hovering on some interesting stuff. We'll see how much of that makes it out the door. But the fact Navi are taking a lot longer to decide what they want to roll out with here does potentially show a little bit of a good sign for Shikigami's draft this time.
Oh, I told you in the break, there are certain people that you can't allow to get a hold of Loki, and Crook is one of them. Faye, I think, was thinking about going White Fox, but we should note this is not played on the latest patch on live, where the White Fox retains the tails when she spawns and also when the Loki goes for the copy onto her. So it looks like a decision is actually made to move Fate off of the White Fox and onto the Cloak and Dagger instead. Good way of reacting to that dive, but also good way of reacting to Shikigami's composition, because we talked about, you know, strength of players being able to get all the way around Central Park. Look at what Shikigami are running. We're back in a Prime Torch Ultron meta. We've got the Angela, the Ultron, the Mantis, and the Human Torch, but not quite the Mantis with the rest of the team, because Terra goes aggressive and takes the Mantis out ahead of time.
The plan forward is to split the team into 2 sets of 3. One set of 3 literally flies around the map and starts attacking from behind, sieging from above with their flying abilities. The other side pushes down main, causes a little bit of grief, but problem with that is you are running Vanguard, Deadpool, Invisible Woman, and Mantis. That is a solid amount of healing and a good amount of damage, but Mantis doesn't have a lot of protection if the Elsa is able to get onto them quick enough.
Oh, great force
but great capitalization by Shikigami, punishing a second attempt by Navi to go for a blow-up here, taking down 3 members, and trust me, is already moving over to Strange, realizing that that could snowball out of hand really quickly.
I mean, yeah, Rajara is going to be intercepted potentially by Isidore, body blocking as well. Leolaz entirely out of danger is going to be able to carve through Terra as well and continue putting the pressure onto Navi, who have no angle control currently. They're just having to hold their position onto the point and wait for level 1 Crook to hit the win condition of the Loki ultimate, which will afford them a little bit more space and a lot of confidence to go forward aggressively towards Shikigami's side of the map. Level 1 Crook, he's got the ultimate open for him. Navi waiting for that opportunity. Terra goes low and they've already lost Jerky. The regeneration domain a little bit too slow in its activation as we get the Eternal Bond, allowing Navi to walk forward.
Counter portal just came out there for a little bit of cutting off the escape route from the members of Navi to try and capitalize. Here comes the Rage of Ultron to power onto the backline. The Dagger Storm for a little bit of protection is going to force out the Eternal Bond from Fate to allow the Mirror, meaning that currently only ultimate in play while a lot of clones are charged up is the Supernova. The Shikigami, they don't need to use it yet. They've already got 2 charges up. They're all going to try and push it. Invisible Battery is burned, and that's going to allow Navi to push back, forcing Shikigami to pull the trigger, make the most of the heal while it's up, and try and get something out of it.
Wow, Rajar actually held on to Meteor Am for so long through that Torch ultimate. Terra gets hit by Banhammer, does have the peel available from the team with the Bulwark coming through from Rajar's end. And Navi actually, with level 1 Crook's regeneration domain, have been able to stabilize their position. Eye of Agamotto catches Name. Soul Resurgence does not afford CC immunity, but no follow-up damage comes through as Shikigami are keeping Navi occupied behind the point itself. Kaya went in super deep, managing to take out level 1 Crook and also take out Navi's sustainability. There goes their defense, and we head into the second point on Central Park, with Shikigami already making a play to grab a lot of space. And look at Navi's change-up. We're getting Jerky on the Wolverine. This isn't to deal with Isidore on that Doctor Strange. This is for a fastball potential to keep up the pressure onto the Flyers.
How can you deal with Flyers? You can play a hit scan and try and ping them out the sky and just try and whittle them down, but there is an extra bit of healing from the Ultron that's keeping it difficult. There's the Guardian Shield. It's going to be difficult to get that beautiful pickup from Isidore. Or you could literally remove them from their team and try and capitalize that way. That could be with the Hulk catching about the sky or the Wolverine. But right now, they're not getting the chance because great lockdown there. But it is still Shikigami with so much momentum right now, cutting off every reinforcement that Navi sent their way, one by one. And this is a fantastic start from Shikigami in map number 2.
Yeah, Jerky, though, is now onto the Star-Lord, which, in my opinion, is actually a much more effective and consistent counter against both the Ultron and the Torch, especially when you weigh Galactic Legend strength up against Rage of Ultron. That is only if the Star-Lord is given the space to get on top of the Flyers, however. Kyra's going to come on through with a Banhammer. Navi do not have a strategist ultimate to be able to sustain through this. Instead, it's a focus on Terra, just going past Shikigami's whole team and finding the catch onto Leolaz with the Elsa's primary. Does trade that position and life to Name, however, to be able to set that one up. But by taking out the Ultron, you've removed the threat of Shikigami walking forward with the Rage of Ultron, and Navi get an opportunity to stabilize their position.
Name and Lindstrom just trading heals in the backline with their pancakes just as they get poked down. Navi are putting so much attention right now onto those Flyers that the backline is getting a lot of freedom from Shikigami. Rage of Ultron. Kumiho is unleashed for the counter, but it's melted through by the Rage of Ultron. All that healing removed from the board, and Navi are being cleaned off the board here, forced to use the Fate of both worlds to try and sustain through with just one strategist and 2 duelists buying time, trying to burn through that clock, and maybe give an opportunity for Navi to reinforce. But with it being a 3 versus 6, this is Shikigami just picking them up one by one and looking for that second point.
Isidore's doing such a good job as well of keeping Jerky on his toes while also looking for those spear disruptions into the back line. Navi, by the way, the back line has swapped back to what was working for them against this dive on Krakoa with level 1 Crook. As we talked about, Loki not able to have those tails generated when he goes to copy over to that White Fox. Has to go for the Luna instead as Terra, oh my goodness, even coming back from spawn, losing 2 levels of instinct. Terra is an absolute monster. Shikigami now down as well. The Heaven's Retribution to pair alongside Frost Mountain's ultimate will forge a retreat to try to conserve their numbers as the Angela comes back so quickly. Navi take initiative moving forward with first ultimate, but Shikigami with the Soul Resurgence managed to sustain through it and turn the tide against Navi instead, catching the disengaging players as well with the speed boost that the Mantis ultimate grants.
The speed boost, the damage boost, and just the hypermobility of that torch, showing that it still has something in the tank, able to just chase them down beautifully. Fantastic soul resurgence to keep them in that fight, and now they're building up towards another Banhammer and their own Heaven's Retribution to try and capitalize to see if they can catch Navi on their way out of spawn. Trust me, is on the flank, looking for an opening, looking for someone to punish, and as the Galactic Legend comes on out, forcing the initial engage already, but the backline is getting turned into a blender by Kaya as Isidore takes down one. Frost Mountain makes it two, and Navi's defenses are shattered. Shikigami are pushing into the throne room.
Jerky's onto the Hella, just so you can surpass ultimate economy and have a potential hit scan 2-tapping the Flyers with the Ultron and the Torch, both vulnerable up in the open air. Lindstrom, though, with the Invisible Woman, the Guardian Shield staggering in front of them, denies Jerky the opportunity, just like Isidore denies Terra the opportunity of clutching things up for Navi as we head to this final checkpoint. Crook's not able to get on to the point in time, a hair away from fate of both worlds, which potentially could have turned the fate of Navi with a potential stall of the Luna ult, and Shikigami complete the full push. They look so much more comfortable running the Mantis, the Ultron, and the Torch. You can really see why the Mantis is turning into a priority ban on these convergence maps for a lot of these teams.
This is so different and fantastic to see right now from Shikigami. Now, let's see how they adjust for the defense. Is it going to be the same thing? Make the most of that courtyard where there's a lot of vertical cover to maybe make the most of those flyers? Or do they adjust it to something a little bit more of a dive potential for their opponent's backline, or even more of a bunker-style composition? For now, it looks like it's going to be the exact same because it works really well. Navi, though, they're the ones who now have to adjust, and you can start to see they're considering options. Once again, Jerky's looking at the Hela again to maybe just try and hit scan those flyers out the air. They're looking at keeping Terra on the Elsa because it is doing work when it's able to get positioning, and trust me, sticking on the Angela could give them a way to think about the sky. Jerky going to stick with what I also agree with you here. The Star-Lord could duel flyers a little bit more consistently and not relying on just damaging through 3 fractures worth of healing on one flyer.
Yeah, but, I mean, major props to Isidore. This Angela has been doing so much work into denying Jerky the opportunity to be able to do just that. Like, normally if you want to play these flyers, you would address the Star-Lord in the ban draft. But by removing the Gambit, leaving the Star-Lord open, they've just been able to assign Isidore to get that problem solved instead, as Jerky's actually going to go to the name, or Terra already fallen to the amount of incoming pressure from Shikigami's end. One-sided Mantis means 12% damage boost, so all of these hits are really going to hurt. With Navi running Fate on the Jeff and level 1 Crook on the Invis, there's not a lot of great burst healing to stand up to the amount of damage that Shikigami's side can output when they have these defensive positions, and Navi are funneled into one main choke to walk directly into all of it.
Look at the positioning of them here. You can just see everyone's hovering around the top of the courtyard, just making sure that they have full cover and drawing their attention, not just from left to right by flanking from behind, but up and down. You're taking damage from Mag if you step forward, taking damage from Torch from above. You've got your attention so split here, and that's forcing Navi to try and go for these isolations, as trust me, is trying to match Isidore, trying to make something happen here, and they're trying to make it through that gateway, utilizing the Monstro from the Namor on the backline. The Crook is down again. Trust me, is down again, and Navi are cleaned off the board. They've yet to touch the point Moxie.
That's really unfortunate as well for Navi, because like, you're taking this amount of incoming damage, you're looking for level 1 Crook to build Invisible Boundary ahead of Lindstrom, but losing the Invisible Woman in that fight now allows Lindstrom not only to equalize but to surpass the ultimate economy. Trust me's actually moved over to the 4. This is literally to counter Isidore. The moment that the Angela shows up, the 4 is going to be looking to disrupt and ground and allow Navi to melt through the Vanguard's health. As Rage of Ultron kicks things off on the side of Shikigami, Navi, though, had not committed to the walk until now. They're able to hide out inside the Invisible Boundary and rely hopefully on a shield being able to keep level 1 Crook up, but there is no form of protection, and they lose the Invisible Boundary way too early.
Terra last on the board, picked off by Lindstrom, who's been absolutely popping off this map as Shikigami repel them again. They still have Soul Resurgence as well, but Navi, they do have 3 ultimates in their pocket here. They have access to that Apex Predator and the It's Jeff. This is a fantastic map for It's Jeff due to the very close environmental position. They don't have a lot of setup for the Horn of Proteus outside of that Apex Predator, so we'll have to see where that gets dropped by Jerky. Supernova will be first onto the board, looking into that backline. Does a lot of damage, forcing Trust Me to massively isolate themselves from their team just to find a safe location.
Oh, Blessing of the Deeps already burned. Jerky's about to fall to Isidore, clearing out the lane. Namor gone. Horn of Proteus put on hold. And Shikigami, yet again, going to stave off Navi's approach. They might even be able to find a late elimination onto Rajaro here, who is so incredibly low. No, it's onto Terra instead, and that's even worse. Terra was getting into a position to be on an off angle with the Apex Predator to put the pressure onto Shikigami's back line. Unfortunately for him, though, like, where does Apex Predator even go? Potentially it catches Lindstrom, but it's not going to catch half of the team, who are literally up in the air. Glartrox might be many things, but it doesn't have wings.
Jerky's moved over to the Iron Man just to try and unibeam someone out the sky if they can get in there close and to ping the front line from a distance. Rajmar is able to get the engage onto Isidore, but they turn around, grab Jerky, and Kaya finishes it off. A beautiful execution. Isidore is just the king of the skies at this point, as right now Shikigami, they're down to only having to hold for 17 more seconds, grabbing Trust Me, and we might have to see a portal from Navi just to have any chance to contest this here. Jerky's on the Daredevil now, another swap just to try and get something into this backline. Shikigami, they know there is some flanking going on. Fate rushes in, has the It's Jeff, looking to potentially touch the point for the overtime, which they will be able to do. Dive onto the backline, takes out Jerky, looking for Fate. The Jeff coming on in to see if they can grab someone. The duel between Terra and Frostbound, and he finally takes it, able to isolate them. Fate is taken down. Meteoram into the backline for the Invisible Woman to take out the healing. Looks for the Elsa, but is not able to find them. Rajaro goes down as overtime is ticking off the board. Jerky's looking for a portal. It doesn't matter though.
It's done. Like, yes, Navi are able to get invisible boundary on the field, but they're not able to hold their position with the actual Invisible Woman. She has to go unseen with the threat of Meteor M. Like, we got to see just that from level 1 Crook's own POV. Invisible Woman off of the point, not able to heal the rest of the team, because if you stay too close, that Meteor is going to come right for you. Shikigami, full hold Navi. I mean, we said threat level 7.5 or higher. Shikigami defending Central Park with that composition, threat level through the roof. We surpassed level 10.
I'm scared. I'm very, very scared. If you look at the healing numbers, the Ultron, who now has those 2 drones, kept up with the Mantis while doing 15k damage. That's more than Rajaro. That's more than Terra. Leo just absolutely doing an incredible job. The zoning potential, but you called it earlier, even though the most KOs, most final hits does go over to Frost Mountain, it's Isidore with the positioning, able to find people, isolate people, and control that battlefield. Navi were never able to get the flanks or the sneaky positions or even just get through main without being harassed and picked off by the Angel.
I mean, it's the casualties. It's the casualties from the side of Shikigami that tell the full story, right? Name goes down once, Leolaz twice, Lindstrom once, Kaya once. So the fact that you're playing Flyers who should be vulnerable and get picked apart by Navi, who constantly cycle through so many different attempts at dealing with those Flyers. We saw the Wolverine fastball, we saw the Star-Lord. Like you pointed out, we saw break glass in case of emergency at one point. Iron Man come through just to have the Unibeam tracking to blitz down the Torch, the Ultron before the triple strategist sustain could start to kick on through, and it just was not enough. Shikigami was so adept at keeping those Flyers in the sky.
Yeah, Shikigami previously cooking with Kaya, cooking up something pretty spicy with the Torch, but we'll have to see what Navi want to do. We have to go to a full convoy map. They're probably going to want to go to something where they can dive a little bit more, but we shall see after this break. Last time that we saw Navi losing in the sort of main Marvel rival circuit was Grand Finals against Virtus Pro, and it's been a while since then, but Shikigami surprising with an interesting composition. Now Navi do have the choice of map. Moxie, I think it would be crazy and hyperbolic to be like ban out stuff like the Torch or the Ultron or the Angela, but we are going to the Museum of Contemplation, so Angela actually probably isn't a bad shout of a ban.
Yeah, but I mean, this is not a good map for Torch, given the fact that there's not a lot of cover, and when you break around those corners, it's into very long angles, which are very nice and open. So I feel like for Navi, at least this being a BO3, they don't have to worry about going back to a convergence, where they would, I'm sure, run into that triple strategist Torch Ultron composition yet again.
Tetra, what do you sort of want to see, like, the adjustments from Navi? Like, are there any players that, like, even though it seemed that the whole team was a little bit perplexed on how to deal with that composition from Shikigami, were there any players that you felt were like, I just need to see a little bit more of you, and if I do, Navi have a strong chance of coming back into?
Honestly, no. I think everyone on Navi played well. It's just they were outdrafted in terms of the setup here. I'm just happy if this is, as Moxie said in a previous day, this is a amazing map for dive because there are so many flanking positions where you can just wrap around and cause issues. And literally before the break, we were saying we need Navi to maybe go somewhere a bit more dive friendly, and it's exactly what they want. If we're going to see Navi bring it back, this is a really good place to do so. I wouldn't be surprised if this does go 2-1 in Navi's favor, but we saw Shikigami have a really solid draft in that second map, so we know they can bring it against Navi and bring stuff they don't expect. This is their opportunity to keep this momentum going and maybe prove themselves.
I do find it really funny that, like, the draft was so focused on taking some of the duelists out for Frostmountain, you know, Daredevil, anything sort of melee focused, and he's like, you have no idea what I'm about to do to you guys. It really, like, that's a surprising thing, that it really did seem to throw, like, Navi for a loop there. But I think one of the characters that was picked and one-sided for Shikigami, Navi even, I imagine would be the same here, Moxie, would be Daredevil.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Both times we've got to see Navi really, like, want to go to Museum of Contemplation, and as Tetra mentioned, this map is really, really good for dive if you want to play a full dive composition, or if you want to just commit half of your team and more rely on the space that sending, like, a solo Venom in does manage to create for the rest of the composition.
Tetra, I think, this is exactly what you want to see out of groups. Like, Navi looking like a strong freight train favorite still in this series, sure, but Shikigami throwing in a lot of curveballs and surprises so early in the tournament.
It's amazing to see. We were looking at this group being like there is a lot of potential for upsets, and already Shikigami coming in, showing us exactly what they can do. I'm going to tell you who's going to be enjoying this the most. Heretics are going to be sitting, watching. They do not play today. Just like, write that down, and just enjoying every minute of this as we head into the draft. And once again, one-sided Gambit, one-sided Elsa, and a secure on the Elsa being hovered for Navi.
I mean, it feels like Navi have this very strong identity on all maps of just get Terra Elsa as quickly as possible, since you can solo clutch out a whole lot of these fights. But one thing that, like, we're really seeing teams manage to take advantage of if they're able to secure the Gambit is the fact that Gambit empowers so much. If you ban out Elsa, it's like, okay, we've banned out Elsa, we don't really have to worry about what else that Elsa is going to have access to. If Gambit gets through the draft, though, you have to really start thinking, like, is it worth burning a ban on Rogue? Do we have to target out the Star-Lord? Sort of the similar things that we got to see in the last series on Heart of Heaven. So as we can see, like, Gambit is a save from Shikigami's side. Navi instantly have to react with that Loki ban.
One protect on Gambit immediately dictating so much of the rest of Navi's draft of how much they're willing to give on up. The Loki ban comes on out, and they're looking to once again potentially secure themselves a one-sided Daredevil, but they flip it. They're going to take out the Venom. They know that Shikigami do play a little bit of that symbiote themselves, so being able to pressure the backline could still be very tough to deal with, as we already mentioned. Flanking with verticality is Venom's bread and butter, being able to climb literally around the map and find good positioning that way, but that does open Shikigami up to potentially get Frost back on that Daredevil. But they secure the Deadpool instead. They know that Daredevil's good, but they'd rather have that little bit of burst damage and flexibility to potentially put a duelist on the Deadpool, as we said before.
Yeah, they also removed the Jeff as well, so even if Navi do manage to secure a Venom for their side, it won't be with the symbiotic shenanigans. That being said, Venom doesn't rely solely on that cooldown, especially, as you said, on this map, which has a lot of focus around first corner, especially on verticality, and Venom literally being able to start the fight above on the wall, drop down, disrupt, and get back up, all while creating a whole lot of space for the rest of his team to make a play off of, is going to be something that I'm sure we get to see from Navi's side, considering the fact that they actually go for a save, taking Shikigami's opportunity of banning the Venom out away. So instead they turn their attention to level 1 Crook's hero pool, removing the Loki, as I would assume this will be the lock coming out. Yep, there we go. Loki is just too strong, both in neutral and your ultimate abilities, and being able to get out and disengage everything. So for Navi, it feels yet again we're going to see these like 2 win conditions. Trust me, creating space on the Venom, with Jerky getting to play alongside him and funneling the information of when and where to hit, and in the meantime, Terra taking advantage of all of the chaos and looking to actually find the eliminations that will stick.
Does allow Fate to go back onto that White Fox, with Crook potentially empowering them with that team up, as that is what they start the hover with. We'll see if that's what they roll out with, as they are going to be starting on attack here. This was Navi's map choice. They've got themselves some solid dive to start us off with. They've got the Venom, they've got Captain America here coming back in, a Navi special, and of course they do have the option for that one-sided Daredevil to give them the ability to scout out ahead and choose exactly where to dive, and so they can also have it on defense to see where Shikigami choose to engage them from. Shikigami, though, they're starting a little bit more dive heavy themselves, with Rogue coming in with that Gambit team up, the Wolverine to give even more isolation, and if anyone they grab with that Wolverine, they have a Vanguard Deadpool to isolate them.
I mean, Force Mountain on this Wolverine could actually play to just counter-grab Navi's Vanguards when they show up for those dive hits, turning what should be a soft dive into a forced hard dive and punishable hit. Because if you're Shikigami, you don't want to commit the dive, you want to actually go for a brawlier playstyle, which suits both the Deadpool and the Rogue to a T. If they go for a dive hit, then Navi would punish with things like the Luna and the White Fox, and we can actually see Fate's moved on to the Rocket instead. Great force physics coming on through from Lindstrom, setting up the elimination onto Terra, and Navi losing a lot of dash potential, although they're still able to trade it out. Kaya falls, and that's absolutely huge, because Kaya would have hit the ban hammer in the first fight.
Crook able to get a pickup of their own here, and is building up towards a fate of both worlds extremely quickly, allowing the setup, the slow push from Navi. But look at the positioning of Fate there, not staying immediately on the point, pulling forwards and back until they know where Shikigami are, so they don't get caught out of position. Once they see him, they know they can move forward and position a little bit further forward to get the healing output, as the backline is being dove onto as aggressively as they can by Navi, taking out Lindstrom. Jerky is taken off the map, exactly what you were talking about by Frost Mountain on that Wolverine, but numbers heavily in Navi's favor, forcing Shikigami to back up. Kaya's going to look for a portal, meaning that they might try and touch that point for one last delay. Beautiful lockdown to try and delay, but Rogue's going to be able to move her way in and
roll
touch the point, at least for a little bit of a delay. Rated roll flush available, coming on out from Navi to commit to this fight. Everyone on the board. It's so early in this matchup, but every second you burn through, every minute you hold them on this first point is going to be great for the defensive team, and in that case, Shikigami are more than happy to burn that cooldown.
Yeah, the problem is that with Navi going for this dive, like Shikigami having to give up so much space to react to it, there's zero pressure coming out on Fate and level 1 Crook in comparison to the nightmare that Name and Lindstrom are both facing. It did allow, though, Nami to have that first strategist ultimate up and Navi nothing to be able to match it. This time, the same cannot be said. Invisible boundary from Lindstrom is potentially going to be forced, having to be used to give them the opportunity of burning through the Cosmic Gun Amplifier, and they all get carried outside of it by the Apex Predator of Terra, sending the Glottrox right through. This time Shikigami don't have a reliance as well on a Gambit ultimate to flip the fight. It's the last stand instead, pinning so many players onto the convoy and setting Shikigami up to potentially trade and maybe win out this fight. They think it's winnable, Tetcha. Heartbreaker is ripped through, unfortunately, though, and Layla's investing the Galactic Legend means that Shikigami have so little to grab any space when Navi decide to push up aggressively to take this first fight on second.
They thought it was winnable or at least delayable, but burning a Galactic Legend for that, it's an ability that charges up fairly quickly, but it's still rough to see that. Kaya has moved over to the Hulk, moving off the Strange after that portal earlier, actually close to an Aya Nagamoto. They just much rather have the combo. So looking to see if they can send Frost Mountain deep on in and catch someone out of position. Looking for the Venom there, trying to catch Crosby on the wall, unable to get that final hit. But now Leo being dove onto the backside. Here comes the Freedom Charge from Raj. Hero's Nami is still trying to cause grief. And once again, you're seeing just the entirety of Shikigami just losing edges and feet of space every time Nami even tried to step up.
Oh, Kaya gets hit by the snare as well from Terra, so can't even disengage. Shikigami, they will have a recontest opportunity here. They have the Raging Roll flush. Navi do have heals to be able to sustain through it with level 1 Crook's ultimate, though, and you can use that to damage boost. Trust me, Feast of the Abyss to potentially find the elimination through. That's Feast of the Abyss first. Shikigami still not bowing, saving the Gambit ultimate until now. They've been able to get on top of Rajaro 2 before level 1 Crook can heal him, but he's brought back by the Battle Recall Beacon, and Navi still have all of their players in full. Lindstrom's taking so much pressure as well. Navi really wanting to try to take out this Invisible Woman or force the Invisible Boundary before it can be used to stabilize on the point.
Try and get into that backline for Shikigami. They're building up some ultimate charge. They've been able to hold on once again. Widely considered to be one of the most difficult points on any convoy map to push. But into the backline, Invisible Boundary will come out from Lindstrom, allowing them to keep it going and catching Jerky with the burst damage that Gambit can do with that Fade deck. Able to push on in to the backline. Isidore looking for isolated members. Could go for Terror, but would rather take out the backline. Let their team deal with the duelist. The freeze is good, but they still take down Fade and Crook. The Galactic Legend comes on out from Leo a little bit late in that fight, after the push is already concluded, but they are able to make sure that Trust Me retreats all the way back to their team.
Yeah, I mean, Isidore was just the sort of scapegoat there. Going in, getting hit by the CC so that Leolaz did not have to worry about getting hit by the Absolute Zero midway through that Galactic Legend. Kayati has actually swapped onto the Angela, which made it a little bit harder for Navi to be able to successfully land this dive deep into that back line. There we go. Navi tried to formulate the dive on the back line. Instantly, Kaya hits Heaven's Retribution onto the rest of Navi's team, so Terra can't round the corner and shoot in when Shikigami are distracted. But the Devil out comes on through, gets grabbed on up though by both the Rogue and the Wolverine afterwards. They still have been able to keep Jerky up though, and Navi continue to push forward. This time Shikigami won't have a strategist ultimate to stabilize. It feels like this truly is Navi picking up the second point and heading into third.
Jerky going down to just over 60 HP in that fight, almost getting finished off, but Fate with the healing and the very quick Apex Predator from Terra was able to grab enough of the damage and force them out of position so they weren't focusing Jerky, allowing them to continue that fight for long enough to claim that second point. Now, Isidore, sticking on this Rogue, has a Heartbreaker. They also have a last stand for the Wolverine, giving them the opportunity to try and dive on in, but they're not going to have that Wolverine as they're caught out by Terra, getting drained by Isidore, looking for that lockdown with the Raging Roll flush for the commit into the backline, but it's being counteracted so quickly by the Fate of both worlds, but that doesn't stop Leo from just unleashing damage, able to take down Terra, but they still have the Rebirth Beacon.
I mean, Navi can keep playing in this fight too, since Rajara has that freedom charge. Isidore still holding on to the Heartbreaker. The moment the Rogue ult pops, Navi might be forced to part with the Captain Americas to sustain through, but down Jerky, maybe they're going to start pulling a little bit more back. Missing that Daredevil, they can't make a play to flank past Shikigami's front line, and it does look like the pressure will temporarily ease as Isidore now turns his attention to clearing out all of the potential flanks.
Keeping an eye out on said flanks, looking for an opportunity to either go themselves or catch anyone, as right now Kaya in the Skya is looking to see if they can grab anyone out of position. Freedom charge from Rajaro to open up for Navi. They want to try and curate as much space as possible. It's going to be ult charge boost from the Captain America versus the ult charge steal from Isidore, as both teams look to try and build their way up. But Shikigami, they still have that last stand, and Navi trying to build up a full engage. And Isidore once again caught away from the strategist, is focused down. The counter on the other side though, they find Jerky, trying to push forward, trying to make space, but caught out of position.
Oh. That was disgusting, Tara. The tracking! pixel perfect up against Kaya on that Angela. And I mean, this also just has not gone down. So Terra is at maximum ability, maximum threat level, and especially with the 40% damage boost from Cosmic on Amplifier, Navi are just not going to get slowed down. Nami, unfortunately, not going to have the Raging Royal Flush for Shikigami to hold their ground and try to answer back. And we're going to go to one final fight. But this time, Navi get to start off already in position to hit Shikigami as they come out of these respawn positions. They will have that Gambit ultimate ready to go to pair with Leolas with that Galactic Legend, and Navi don't have a wave sustaining through this. They have to just kite it instead. Level 1 Crook falls, Terra shortly alongside 2, and in the overtime, this should be enough for Shikigami to finally clear Navi off of the point and let them come to a hold.
Jerky's rushing the point, just trying to delay. He gets a bonus health, but there's only so much one Daredevil can do. Terra's rushing a portal, but there's no way it's going to make it in time. Shikigami do hold pre the triple cap, but that was a lot of distance on a map that is notoriously hard to break through point 1 and 2.
Yeah, and I mean, Navi as well. Like, that dive is just going to be so good on the defense. Because, like, something to talk about for Shikigami, right? First on second especially, they were so preoccupied defending against the dive that we saw things that they could be used to aggressively set up their own compositions, like the Heaven's Retribution, turned instead and thrown to prevent Navi's momentum, which just meant that Shikigami never really got the offensive capabilities. They didn't take first turn, they had to play second fiddle. And that is not going to work when they're on the attack, because, I mean, if you play for second turn, Navi don't actually have to do anything. They just get to sit back and be like, if you're not going to make a move, we're just going to let time burn out and you play yourself.
Looks like Navi are going back to an old classic on defense. They're sticking with a little bit of dive with that Venom, but they're actually looking for a bunker-style composition. A classic who's moving away since Elsa has been released from the 3 Vanguard, 3 Strategist setup, because Elsa's really good, in case you didn't know. So being able to go in with someone who can dive and set up with Trust Me on that Venom, having Rajaro on the Emma Frost, someone we're not seeing it too much recently, but someone who can hold down a frontline solo relatively okay, while having the Mantis and the Adam Warlock to build up as much defensive damage and that little bit of extra state from potential revive as possible.
I mean, the Psionic Seduction is going to interfere with the Starlord ultimate, also directly interferes with Frost Mountain's plan, but Kaya on that Groot could interfere with Jerky's line of sight, Fate and level 1 Crook as well. If Trust Me goes in and tries to soft dive, there is a high potential that he gets wolf grabbed, and Navi lose the opportunity of creating that space. Indeed, there it is. Trust Me goes for the soft dive, instantly turned with the fast wall, and Frost Mountain's right on top of him. Unfortunately, everyone took their eye off Terra. There's nothing standing in the Elsa's way, and he walks away with the first elimination of the round.
Kaya's trying to create a little bit of a barrier so they can just focus on Trust Me when they move in. We're utilizing these walls to separate them, but in the meantime, too much damage coming in. Terra with the bounce on that living gunshot is able to create too much space. Moving on in, beautiful tracking and pickup. Terra goes down to the revenge shot by Leolas. As once again, Shikigami look for the opening. Trust Me, diving into the backline though. They keep having to flip their attention so quickly. The Wolverine not in position for the pickup that time. But while this is happening, the card is moving forward very slowly. Focus onto the Venom. Symbiotic Resilience forced to come out. So they are going to retreat, and that allows the Raging Royal Flush to come on out. Blaster Barrage with the chase to melt through Adam, forcing out the Cocoon. And he's already only at 63%. The car moves forward.
I mean, it's not moving forward at the moment, though, because Trust Me does what you're supposed to do. You're losing the fight, but you're just going to make sure that you go down on the convoy to give Navi an opportunity. Yes, they don't have players currently, but they've got enough distance and time to set up a strange portal, which means that both Fate and Terra can use their ultimates to flip the fight against Shikigami, who already were in full disengagement, worried they would lose someone the moment the portal opened.
Don't want to lose anyone, but it's also, while this portal comes out, needs one more fight, which means Jerky is building their way up to 73% after getting that beautiful snipe onto Lindstrom. There may be an opportunity for a revive. One down, Name off the board. This is a lot of time being gained for Navi right now. This is going to be a full reset from Shikigami. There's no way they take this fight. They even are able to stagger Isidore just a little bit. And this is great news for Navi. They hold, they didn't even use defensive ultimates for that, and they are almost at that Karmic Revival. But Shikigami, outside of Raging Royal Flush, have literally every possible tool.
I mean, Fate should lose the ultimate way up against Nami's Eternal Bond, since more healing, but also Terror Cape vulnerability. But Shikigami just have no control of map space at the moment. Iso's actually going all the way around to mark Jerky. They know the Atom does not have the self-res, but he has to come back to help clear out the Venom. Now you have to deal with Terror popping up on that same angle, and the amount of time that Navi are burning off of Shikigami before they can commit to this fight. Fate comes through with the invisible boundary. Rajara's Eye of Agamotto does unfortunately get CC cancelled by Frost Mountain's pin, but this is all according to plan. Navi knew that they were going to lose players. They were setting up the Karmic Revival position to bring them all back.
But they have no defensive ultimates anymore. They use Soul Resurgence and Invisible Foundry at the same time, meaning there's no more healing abilities for Navi, meaning Shikigami with the Galactic Legend have the skies controlled, but here comes Terror out of the sky! The sharpshooting Hunter takes them down. Apex Predator through the group walls to look for an opening, and Navi could possibly have stabilized from that. Cocoon is still available for Jerky, so they can return to this fight and at least apply some healing to keep it going for a little bit longer. Crook on the flank grabs one more, and Shikigami on what looks like a clean opening are starting to get cleaned up. Wolverine for the focus down, gets that little bit of bonus help from that healing factor, but it's not enough. And the chase down from Navi is huge. 18 seconds on the board, and it's portal time for Shikigami.
It's portal time, but is it going to be clutch time? Because, again, like, Navi are about to hit the ultimates first. They're all split up as well, so Shikigami are going to lose out to the angles that Navi control currently. Out for the portal, they hop behind the cover of the Seraphim Shield from Kaya. We're in the overtime, but where's the endgame for Shikigami? Navi is close to Eternal Bond. Maybe you get it up in time. That's what you're looking for. Rajaro does get stunned. The Soul Bond comes on through from Navi. Terra claims the lives of the Wolverine, and Navi starts shredding through the players who unfortunately just cannot hold their position on the point itself, and overtime burns out before any ultimates have the chance of coming through. Full hold completed, and that feels a little bit more like personal revenge after the full hold against them earlier on Central Park. Terror with the MVP, and I mean, when we looked at the things that this guy was doing on the Elsa against the Angela, oh boy, do we have to wait for the matchup of Terror versus Sparker when it comes to who truly is the best Elsa Bloodstone in EMEA.
29 and 4 for KO, 17 final hits, and Terror with that pickup onto Leolaz as they came in with the Galactic Legend with no defensive tools available for Navi. If that had been left uncontested, that could have been Shikigami breaking that first point. Terror had himself positioned beautifully to avoid getting picked up and was able to just move forward in a way that he was able to track that Star-Lord perfectly, get the pickup, and secured that sustain for Navi, allowing them to regroup and hold the point long enough to actually win the round. Amazing execution. What a series, though, between these two teams.
Well, we wanted a close series. Exactly.
You gotta guess some of the predictions, I think. Like, people have predicted that Navi's just going to be at the top of the group just off the rip. It's probably better to just give them a little bit of a fright. Maybe not as much as other regions, potentially, but we do want to see Navi being challenged. It is early days yet, and Shikigami at least showing how the meta can change on Central Park at the very least, but everything else seems very much well suited towards this style of play that Navi are going for, right, Moxie?
Yeah, I mean, like we said, the moment we saw the ban draft and Navi's composition, it really did feel like they just had this focus of, we're going to go with a dive for the rest of our team so we can take as much space away from the enemy as possible, and we can let Terra do what Terra does best, which is just absolutely melt through everyone in his path. 34,000 damage done, by the way, on Museum of Contemplation, which translated into 17 final hits with an accuracy of 56%. I know we talked about, is it worth going for the instant ban on the Elsa or the Gambit, but against Navi, honestly, it's just as terrifying for both.
Scary prospect, I think. Some good moments, I think, on that map at the very least, like pretty much on some of the changes that Shikigami sort of made, some of the compositions that they were going for, stuff like a bit of the whole Frost Mountain on the Wolverine, wasn't able to get the Daredevil, but it did seem a little bit like, okay, these teams that know their map picks and have got the choice of like these different ones. Interesting to see that Navi is using Museum, right, Tech?
It benefits them so much, though. We talked about it, just being able to dive so effectively, having that versatility to attack from multiple angles, and the fact that it is a map that's very hard to hold while they have great angles with people like ALTR and Venom in particular. The fact that they went for a very classic triple strategist with the Adam, but it's the execution of it that I was happy with. Being able to make sure they had enough time for a portal back to continue to build Adam charge, not panicking and losing out on all that potential value and having to swap Adams really quickly on point 2 if they decide not to use it. It's the execution that is just the Navi we've come to know and love.
I mean, let's not forget as well, before Level 1 Crook was known for his Loki performances back in mid-season, he was one of the OG Mantis mains, always trying to play the Mantis, so Navi very much got a case of comfort picks for some of their team, and what looks like a new comfort pick for Terra.
It's a good mix, I would say. For this group, I suppose, for this, like Navi put themselves top with 2 wins so far out of 2. Shikigami, you guys had predicted Heretics to be above them at the end of group stages. Are you reconsidering it a little bit after watching Shikigami, or do you think that sort of relies a little bit more on how Heretics are going to be looking as the weeks go on?
I mean, I'm gonna hold my my analysis until we actually get to see Heretics versus Shikigami on Convergence. Because, like, the Navi that we got to see on Domination and Convoy was vastly different to the Navi that we got on Convergence, which was sort of my theory, that Navi will do really, really well when they're winning. They're a team that's very momentum-based, but the moment that they run into a problem that they can't quite solve super easily, because there are so many players who have the opportunity of being the clutch factor, it might be a case of too many cooks in the kitchen, and we see multiple different solutions, but no resources put into one specific one of them, so it's sort of like a jack of all trades, master of none situation.
In my predictions, there were 2 points that I was really stressing about, like, where to put people, and it was, who do I put, Heretics or Shikigami? And I decided to give Heretics the benefit of the doubt there, and the bottom of Group B, just seeing where those teams stat, like Vision, who are really performing well, Crownfall, everyone around that area. It's a stressful group where seeing where people land, these are the ones I really struggled with, and I feel happy with what I did because I made a choice, and that's difficult because choice anxiety is hard. But in terms of being right, I might not be. Honestly, these teams are all playing so well, and we love to see it.
A little bit of analysis paralysis, I suppose, but we do have an interview with the MVP of the mid-season finals, not the one that was playing the White Fox at the very least, but the counterpart that was playing the Lunar Snow. We've got Crook on the line in a second to go over. I think the main question that we have to start with, Crook, was that second map, that, like, the triple flyers, the torch. Did that catch you by surprise? Had you seen it in scrims before? Because it looks difficult to deal with.
I think they had a great ban line there, and they did catch us off 100%. We haven't scrimmed against it, and Central Park is also one of those maps where the Ultron Torch, back in the days when it was meta, it was the map to play it on, the best map for it, and I think they recognized that, so they applied it into this newer patch, newer iteration of the game. And yeah, we didn't have any answer for it, and we definitely have to think about that comp a bit more moving forward.
So looking then at some of the rest of the new comps, we got to see obviously the White Fox and you getting to play the Lunar Snow alongside it. As a strategist, does that change like any way that you approach in terms of positioning against things like the dive? Because you guys survived so insanely well against the full dive composition coming through on Krakoa.
Well, I mean, you get the Lunar White Fox team up as well, which is great to live. You can charm the Daredevil, the Cap, whoever is diving you, and once the Venom is banned out, dive is not as dangerous. I think right now Venom is a super strong dive hero, but Cap is not as lethal, and you can peel against it really well with the White Fox melee form, which also denies DD extremely well. If you look at a 1v1 perspective, White Fox is one of the only heroes that can actually win a 1v1 against Daredevil. There's not any other hero that can consistently do that.
And we've already talked about the compositions a little bit. I want to talk about the team itself. You obviously have a new member here in the form of Terra, coming all the way over from the Americas. How is this fitting together as a roster? How are you all gelling moving into this new year?
Well, I mean, we're getting used to each other. It can be a bit heated. It is personalities clashing against each other. So sometimes it's not that easy, but I think we're improving. I think we're getting to know the meta more and more, and we keep figuring stuff out. There's new challenges every day, and we just do our best to get past them.
A day at a time, which I think was pretty much like your most successful approach, right? Thinking about like grand finals and stuff and how you managed to move through it. I did want to ask, with the meta changes as well, like the less ultimates and stuff, and obviously White Fox being added in, some changes to Gambit, which of like the roles do you think is having the most impact right now? Because if it's strategists, the meta leans very nicely to you and Fate, right? Because you are both so creative with the characters that you play. You're very good on all of the characters, whether they're meta or a bit more niche. Or do you think like Vanguard's duelists hold a lot of the power this patch?
Difficult question to answer off the top of my head, but it very much depends on the style which the enemy team is playing. Generally speaking though, I think strategists have more impact now with White Fox in the game, Ultron being back, Mantis being pretty good, Gambit being pretty good. Those are kind of the heroes that you can carry on. Cloak and Loki somewhat, but on Cloak it's pretty hard to have a massive impact on the game besides having well-timed Fates and well-timed ults. So yeah, I'm enjoying this meta quite a bit right now. Before it was very Elsa dominated, but of course Elsa has many nerfs now, so she's not as prevalent anymore in the meta, which I do think is healthy for the game. And Vanguard, well, the Vanguard, it's kind of in the middle. They have impact, but if you're on Angela and stuff, you're kind of just playing to punish people and you don't really initiate anything.
I mean, there's so many moving parts, I suppose, and it's all still being worked out. Final question, really quickly. We've been deliberating a lot of like Shikigami versus Heretics, like who is like the team right behind you in that group? You've already played Shikigami. Are you looking at Heretics being like a tougher opponent, or do you think it's about even with how those two teams are?
I think on paper and looking at results, Heretics are for sure the stronger team. But I do think this is a great meta for Shikigami. It fits their playstyle pretty well. So it's gonna come down to the ban phase. Who's gonna win, in my opinion.
Amazing. I mean, I'm excited to see you guys play. You are up against Peps tomorrow, so I'll let you sort of chill out for a little bit. We'll see you in action then. And thanks again, Brock, for tuning in and giving us some of your insight.
Thank you too. Bye-bye.
It's always nice to get like deep answers, certainly from the strategists, because it feels really like they are the ones that hold all of the cards. Quite literally if you're playing Gambit, Moxie, but it's very much like that's the backline that you want when stuff is moving as quickly as this in this map.
Yeah, I mean, it's always down to the backline in terms of alt tracking as well, right? So they have to have a really good read on what exactly the meta is turning into and what are the winnable fights for them when they get pressured.
I'm excited really to see where the limits are for both of these teams and whether there's going to be more twists and turns. But this next game is a really good one. We get to see some of the Saudi Arabian teams really start to show off how good they are in Ignite with a battle from the region. We're going to be seeing exactly how Crownfall versus Vision is going to go after a break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do NES. Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time?
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Suffer in the darkness. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Behold, that child! Survive this!
Those two teams from Group B that really piqued our interest yesterday, even though one team won and one team lost, it probably was Vision and Crownfall. Vision taking a really surprising, fast, easy win against Reason yesterday, but also we saw Crownfall actually give Virtus Pro a bit of a fight back. I wouldn't say it was close, Moxie, but Crownfall showed a lot of promise against the world champions.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, Crownfall going up against Virtus Pro, it was an unfortunate matchup for them, one which we really did feel Virtus Pro would just win. The Vision Esports Reason, though, that one honestly did not go the way that we expected, partly because Vision actually had to replace some of their players since they were too young to play, and honestly, Gainer has been an insane addition to this team, getting to play both the Vanguard Deadpool, but also looking really strong on the Rogue. When it got banned out, Zerx 2 in the place of Wealthy has been a really good duelist for this team. Like, getting to see these two go head to head, now we get to see, like, Vision Esports, Crownfall, how close is this matchup actually going to be?
Exciting. I think one thing as well to note with Gainer is Gainer and Abu who were on OGC together, and they're going up head to head today, Tetra. Not only as just the Vanguards, but probably as the Deadpool Vanguard specifically. Both of them had really, really good showings on the character yesterday.
We know that Gainer is so incredible at these clutch moments. We've seen it all the way back from when they were like the Doctor Strange, who was there for like clutch moments for their team in the past. And we talked about just how incredible the delay tactics from Abuhu on their own Deadpool Vanguard were. These two players are resilient, and that's a word I really want to emphasize, just how good they are at sticking on the point. Even when their team isn't with them, they know exactly how to position, they know exactly how to move to avoid as much damage as possible when they're alone, while doing enough damage to cause enough grief when they're grouped up with their teams.
Vision Esports, when they were playing as the Lions in the previous seasons of MRC, they were domination gods. Honestly, they were so good at this game mode. We saw it yesterday. So Crownfall playing up against it, and really I think it's going to be who can get onto the board faster.
Well, here comes the ban draft, and oh boy, is it instant. Both teams taking the Gambit out, which now depowers things like the Rogue as well as that Star-Lord if it's able to make it through. Crownfall actually going to be going for the save onto the Elsa as well, since this is sort of like the theory, right? If Elsa isn't the insta-ban, she's likely going to be the first save outside of maybe the Vanguard Deadpool, which Vision Esports will ensure Crownfall cannot play, potentially leading into one-sided Vanguard Deadpool here, or they might go for the Elsa to match.
So far, these teams are just mirroring each other, just slightly out of sync thanks to the ban system. We're seeing Elsa secured and the Gambit's removed. Now, will we see that Vanguard Deadpool? Yep, so far they just continue to mirror each other. Both seem very satisfied that these three right here are a problem, and you know what? I agree.
Yeah, potentially mirror Daredevil ban as well coming on through. Vision might actually want to follow through with the Mantis to target out Crownfall's potential for a triple strategist line, as Vision Esports now actually might be able to secure themselves one-sided Mantis, since this is a save slot as opposed to a ban, meaning that Crownfall now cannot target her and might have to go for something like an Ultron ban, but Loki was still on the field toucher, and Loki is a much more prominent issue to remove instead.
Especially with Mantis already secured, you do not want that Deitific Vitality team up between the Mantis and the Loki, where Loki gets his regeneration domain radius massively expanded and gives damage boost out of it, meaning it could be incredibly powerful with someone like an Elsa, who already does like a load of damage. Having multiple sources of damage boost can be extremely difficult to deal with. Crownfall, they choose a little bit more safe and sustainable. They're going to protect the Invisible Woman in order to make sure that that backline is a little bit more, just not going to be as harassed as much by Elsa.
Ooh, Jeff is the last ban coming through on the side of Vision Esports. So Crownfall do get access to one-sided Daredevil for their hits on the dive to know where to go, but they lose the Jeff to be able to coordinate with the speed bubbles and the symbiotic shenanigans. So do we actually see them decide to stick with a dive composition, or is it going to be more of a 50-50 split? Daredevil Venom to free up the space, and Elsa to actually find the eliminations. There's a Vision Esports securing the Mantis. It's not just the Ultron potential that you have to worry about, this being domination. It's Adam Warlock time. I know he is getting hit pretty heavily by the ult generation nerfs, but Soul Bond, without needing to rely on it as a cooldown in the first fight, is very, very strong, especially to survive an initial dive hit when Crownfall don't have the symbiotic shenanigans to match the sustain.
I love that you brought that up, because it is worth talking about. The ult nerfs hit so many people so hard, but what it did really give a boost for are Adam and Loki. The regeneration domain and the soul bond, they are ultimate level abilities put on as basic abilities. You've brought it up so many times in the past, and it is worth bringing up just how valuable those are.
Yeah, I mean, there's a genuine strategy last year where teams would roll out on Adam Warlock composition, win the first fight, get the point cap, and then just stubbornly not lose the fight for a whole 70% plus before they finally lost one and went back to swap on the comp that they actually wanted to play. As keep an eye on Satam. Once that Soul Bond is forced, that's Crownfall's cue to be able to turn up the aggression, as it's going to be up to Gainer for the Venom on Vision sides to occupy the backline on Crownfalls and try to bait out the regeneration domain.
Already a little bit of pressure into the backline of Crownfall as Venom pushes on into the fight, mirrored immediately by Rosa, who takes a lot of damage. The chase is good. Zerg's able to counteract that beautifully. The Groot is applying a little bit of pressure from Abuhu, but they're able to play around it. There's so many angles they can take here, melting through with the damage boost from that Mantis, and Zerg is just uncontested. The dive was countered, the chase is on, and they just do so so much.
70% to first ult with the ult generation nerfs added on top, by the way. FHTC is actually going to be swapping onto the Psylocke, as Crownfall have the unfortunate job of trying to get past Vision Esports' hold at this choke, which is why FHTC on that Psylocke will try and take an off angle from the high ground, pull Gainer's attention, and allow the rest of the team, in particular the backline, safe passage around corner and onto the point itself.
Looking to try and catch Gainer as they pressure that backline once again, but will pull back to the rest of the team. We almost have Soul Resurgence with a visible boundary. Will be the first charge up for the side of Vision. Satam is doing a great job charging up. Dragon Prison comes on out from the Boohoo for the capitalization. Guardbus comes on out. Apex Predator from both sides, but the angle from Zerx is going to allow the pickup onto Rosa. And now they're flanking once again into the back. They don't even have a damage boost right now, and they're still cleaning up.
Wait, Grow copy? Ayanakoshi copied a Boohoo, which means that Crownfall don't have double strategist ultimate sustain cycle. This is actually really unfortunate for them. Like, Dance with the Butterflies could find eliminations here, but Satam can just bring people back with the Karmic Revival fight, and Vision Esports will just be able to outlast Crownfall. Crownfall at least do have control of the point, at the least at the moment, so even if the Adam does commit the Karmic Revival, they'll stall a lot of point percentage control.
All right, pros and cons. Pros, that was a really good strangling prison. Cons, nothing happened. Everyone was able to live, and they broke out of it. Vision have lost the point. They haven't been able to reclaim it. Crownfall did stabilize coming out of that, despite not being able to find a lot from it. But they do now have a full actual strangling prison, and they have their Eye of Agamotto. Well, they don't have strangling prison anymore, but they still have Eye of Agamotto. In order to try and make something happen, they're charging back up towards their second God of Mischief. Eye of Agamotto will come out into the backline, but Rosa is deleted. The backline is deleted. All of those abilities I said that might be available are now gone.
I mean, Satam's just getting full team protection at this point. Like, he already was forced into using the self-regenerative cocoon, which meant that Vision Esports had Zerx playing alongside the Adam, Kyubi playing alongside the Adam, as well as Rex. There was no opportunity for Crownfall to complete the elimination onto the Adam, which means that Karmic Revival is still going to be in the hands of Vision Esports, as is Apex Predator. Zerx is just waiting for the stall to come in through from Gainer, and then they'll send out the Glortrox and grab all of the players, both with Feast of the Abyss for the hit of the anti-heal, and to funnel them all into the waiting Elsa on the wrong side of the choke.
Chasing down for the finishing blows, just to make sure that they get everyone for the collection. And Zerx had a beautiful angle there. This is just exactly what Vision are looking to be doing after such an incredible debut day. They want to be performing this well and piling pressure onto Crownfall. But Crownfall do have a way to try and break through. They have Eternal Bond. They might be able to touch the point. Dragon Prison comes on out, and Venom is looking to touch in the backline. Dragon Prison is not going to find any eliminations, so Eternal Bond will come out. Meteor M to take down Darby, though, and they aren't even able to reach the point with it. Venom delayed for as long as possible. This does allow the team to touch, but they are so staggered, they are so low, and they are very, very split without any big healing ultimates. They're just going to be picked off one by one.
Oh, this is risky. I mean, to be wholly honest, I think I would have preferred Crownfall to just acknowledge that that fight was done and hold on to Eternal Bond. Like, there's a reason Vision Esports tightened the pressure and held closer to Crownfall, because they knew that Eternal Bond was the ultimate that they had available, and they wanted to force it from Darby so that the dashes were done by the time they could reach the point. And Vision Esports, like, they forced out the Cloak and Dagger ultimate, which would have put way more pressure on Kyubi's invisible boundary in this next fight being successful, so they're setting themselves up to be in a much better position when it comes to this first fight on the second round. Down to the Butterflies can force invisible boundary, potentially then you get to punish with MJD's Apex Predator, but it has to catch the Tam. Like, I cannot stress this enough, Tetcha. If it does not catch the Adam Warlock, everyone gets brought back by Karmic Revival.
That is the fight. Take out Adam, potentially twice, because he's probably going to have Cocoon. Or this might be an immediate flip for Vision. And here we go. Portal engage. Go
onto
quick.
Adam.
Go give them time to react. Find the Warlock. and take him down. Saddam is charging up. He knows something might be happening. Look at fire across the range. Does the butterfly into the back line. Get down, Mr. Warlock. He's already down. Taken off the board, but he has Cocoon. He can use that to outlast the majority of the rest of this engage and will be using it to return into this fight. In the meantime, Gainer in the back line is trying to create a little bit of space. 2 down. Make it 3. And Crownfall, they got the Cocoon and lost literally everything else.
Yeah, and they got no eliminations on anyone else on Vision Esports. Like, QB's invisible boundary stays standing. The rest of the team stays standing, so you don't even force the hands of the Karmic Revival. Now, potentially, you're going to have to invest your Apex Predator to do just that, but losing that first fight means that MJD has to walk through a choke and close up the distance, and Satam can be outside of the fight. That being said, he is playing a little bit too close, as Zerx actually decides to go first with their own Apex Predator, catching Crownfall coming for a choke yet again.
Another pickup coming in from Beta there as they push on in, trying to force them down the stairs. And Crownfall just can't get momentum here. The pressure onto the point, utilizing that magnetic barrier, and the knockback mag cannon, not enough to finish off a Boohoo, but dropping them so low. Meanwhile, Karmic Revival still there, hasn't been used, and that Cocoon is getting closer and closer to getting back off cooldown. If they can delay this long enough, they might just have a safe Adam again. But for now, they give space where they need to. Media Ram to try and track it. Not finding it this time. Eternal Bond is able to get out safe here. Soul Resurgence from Rex to try and mirror to keep the team topped up. Straggling Prism into the backline for the strategist to focus them down, but Soul Bond keeps them topped up, keeping him in the fight. Aya Magamoto, Guardian Barrier says absolutely not, but the damage is enough. The backline is deleted, and Satam is taking too much damage. He can't find a safe position. He takes cover and gets the revive, but falls instead. His team will not be revived fully. The strategist will simply become more fodder. They can boundary, but who's there to follow up? QB is dropped, and Crownfall flip the point.
For a moment there, I was like, is QB going to commit invisible boundary? But no, he can't. He can't afford to. FHDC's got Dance of the Butterflies, so you have to hold your dance card and wait for the Psylocke to be ready to tango before that invisible woman is able to commit the ultimate. Zerx is about to hit Apex Predator, though, and that is a worry for Crownfall, as is Gainer going behind the team and getting the back cap. Like, the Venom is pulling the attention of the Psylocke too. Wait a minute, QB uses invisible boundary for the slow into Zerx's Apex Predator grab. Everyone from Crownfall gets hit by it, but they don't find the eliminations outside of the group. Down to the Butterflies is survived through with the use of the Soul Bond coming out from Satam's side, as we get Gainer with the Feast of the Abyss hitting Crownfall's backline, who are trying to hide away once the Soul Bond has ended.
Satam charging up, snipes MJD with the Cosmic Cluster, and Gainer keeps the momentum going, keeping the pressure on and trapping everyone on the retreat. The point is touched just so they can get a little bit of extra time on the board before it is flipped, up to 50% for Crownfall, but now they have to regroup, and it's going to be a portal, because we're at 80% and they can't afford to wait it out. Portal coming in, literally all grouping up together. Satam sends a Cosmic Cluster out for a little bit of extra burst damage and a bit more charge. At 55, no revive and no defensive ultimates currently available for the side of Vision, whereas Eternal Bond is available for Ionok.
I mean, both strategist ultimates are available for Crownfall at the moment, as a Vision Esports, they do have the Soul Resurgence. Ayana Koji is actually going to start off aggressively with the Eternal Bond, taking the space away from Vision Esports, so they can't just hold their backline off of that point and play for safety. Great Eye of Agamotto from Abuhu. Hits onto so many players, but the follow-up is dissuaded by X-Beta with the Meteor M absorbing all of the damage. It does end, though, and MJD is absolutely free-reigning with the Elsa Bloodstone, but so too is Zerx, who's just going absolutely ham. He's got the Mantis damage boost, and they're clearing Crownfall off the point. Overtime hits, no Strange Portal to bail the team out and get them into a position to stabilize with Dabby's invisible boundary. This round is done, and Zerx is looking like an unstoppable demon.
Incredible play. The triple strategist putting all the eggs into the Zerx basket, and Zerx takes those eggs and makes so many omelets. Absolute destruction, blasting through everyone on Crownfall with so many incredible positions. Kyubi takes the MVP. They held onto that invisible boundary, like you said, used it for the slow on the Apex Predator to make sure that they could sustain, and they were even able to out-duel Crownfall later on as well. 23k healing isn't as high as their opponents, but that is because their opponents were being spawn capped to the top of the stairs.
I mean, look at the damage done as well. Like,
Yeah.
the strategists, they were hitting shots, as was Zerk's 13 eliminations, 22,000 damage done by this Elsa, which was almost 6,000 ahead of MJD. And I mean, it's such a good map as well for Elsa to get to play. You're forced into having to cross around those corners. She can hide, she can obscure her hitbox and position, and then send out that Apex Predator in the close quarters so you have no opportunity to shred through the Gladrock summon health.
And that was even with the Adam Saturn was able to not really get the full Karmic Revival of that second revive they got. They were picked off, they were chased down, and that meant they only got the backline revive, which just fed more ult charge over the Crownfall. And yet, even with that, the Soul Bond to sustain through on that second Eye of Agamotto, Saturn earned their weight in, pun intended for Adam Warlock, earned their weight in gold.
I think if there's an MVP to give, it went to Kyubi. It could have gone to all three of the strategists, I think. And it's also just in that domination game. I think it was like Zootopia that Vision were playing up against Reason Gaming yesterday. A whole different look of a backline here, Moxie, but it's still Vision were very capable of playing.
Yeah, I mean, that coordination is just really, really good, and that's something that we got to see when they were in the MRC run under the banner of Team Lions. That communication and coordination has always been absolutely stellar, and they identified very, very quickly, okay, Adam is going to be vulnerable, Crownfall will look to target it, let's make sure to shore up our defenses and keep him standing.
Yeah, for Crownfall, they chose Midtown when they lost to Virtus Pro yesterday, but the problem is that Vision Esports also just beat Reason Gaming over on Midtown yesterday, so maybe the choice is going to change. We'll see in about 3 minutes' time. Chat, you might actually be able to help me. I was looking for a tweet from one of the Americas players yesterday that I remember saying after FlyQuest like lost, like it's not great that you have players playing on 100 plus playing, because there's still got Europe players here and they were playing in America. And I wanted, this segues into these two teams because they have to consistently play on almost like 80, 90 plus ping. But because these are two Saudi teams, I'm pretty sure they're on pretty much a server close to each other, which means that they are taking chunks out of each other at this point. Crownfall going for the choice of Midtown, but like I said just before the break, Tetcher, Vision Esports played it and they dumpstered Reason Gaming on it.
They had a lovely time the last time they played, and right now this Vision Esports team are looking like they're continuing to have a lovely time until someone actually stops them. And at this rate, that might not be until later in the tournament when they actually have to play against Virtus Pro, as an example. Because right now, they're looking great. Crownfall, we keep seeing these spikes, these moments of just showing how good they are, and yet they've yet to find a foothold to actually start getting wins.
But they did start finding footholds on Midtown against Virtus Pro. Like, there came a point, Ryan, you were with me on this, we actually casted this match yesterday, where we thought that they were going to hold on third, and then Virtus Pro hit overtime and hit Super Saiyan Stage 5.
Yeah. I mean, they maybe should have done, really, and that's the difference. I think, like, for some of these players of Vision, they were on a previous iteration of Crownfall. You've even got some head-to-heads of players that used to be on Paradox back in Stage 2 of Ignite. But it does feel like the Vision team, because they've sort of done a lot more consistently higher with their like Lions finish, they have a little bit more experience, but there really is nothing between these two teams. It's not as if it really comes down to like a Boohoo and the likes of Gainer that actually have like the tenure. Everybody else is still fairly green, so there's a lot of promise and experience to still gain here.
And they're certainly gaining it right now. This is pre-season, so they're fighting for that prize pool, and of course they're seeding heading into the actual league itself coming up in the future. But you've already mentioned it. The experience from these teams, these are two teams that have had players play in Ignite, but have been spending a lot of time in the Marvel Rivals Championships, in the Middle East Pacific tournaments, like the E-League, for example. But they've been showing as much as they can and putting in the hours, potentially more than a lot of the other players in this tournament, because they've had these third-party tournaments that they can just throw themselves at over and over again. And that's mirrored completely in their tournament results.
Before I disappear into the ether, it was as the manager from Vision said yesterday that they're going to win everything. It's an expected Series 2 win here, but obviously I think Crownfall have a couple more tricks up their sleeve potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to see the ban draft, to be honest, especially since Vision Esports got to play things like the Mantis and the Adam triple strategist on domination. Taking them to convoy, avoiding convergence, I feel, is one way to sort of sweep away from the triple strategist threat of things like the flyer compositions. And if Vision tried to rely on the Adam tricks, Crownfall could potentially go for things like the Groot and the Moon Knight, as we did get to see Rosa going for the Groot early on those rounds of Burn and T'Challa.
Wild that when you talk about a flyer composition, Adam can now potentially be included in that as he finally got his wings. But we're going to be heading on in, and this is looking pretty familiar, Moxie. We're taking out Gambit first, immediate protection onto the Elsa, allowing Crownfall to potentially. Last time they took out the Vanguard Deadpool first, and yeah, this is identical.
I mean, for Vision Esports, it's a no-brainer, right? Going for the save on the Elsa after Zerx had such a performance on that round of domination. Plus, as we've seen, if you ban out the Vanguard Deadpool, Gainer just swaps over to the Rogue. So, Crownfall, I don't think you have the ban slots to be able to burn to take the Rogue out, and I would rather see something like the, well, yeah, we already got it, the Gambit getting removed, so that if it does get through, you don't have to team up with Hearts as one, as no surprises, Mantis across the board for both of these teams targeted from Vision and Crownfall's end. So not going to get the triple strategist line, but potentially still getting the Adam Warlock.
Loki was hovered as a potential protection from Crownfall, but they're going to stick with the Invisible Woman, making sure they have a more sustainy backline as opposed to one that is more burst protection, and Flex is more on based on whatever they get their second strategist to be. Vision, they're going to remove the Groot. That does potentially give a clue that they might still be looking at triple strategist, because Groot is very good at dealing with that, putting up walls in between you and your strategist to prevent that healing output, something that Deadpool has also jumped in as an option, but that has also been taken away, and Vision secure it one-sided.
I mean, one-sided grid's actually a really good Vanguard look, especially on Midtown, where there's going to be a lot of fighting in small spaces with streetways, where the Groot walls can really serve to isolate, blocking off not just Adam line of sight healing, but also things like the Loki as well. So it's going to put a lot of focus on Crownfall to not have their team core too split. Like, if the Vanguards are super far forward and their backline's trying to play a little bit safer with more distance in between, the Groot's actually able to punish that. Yes, the backline will be safe, but the Vanguards will be anything but.
Looking at Crownfall as they look for the hovers. The question I think for them here is, do they go for the Loki themselves to get potential double revives? And it looks like yes, Invisible Woman as the main healing output could be swapped off if they're happy with what they have, but looks like they're going to commit to that. They don't have a Groot of their own, so they're going to be forced to set up with a classic double shield here. They do not want to dive with people like Adam potentially being put at risk if they're not at least close to their Vanguards enough that they can turn around and help them. Whereas Vision, they will be able to split the team with that Groot, and that is going to be something that Crownfall will have positioned themselves to deal with.
Speaking about positioning, I imagine Vision Esports are likely going to scout out the Loki and the Adam and potentially field the Moon Knight, given the fact that Crownfall are going to be bunkering up in those small rooms, making it a little bit harder for the dive to find a good point of entry. And very punishable for things like the Moon Knight, since everyone's stacked up, means a lot of onk bounces, as it looks actually like we're seeing Vision Esports scout it, but still want to commit to Nemo Elsa instead, as FHDC gets almost cleared out of the high ground by Gainer, gets a good bulwark coming on through from Rosa. So the Adam is still in play as the turn actually swaps. No more Nemo, we go Phoenix instead.
Third swap in under a minute for Satam here, but getting that Phoenix could of course burst through that backline, all those bonus hit points that the Adam Warlock could get, and of course taking out those local clones and the Regen domain lanterns. FHDC forced to fly away with that new mobility he has, trying to get some healing onto their Doctor Strange, but Abuhu is getting isolated. Just the power of the Groot here, trying to separate them from the team to get the damage output, get the finishing blow, prevent the healing, but it's not enough. Beautiful play between Abuhu and FHDC to keep their front line topped up, forcing Yubi to drop the first ultimate here with the God of Mischief into the Eternal Bomb.
And it's unmatched as well, because X-Beta on this Groot, while not getting a lot of damage, has been cutting the line of sight for both Ayana Koji and Darby to be able to work with. Invisible Boundary, once the Eternal Bond is over, Rex does not yet have their actual ultimate to overlap into this, so Crownfall go aggressive. Eye of Agamotto combined with Apex Predator, and Vision Esports are dispatched and dealt with. Back to respawn they are sent, and Crownfall give themselves a little bit more space. They do have to worry about the walk with Eternal Bond, allowing Zerg space to send out the Apex Predator, but winning that fight does ensure FHDC or Ayana Koji, whoever decides to use the Karmic Revival, the opportunity to bring the team back safely.
Right now they have Karmic Revival ×2 or Karmic Revival and Invisible Boundary with that God of Mischief, which could be massive. Apex Predator's going to come on out early, grabbing to the front line, getting focused down. Regen Domains to try and capitalize to make sure they can move forward safely, but they don't get the pickups. Healing output from Crownfall, proving a little bit difficult to deal with. Straggling Prison going to be dropped out. Ensong Inferno for the blow-up, collides mid-air with the Magneto, but there's going to be the revive from FHDC, keeping the team topped up. Who drops incredibly low, not needing to be revived though, because they actually sustained through that fight, and Crownfall repel Vision for a second time here.
Yeah, but Vision Esports have a very strong chance of winning this next fight if they go fast, which is why we're seeing Crownfall get as much damage as possible before it begins, so they can battery up both Invisible Boundary by taking damage from the poke, but also MJD with the Apex Predator to try to make Vision Esports Strategist Ultimates a more pain point, since you can just carry them outside of the Eternal Bond AoE.
Starting from the team topped up as they're grouping around Ambulance, looking for an opportunity to try and step up. As you can see, Strange playing quite aggressively. Almost at that Eye of Agamotto. The Eternal Bomb that's dropped out first. We see the Wolverine getting taken down right off the front here. Darby, Invisible Boundary forced out on this backline. QB is holding on to that ultimate for a long time, as they've already lost one member. They're waiting for the reset, waiting for the boundary to expire. Eye of Agamotto into the backline. A beautiful launch. Crownfall continuing to sustain with 30 seconds remaining.
Oh, what an exit trade, though! Huge play from Gainer, goes deep into the backline, takes Ayana Koji out. No Loki, no opportunity to portal him back into play, no regeneration domain, and no karmic revival cast. This is great for Vision Esports. They can play aggressive with QB's one-sided God of Mischief to set Zerx up for all of the damage into the Apex Predator.
Bombs coming on out. Group will shut off so they can go into the backline. They're going deep, looking for that Terror Cape to try and focus down the backline, remove the strategies from the board. Apex Predator deep in the entrance to the subway to take them down. FHDZ off the board. They have the Cocoon though. No revive available, but they need to be alive in order for Aeon to get the clone, which they do. Karmic Revival brings back a Boohoo. Meteor Emma to the backside to try and take out the strategist. Dark Force teleport to avoid it. No one goes down as Vision are running out of tools to sustain them through this fight. They have all their strategies topped up, but they need to make sure that they are touching the point right now as Crownfall continue the duel to not force them off the point. Abuhu gets dropped low. Two members of the defense are down. Vision, the walls, they're zoning them off from the strategist exactly like we thought, and they push them through onto the last couple inches. Invisible boundary for the delay. They're still fighting it, and Portal's coming back in, Moxie.
Yep. I mean, not just Portal, FHTC has Karmic Revival. If you bring back a Boohoo, potentially you can bring that CD back for the Terror Cape. Oh, here comes the Karmic Revival. Vision Esports have already dropped 2 players, make that free. Apex Predator, though, might be able to clear them off of the objective, but Satan pins back onto the point with the last stand, and Vision Esports have the last laugh in the fight. QB comes on through with the later God of Mischief into the invisible boundary, and this is just a matter of cleanup. It came close. The Vision Esports see the fight through and head on to second.
What a performance! That is Vision breaking the hold, but all the time was burned through here. That does not leave them a lot of time to push on to the second point, which is another notoriously difficult point to break. Dives in
But
and
look
out
at the
from
ults.
The Venom. The ults are
Look
charging
at
up for
the
Vision.
ultimate economy, though, Tatcha. Like, Zerx has Apex Predator, so you don't have to start chipping damage in with your Elsa, which means that both Ayana Koji and Dabi are getting very little ultimate charge from the damage that they're just not having that Vanguard take at the moment. As Vision Esports want to take first turn, they lose X-Beta, though, and that group was just a little bit too overextended. FHTC with the instant punishment from the damage that Elsa can do, and this is the turnaround. Vision wants to take first turn. Crownfall just prevented it.
Satan's moved over to the Winter Soldier here, looking for a potential just capitalization. See if they can go for the blow, but MJD is looking for anyone from Vision to step up. Straggling Prison, though, could be the first setup here. Apex Predator also at the ready, but their follow-up is just going to have to be made output damage. Beta taken down, exactly what MJD is looking for. Anyone who steps up and puts themselves out there to try and make space is going to be punished. The Iron Root wall not set up. They weren't ready for the Wolverine.
I mean, now that Rosa has Meteor M as well, Rex can't use Eternal Bond to give Vision Esports a foot through the door of this choke, because if you do, Meteor M just slams down on top of you. So it's going to be up instead to a flank coming through from Zerx to just oust Crownfall's position off of the high ground. What an Iron Agamotto from Abuhu. You trade your Elsa, but it might be worth it. That being said, Apex Predator from Zerx finds its mark, and both of these teams are finding elimination. But Crownfall still retain the high ground hold, as do they hold both of their strategists, and Vision Esports are sent back yet again, down now to half a minute.
Not a lot of time on the board, but they held on to a big chunk of those ultimates. They almost have Kraken Impact, which can capitalize with that Straggling Prison of X-Beta. But they've got to be careful, because MJD is about to have last stand and is always hunting for that Groot. UB is staying real far back, making sure that they do not get caught out of position. And from exactly that, Apex Predator coming on out, going to be going from a side angle, looking for a first pickup, but they need to make sure that they're touching the point. This is going to be a trade down, 1-for-1. FHD for X-Beta, meeting Straggling Prison already going to be dropped, interrupted, put on a half cooldown here. Was going to force Saturn to drop the Kraken Impact right as the boundary ends. As they look for a capitalization, they have one more reset. Eternal Bombs being sent out from both teams with the God of Mischief for the capitalization, trying to take down that Doctor Strange to burst through on this defense. Kyubi is deep in the backline.
Setting up for that Terror Cape just before he drops back into the Loki form. Abuhu's actually back on the Strange, but they're not portaling in. Looks like it's just going to be a full regroup and push out of Subway Tunnel instead. As Vision Esports trying to build up a win condition. Expedite about to hit that Strangling Prison yet again, because like you said, it wasn't a cast, it was a CC cancel, so it went back to the 50%, but Abuhu is about to hit Eye of Agamotto as well, and so far these have been absolutely massive. Can he find the same level of magic that Crownfall were able to secure the wins off before? Rex is on Cloak, could potentially use the Dark Teleportation to keep everybody out of it. There's the stun attempt that is interrupted by X-Beta, stemming the momentum with the Strangling Prison.
MJD is turning into an angry Canadian blender right now, melting through frontline to try and force them off the point. Crownfall, they lose them though, unable to sustain through. It's a slither of overtime left, and yet Crownfall grab one after another. Abuhu's going to portal back in. Satam may have to do the same for their team, as this is a scrappy fight as teams just throw bodies at this. Invisible Boundary's going to come out for Vision, thanks to the God of Mischief and Apex Predator to try and force them off the point, but they're still holding. Satam is throwing himself at this. They're giving everything to this. Gainer's now on the Wolverine to try and contest it, as Strange is forced back to the rest of their team to make themselves back into that defensive line as the Invincible Boundary with the second God of Mischief needs to avoid any chance of getting picked up by the Wolverine, and finally Crownfall forced them off.
It could have been a full hold. And then, honestly, with that overtime fight, it could have gone anyway. Like, Vision Esports, when they get the portal back on for and we start to see, like, just the trade of the strategist ultimates, Invisible Boundary, actual Invisible Boundary, Loki copy onto Invisible Boundary from both sides. It really does just go the distance, but, like, by that point, overtime's been burning so long, Crownfall starts splitting their players off, not just focusing on holding the objective, but delegating bodies to go onto Vision Esports, separated players, like going for the backline, wanting to pick apart things like the Elsa as well. Very good job coming through, but I mean, it was a lot of distance picked up on a map that, as I said, could be a full hold, this time on the side of Vision Esports, because they looked at that Adam Loki stall composition, they're doing the exact same thing.
Good idea. We'll have some. They're even looking at Rocket. I don't know if it's going to make it out of spawn, but they could go for a triple revive here with the Battle Rebirth Beacon instead of the Invisible Boundary. And that's scary, but what's interesting to me is they're looking at the Thing as their second Vanguard, looking to the fact that Crownfall are looking at that Wolverine, they are looking at characters who are diving past every now and again, and they want lockdown. They want to make sure that they do not get the free reign to move around and try and pressure Vision Esports backline.
And they won't be punished for it too, because they banned out the Groot earlier in the draft. So the Groot can't just wall Gainer's engagements off and prevent him from jumping back to his players. So we're going to be seeing a lot of stall potential because, like you said, Rex is sticking with the rocket. If one from Vision side falls early, they've got the Battle Recall Beacon to bring them back as we get Regeneration Domain already forced on the side of Vision Esports to just care their players after MJD find a opening grab on that Wolverine. And so begins the slow crawl to the ultimates and finding eliminations that will actually stick.
A lot of damage onto Gainer, but they're able to retreat back to the rest of their team, get healed up. Satam's up to 45% for that Karmic Revival. It's all about how quickly they can build these up. QB may get the first one, as Loki's able to charge up a little bit faster here, as Zerk's trying to go for a quick blow-up. The capitalization on these Elsas is so hard to do. If you're not marking who they are, then they could just do exactly this. And this looks like round one, Moxie. This is what we were used to seeing.
I mean, the Thing doesn't just stop the dive, it also allows you to play the tempo of the brawl, which the Emma is really happy to do. It also lets you apply vulnerability without the cloak and dagger in play that Zerx is capitalizing. Every opportunity that this Elsa sees someone low and purple, boom, headshots. As Darby uses Invisible Boundary, Vision Esports will use the Cosmic Ion Amplifier to give them the opportunity of combining the damage with the Apex Predator and punching through the sustainability, and Crownfall's win condition is discarded. They go back to the respawn yet again.
Vision Esports, they were struggling to break through this first point, and now they're making Crownfall feel the exact same pain. as they're just slowly kiting back, getting pick up over and over again. Here comes Silent Seduction to once again just try and force them back off the point. Going to be mirrored by Rosa to look onto the back line. Bane is taken down though. MJD doing a huge amount of extra damage, trying to bring out the Punisher to try and meld on through. But Karmic Revival, first one, going to be dropped out. Saturn keeping the team back into the game, bringing back 3 members. Ayamagamoto comes on out to try and capitalize, to try and allow them to push onto the point, but it's interrupted, but on the half cooldown.
I mean, Darby's about to hit Invisible Boundary, MJD, Final Judgment as well. It's going to be a reliance on Kyuubi, but this Loki, you have to make a choice. Do you try to find line of sight onto Darby to copy the Invisible Boundary to survive it, or do you go for an easier but potentially punishable Karmic Revival copy onto Satam instead, which means you give up a lot of space. Looks like it's going to be a premature copy onto the Rocket to break out of the choke with the Cosmic Gun Amplifier, which MJD, I mean, he's just going to sit inside Ayana Koji's Invisible Boundary, play it safe with the Final Judgment, and provide all of the suppressing fire for Crownfall to pick up first checkpoint entirely uncontested.
And now it's a game of distance. 101 meters on the dot stand between Crownfall and being able to even up this game as they were able to break through that first siege. Vision, they still are staying on the Atom. They're at 59%, QB at 13%, Rocket fully charged on that Cosmic Gun Amplifier, so they have the damage boost if they want to go in with Zerg themselves some time for this recharge, but they've got to be careful of a Boohoo.
I mean, the Venom's just going to go past, right? All of the space that Crownfall were trying to play up with, they've had to just turn around to deal with the Venom so that the objective moves closer to that last checkpoint, and it's allowing Vision Esports to shore up their defenses. Yet again, FHDC has to turn his attention from setting up Apex Predator into just dealing with the Venom. Now we get the Invisible Boundary coming on through from Dabby in reaction to Xerxes' zone, but Vision Esports still get to hold their position.
Dive comes in from Gator, trying to put a little bit of pressure. Symbiotic Resilience keeps them pumped up. There's the Apex Predator coming on out from FHDC, but they've lost their Loki in the backline. They still have 2 minutes. This is Crownfall's fight to lose because they have the opportunity to make sure they burn through Vision Esports cooldowns, and they've successfully done that while still able to get a little bit of pressure onto the board. Karmic Revival from Saturn comes out to bring back Vader, which means it's not available for the Crownfall re-engage. That's risky. It's now going to come down to QB to be forced to use it.
I mean, you use the Karmic Revival, so you bring all of your players back and you can hold high ground, which now means that you have the opportunity and space for QB to build up ultimate, Zerx potentially to find an elimination when Crownfall are mid-rotation, and you also force Crownfall to have to use the Emeralds, but now, as opposed to on the objective itself. MJD gets dove upon, so the Punisher can be occupied and potentially brought down before Final Judgment can be the nail in the coffin of this defense, but the regeneration domain from Ayana Koji brings him right back into the fray. Speaking about right back into the fray, Vision Esports whole team, they're all back. QB gets the Karmic Revival off, and Crownfall now have to complete the eliminations all over again.
Here comes the Visible Boundary from Ayana Kobe with the God of Mischief of their own onto the point. Shotgun Punisher into the backline, takes out one. It's a Vanguard's worst nightmare. It's a Strategist's worst nightmare. And it's Vision Esports' worst nightmare. Crownfall even up the score.
We have a series. We have such an insane series on our hands. Oh my goodness, this is the series that we hoped that we would get, right? When we looked at these two teams on paper, when we saw the potential of Crownfall against Virtus Pro, and when we saw what Vision were capable of doing against Reason. What a match this is turning out to be.
We absolutely love it. This was Crownfall putting their best foot forward. We talked about it. They put up a bit of a fight against Virtus Pro. We were like, there's something there. And yeah, there was. This is Crownfall knowing exactly how to play that. The adjustments were fantastic. They had great revive fights on their defense. On their attack. They forced a lot of extra value that way, and then adjusting into the Punisher to try and break through those front lines because it could dive in quick enough and just melted Vader 12 times, becoming a casualty, just putting too much pressure on him.
I mean, shout out Ayana Koji. Like, MJD was a slither of health when Vision Esports dispatched the dive to go put the pressure on the Punisher. Understanding, the moment Rosa uses Sonic Seduction to walk Crownfall out of that choke, and towards point, Final Judgment is going to be the follow-up, so deal with the Punisher and deal with him now. And it really is a race between that Punisher dropping and getting 1 foot. It's literally 1 foot into the regeneration domain to instantly get all of that healing from the damage done onto him.
I was a little bit worried, I think, for Crownfall with it being going into overtime fights and him slowly losing him out, and they could have full health like Moxie mentioned. I was like, okay, feels a little bit like a repeat of yesterday. But the attacking side was so blisteringly fast that Vision Esports couldn't really get a hold of this one. I think the bigger question now is, like, if Vision Esports were playing MRC, they'd go to another domination map. But they can't. They have to go to a Convergence. So I guess for them, for either of you, where do you think is the likely place they'll want to take it? What's the easiest route for them, considering how mechanically heavy they are, and also triple strategy centric?
I mean, I think it favors Vision Esports, right? Because, as you said, domination, demons, Convergence is at least half of domination. So I feel like whichever map they decide to choose, it's going to be a strong one for them, and it's going to be brutal for Crownfall to break first.
I'm going to purposely ignore your question and say give a Shinshibuya.
That would be nice. It'd be really cool to see, like, if that torch stuff happens anymore, but we'll have to see. We'll see how this series is going to finish out after a quick break.
I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Suffer in the darkness. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world.
My time to shine.
Behold, Darkchild! Survive this!
Vision are being pushed by the Saudi esports counterparts Crownfall in this series. We still have other games after this one. We got PULSAR versus ALTR esports, and then Reason going up against Virtus Pro. this series is given everything that you would want, right? You've got a team that was pretty successful in previous MRCs, been picked up by Vision, and Crownfall qualifying for the most recent MRC. It is actually going to be Shibuya that we go through next, which is we've seen it before in previous tournaments, but we've never seen it in EMEA with this Ignite draft. And considering all of the kooky stuff that we've already seen today, I don't even know where to begin, Tedja.
I mean, it's the storyline I tried to set up yesterday, that this Ignite is a little bit of something old mixed in with a little bit of something new. We have the newest map in our map pool, which is one of our oldest maps, coming back in. And this, unchanged from how it was when it was taken out of the competitive pool, meaning that the initial choke point on point number 1 is so difficult to deal with. And there's been a lot of discussion, I know, Moxie, you're a big fan of Doctor Strange, is why deal with a choke point when we can just go around it.
Yeah, but it also puts a lot of pressure on the teams. Like, if you open up with Portal and you lose your Portal attack first fight, oh boy, do you not have a fun time of having to walk into a choke that you have your defensive counterparts having the greater ultimate economy against. So I feel like the Mantis, especially since we're headed to Convergence, is going to retain as a staple ban for both of these teams, which means, guys, there's a likelihood Adam Loki gets through again.
Yeah, it was the Loki that was like getting through. It was quite surprising. I was checking my notes. I wasn't showing you how well I shaped the top of my head. I did a really good job, but that's not the point. It was that there was a one-sided Mantis, and again, had such a big impact. But just like, we don't usually see like Loki being let through. Like, even though there's more focus that goes onto Elsa, onto the Deadpool, onto the likes of Gambit, there usually is just like, you've got 4 bans, yeah, get rid of Loki, because we just don't want him to like amplify whatever compositions come out. Case in point, there was no Gambit in that server. Loki still got a lot of value, right, Tetcher?
Yeah, not just from the copies onto the Karmic Revival and the Adam Warlock. We also saw multiple times, of course, the copy onto the Invisible Woman for Invisible Boundary, which is the usual. The Adam Warlock copy is an extra bit of spice if you need
Total Bond too.
But Boundary is so strong.
Good portion.
I mean, I will say though, if we get flyers, like, Loki can't heal flyers. That's the thing. Every Loki player will tell you, I pull my hair out each time I want to play Loki, and I see like an Angela on my team, because unless you're flying close to walls, so you can take advantage of the AoE distance of the Loki heal, you're not going to be able to consistently hit your shots on things like the Ultron and the Torch, which is why when we do see those flyer metas develop, it's not with Loki as a strategist alongside it, it's more on something like the Mantis, who can just apply the heal tick and look away to the rest of the fight.
Just watching, because obviously going into a third map, I'm for the players getting like a couple more minutes break to just sort of make sure that they're ready to go into this one. There's a lot at stake. I am watching admins count them down like they're an angry parent. Literally what Detcha was doing earlier, like 55, 4.5, 50, you know, just like, come on. We are getting into game very soon, but like, I don't mind. You've got like the old map now back into the game, 0 changes, but a whole new meta and a draft system put on top of it. It's not surprising in the slightest, Moxie, that they're probably making sure that they are as ready as they can be, because it's not only what they're going to use in the server here, it's what they're showing for future games, qualifying games for playoffs for sure.
Well, not just that, it's also the fact that we're about to go into ban draft, so you don't want to screw over your ban draft on a map like this, especially because if you're attacking first and you manage to get the full push against the defensive team, that's going to be a great motivator to have your defense round, as opposed to if you're defending first and you find yourself getting rolled because of a bad ban draft, that's going to be horrible motivation to have to pull out on your attacking round.
Vision starting us off on the attacking round as we're heading into the draft. Crownfall forced onto defense, meaning that they have to be the ones to show how you lock this down. And Vision bravely showing us for the first time in EMEA for Ignite how to attack on Shin Shibuya. The fact they picked this and chose attack means that they have a plan, and we're all very excited to see.
Elsa is the first save coming through from Vision. There's the Mantis actually being removed incredibly early on the side of Crownfall. Not a Vanguard Deadpool that they decided to remove, as it looks like we're going to have an Elsa mirror. I wonder if they can actually like leave the Vanguard Deadpool open to try and deny Vision Esports wanting to put Gainer on the Rogue, especially since Rogue would be less problematic given that Gambit was the instant ban.
See. For now, though, we're just seeing something very familiar, with the exception of that Mantis being banned out earlier instead of that Vanguard Deadpool, and not even banned out even on the second attempt there from Crownfall. Vanguard Deadpool is just being allowed through for Vision in exchange of taking out the Angela. This is a very strong character on this map. There's some environmentals, and also that first entryway is very effective for Angela to try and skip it and see if they can sneak around and get some pressure onto the backline.
I mean, not just that, but the disruption properties of a defensive Angela as well. Being able to catch you as you come out of those chokes once the Strange Portal has been done, or even being able to utilize the Angela and cancel the Strange GP so you don't get the opportunity of skipping the line, as we get the first Loki ban coming through into a save on the Deadpool Vanguard. Now, do Crownfall echo the Loki ban, or do they prioritize the Invisible Woman? Okay, Vision Esports lose the access of Susan Storm, but gain access to Loki Lofferson. And that does mean potentially we do see, when they go to the defense, a stall strategy with a different composition for first than when they move on to second. If it is a Loki, though, we're going to have to wait and see, because they won't roll it on the attack. Instead, we're likely going to be seeing a much more aggressive composition around both the Jeff and the Rocket.
This gives them, of course, the classic Zootopia backline where they can avoid getting dove, but also just the speed you can push forward. Even if your first person gets picked off, you have the Battle Rebirth Beacon. The bubbles from Jeff mean you can roll forward quicker and pile on even more pressure. Vision hovering spicy, but we'll talk about that depending on what actually makes it out of spawn. But welcome back, everybody, to Shin Shibuya. First time it's been in pro play for a long time. And Crownfall, they're showing us their defense. They are looking at that defensive Angela.
I mean, Rose is already looking at Vision Esports spawn. So I would imagine if you're hearing a Strange Portal queue, that's going to be the cue for the Angela to drop down and spear the Strange out of the cast. And I mean, there we go. Xbader is currently on the Sorcerer Supreme. Rosa, do they go for the portal cancel, or do they let it through? Looks like they might actually let it through, and we can see Crownfall adapting their position, starting to try to scout out where exactly that portal will be placed.
For the right angle, you want to place it safe so that your team can actually exit, maybe a little bit of cover, but also in a position where you can maybe get an early pickup. They've got extremely aggressive here, but they are bringing out an offensive Adam Warlock here to just try and build charge up early as they commit through the first fight. Vader going to go back through the portal, deciding that he wants something a little bit more aggressive. Portal your team in, swap to Venom. He's going to fast roll out, rejoin your team, and this gives that Jeff the Symbiote shenanigans. It's something we've seen a little bit in the past. Good to see it make a return here, but while that's happening, they focus down onto Gainer, taken down but brought back at the Rebirth Beacon as Zerg takes out their counterpart. FHCC picked off in the backline.
Yeah, Rex was only on the Adam for that first push with the teleport, with the Soul Bond access. Now swaps back over to the Rocket, as we can see QB from afar healing the team. They've already been able to pick up the first bit of point cap. MJD falling as well means that Crownfall are losing the opportunity of stalling for a win condition to be built up. I say win condition, honestly it would just be stabilized condition at this point. Invisible boundary potentially, but Darby is already down, as has the first checkpoint fallen. Crownfall now have to back up, disengage, relying on Ayana Koji with the Jeff bubbles to give the speed boost to stop Vision Esports finding more staggers.
Call the AR nurse, because that condition is anything but stable. Crownfall forced to retreat so far and give up all the space to Vision as they push on forward, and they're playing so aggressively with that Venom, with that Daredevil. But Rosa is able to spot the Venom up on the high ground, will zone them out a little bit, and this power, as you pointed out, of that defensive Angela to put pressure on and try and punish him and try to sneak around, trade out Gainer for MJD on that front line, as Darby just sending shots down range, keeping the healing up for the rest of their team. Apex Predator comes on out, grabs back, trying to force them off the point, but it's still Rosa who's finding people on the flanks.
I mean, Derby as well, able to stay up despite Gainer being brought back by the Battle Recall Beacon. You still lost access to the Banhammer, so the Invisible Woman still stands, and Invisible Boundary alongside it. QB, though, with the It's Jeff, takes Derby out of the fight, and Vision Esports will be able to regain all of that momentum instantly. So Tam's looking to catch the disengagement too. They've been able to scout out where the Jeff is off of the passive radar sense, and without strategists, Crownfall are going to have to just give this fight up and look to regroup for the next.
Satam might know where the Jeff is, but I blinked and he was gone, so that was wild, just how quickly he was able to take them down. Rosa is still flanking, still causing issues, trying to enter into the duel with Satam, who tries to chase them down with that good chase, and successfully does so. Great 1v1 with that Daredevil. Piece of the Abyss coming on in because Vision knows they're having to pull some of these triggers to capitalize on the fact that they have a numbers advantage. Visible Boundary comes out and is expiring from Derby. Let the Devil out with the Cosmic Yard Amplifier for the damage boost. It's Jeff to buy a little bit of time. This will be a quick retreat. Not going to make it back to spawn, but with Rosa combo, that might have given Crownfall a little bit of time to regroup and try and punish the people here. But Zerx arrives back to the fight and immediately contributes, grabs one, sets up for two, and Vision continue their momentum.
I mean, Crownfall do get one more chance at stopping Vision Esports before they hit second checkpoint. It's all going to come through from MJD's Galactic Legend. Rosa, with the Heaven's Retribution, tries to tie the team up, but unfortunately, Derby just gets spawn camped by Experto, who's more than happy to position himself outside of the fight and get the more crucial elimination. And again, without the Invisible Woman, Crownfall just don't have the sustainability. Ianakoji alone on the Jeff is not going to be enough to keep the team up in the face of the Apex Predator. And Vision Esports continue rolling through Shin Shibuya.
The pressure is applied. We're getting the full tour of Shin Shibuya here in its return showing, getting to see every single part. As Crownfall tried to set up for a defensive Boohoo. Onto the Groot. MJD going for the full combo. Horn of Proteus with the Namor. They're going to try and just wombo Vision out. But with 3 minutes left on the clock, they have to first build up those ultimate charges. 42% on a Boohoo, 22 on MJD. As Vision just keep pressuring, keep diving into the backline, walls it up to try and cut them off from their healing output. Nearly is enough, and is enough to take out Beta. But the Rebirth Beacon's already up, but it means it's not there for Gainer. Finished off on the chase as Rosa is piling on the pressure.
Yeah, more space as well. Like, even though you bring the Venom back with the rocket cooldown, the Venom's not there creating space for the rest of the team to be able to make plays off of, right? They do have to back up until the Venom's back in position, something that Crownfall is able to capitalize. And now with the Ianakoji moving off of the Jeff onto the Cloak and Dagger, you get two actual defensive ultimates to stand up to the aggressive capabilities of your opponent. Unfortunately, you've lost Derby thanks to the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier damage boost onto Zerx, who was just doing so much work on this Elsa, and Ianakoji, like, you're just looking to go out as fast as possible so Crownfall can look to regroup and come back into this next fight with the double strategist ultimate advantage, though one will get forced almost immediately by Let the Devil Out with how close Vision Esports are holding up to their spawn.
Pressuring on through this main entranceway, trying to just keep Crownfall back as close to their spawn doors as possible. Straggling Prison, as we said, at the ready, and Horde of Proteus is just around the corner, but their strategist may not be, and once again, Satam is causing grief. Straggling Prison comes on out, but there's no one to capitalize on. The team is too split. The Horde will not find value. It's sent into the backline to try and find Zerx, but Zerx is too fast. Apex Predator takes down one, looks for more, but Vision do lose two members in this. Crownfall is starting to stabilize, but Gainer not giving it up yet. Aya Nakamoto into the backline. Gainer is pressuring the strategist to try and create space here, but Crownfall have claimed the points back, and they will delay.
Yeah, Derby comes back, manages to set up the invisible boundary, plays outside of it so he doesn't go down prematurely, but still 1 minute 30, and Crownfall just used both of their strategist ultimates. Expada's about to hit another Feast of the Abyss, this time with a Cosmic Yawn Amplifier. The moment Gainer hits Banhammer as well, Crownfall are going to lose one of their strategists if they can't just peel off the base neutral dive in its strongest form.
Building their way back up 48%. Beta at 80% for the Feast of the Abyss, meaning that they have that huge backline burst to set up for Satam and Zerx to just get immediate blow-ups. Cosmic Guard Amplifier going to be burned immediately for the fight as Badhammer into the backside. FHDC is dropped completely here, and that is so much of the damage of Crownfall. MJD on their own Daredevil trying to create some space into the backside, but they're not finding a lot. Taken down, it's a full team wipe, and Vision give us the full walking tour of Shin Shibuya as they claim the first triple cap.
Yeah, MJD tries to go for the Daredevil and make it a backline trade, but I mean, Vision Esports, they scout out that there's a Daredevil behind them and they leave no one left isolated behind when they decide to go for that walk. It was just a matter of them hitting those ultimates and filling Crownfall's players one by one. Like, their dive coordination was so good. Satam on the Daredevil as well, that point of entry from Xbeta on the Venom doing so much to create the space. Rosa was able to deal with some of it, dispatching the threat levels of both the Daredevil and the Venom individually on second, but had to turn away from the Angela because, like, you were disrupting, but you weren't actually dealing damage, finding eliminations, or successfully peeling your backline, because you would deal with one part of the dive, but the rest of it would still be able to find the hit.
Now we move on to the defense. Vision, once again, they chose this map. They must have the plan. And looking at their defense, it's pretty much exactly what they ran on offense. Starting themselves off with the double dive. They've got themselves that Deadpool and that Venom with the Zootopia backline of the Jeff and the Rocket, and the classic Daredevil and the Elsa Bloodstone combo. This is full burst. Don't give your opponents time to react. Wipe out their backline before they can do anything, while you continue to stay safe in the backline because you've got all that mobility.
Crownfall, though, with Abihu on the Strange, I imagine are going to be looking for a similar point of entry with that teleport to open up the fight, going side door entrance just to make sure that there's no shenanigans to target the Strange early and take the teleport onto its cooldown. As we can see them go for exactly the same point of entry, actually, as Vision Esports. Same building to a T. Abihu, unfortunately, falling a little bit for the floor, it looks like at the moment, as Vision Esports retreat, putting their players into the bunker to make sure that the dive can't commit, while sending Beta to make sure that Crownfall lose the space created.
Who built this building? The floor keeps collapsing as they're able to take down one immediately. Darby off the board. Crownfall, they're just getting split very much here. The front line's getting focused down with those living gunshots. And Zerps just shows why we're scared of them. The Adjutant's trying to create a little bit of space after that initial engage, but Rosa goes down. MJD in the backside, but this is why this backsline's so hard to deal with. It's very mobile, attempting to escape, but MJD actually grabs both and is still causing grief. Finally, Zerps will be able to finish him off.
Insane play coming on for that from Zerx on that Elsa Bloodstone. Crownfall, though, they lost that strange portal, and Vision Esports gained access to it. Abu, no fear, goes through it with the Maelstrom of Madness fully charged, wipes the players out as they come through from those spawn doors, and give Crownfall the opportunity of capping the first part of this point, but they have not been able to finalize the full fight, so it falls to the rest of the team to just flood Vision Esports space and make sure that no one can get past.
And Strange was one of the last ones to go down, meaning there's going to be no portal. Venom is going to try and delay, but there's just no way they sustain that, which means Crownfall will grab the first point and begin their push, making their way on towards the second point here. Vision forced to reset. They have to wait a long time. Xbeta coming back on that Venom after being taken out on the way out. It's going to allow them to regroup, but they've only still got 4 minutes on the clock, plus several seconds. This is a long time for Vision to try and delay.
I mean, Crownfall, though, have a lot of ultimates that are going to be coming into play, and Vision Esports don't have any map space at the moment. They haven't been able to set up and stabilize a dive position, which means the Crownfall get to dive on their backline instead. Rex is the first to go. FHDC with the Apex Predator looks to send it out onto the point just to make sure that Vision Esports are cleared off of it, and when the dive hits, they can make sure that the objective continues moving at the same time.
Darby currently on cart duty, keeping an eye on the Spider Zero as they make their way onto the point. Rosa playing exactly the same as last time, hovering around the flank, looking for an initial target. Anyone they can find who can be isolated will be valuable here. Gator fully charged on that dive into the backline, that ban hammer to see if they can punish someone. They're going to drop it immediately onto MJD, who unleashes the devil to try and zone them off the board and keep them away from the fight. Heaven's Retribution grabs everyone. It's Jeff for the combo, but it's a huge blow up. Leads focusing from Vision immediately counters it. Counter going to be coming out from Kyubi, who is going to successfully make it to the side, and goodbye. That's a quadruple from Vision. Great setup by Kyubi.
Oh, QV gets everyone off of the map in comparison to Poriana Koji, who gets just obliterated the moment that Vision Esports start getting swallowed, as we can start to see now Gainer just holding up a little bit closer, wanting to get some of that poke damage on through the ball back up to the banhammer. MJD's going to punish that, though. They've been able to scout out where Vision Esports are holding, and within that, they've been able to find isolated players when Vision Esports aren't in position to keep them healed up. Apex Predator comes on through from Zerx, right on top of the Vanguards, and the Boohoo is gone before Darby's Cosmic Yarn Amplifier gets the opportunity to save them.
Satam returns to the fight, joins in the brawl, immediately focusing onto Rosa, takes them down on the retreat, and looks for anyone who's trying to pressure their backlines. We're trying to turn their attention onto a Boo-hoo. Zerx rejoins as well. MJD picked off before they can even make it halfway back to their team, leaving FHD with poke down range, build up more ult charge, hopefully try and make something happen, but they're not having enough time to react because Satam is piling on even more difficulties, even with that anti-dive backline of the Rockets and the Jeff. Daredevil is just so good at pursuing targets.
I mean, this is just dive theory, and honestly really good defensive mechanic theory too, coming on through from Vision Esports. They're taking as many fights as they possibly can. Like, yeah, they might lose players, they might trade ultimate economy, but what they're doing is they're wearing down the time bank. Crownfall go to 2 minutes remaining, and they still have at least 2 fights before they can close out second.
Darby forced to make their way onto the front line, but once again is getting chased down by the Daredevil, but he's making the most of his slow descent to try and just juggle his verticality to pressure onto that backline. In the meantime, Zerx is deep in their own backline, punishing Crownfall, who are trying to dive in and doing a fantastic job at doing so, keeping that pressure onto the backline up to 80% for the Apex Predator, and piling damage onto a Boohoo as they try to step up. Beautiful use of the smoke trap to focus down MJD, and Crownfall a reset again. That was 4 minutes on the clock when we got to this point, Moxie, and we're down to the last one.
I mean, we're getting to see why MJD has to go onto that backline and pull Zerx's attention, because if Crownfall's players walk around that corner into the open line of sight when the Elsa's attention is undivided, yeah, Zerx is going to hit their shots and Crownfall will start seeing BRB get burned out instantly, so Rex gets the lead on that cooldown. Speaking about instantly, Vision Esports instantly jump onto Crownfall the moment they catch a whiff of the attacking team's position, and MJD is taken down instantly, no chance to let the devil out.
Here comes the Jeff, eats the focus down, the man without fear turns Crownfall into the team without fish as they're being taken down. The dive is huge. Apex Predator to try and flip this from Crownfall to make something happen, but FHDC is eliminated, and with 18 seconds left on the clock, Vision have the position held. Crownfall, they can't afford to try and strange because that doorway is so easily interrupted, so they go for speed, they go for Rogue, they go for Angela, and it's time to just rush the point. Gainer dives on it though, takes out the Elsa one more time. Overtime is going to get hit, but the devil has been unleashed. Jeff is getting chased, focused down, the healing off the board, and it's all a Boohoo. They're all that's left, and there's nothing left of them. Taken off the board as overtime tick rolls down. That is going to be Vision Esports taking the series.
Vision Esports showcasing why Shin Shibuya is so defensively favored, and why Elsa Bloodstone and Dive as well with an Elsa Bloodstone composition is so problematic. Like, you have to do so much to make sure that the Elsa isn't looking at your walk up, but then if you're dispatching all of those resources for the Elsa, the Dive is having less of its attention sent its way too. So it's very much a symbiotic relationship between those two aspects of the comp to strengthen out the other.
Very nicely done. Look at Zerx. 25 final hits. 49 and 4 in KOs to casualties. Just unleashed.
25 final hits as well, by the way, because like when we talk about statistics for damage, there is a case of meaningless damage where it's not converted into eliminations and all you're doing is allowing the enemy team and their strategists to far outpace your own back line with the amount of damage that's being done. But Zerx, like, he found the eliminations. The damage was done, and it was done in such quick fashion. He was able to land the eliminations and continue putting pressure on Crownfall's every walk when the side switch came through.
With Crownfall showing up, able to take a map on the board, but Vision, they took back control, taking us to Shibuya for the first time, which is absolutely delightful. They showed that they had the plan, and it's time. Just literally just running into your opponent's backline, creating advantageous trades, and being able to give Zerx all that freedom. Even every time Zerx got taken down, the second they could see the enemy, they usually got a KO because their team was still brawling. X-Beta and Gator, in particular, and Satam were causing so much grief to Crownfall that every time they even tried to step forward, they were punished.
Yeah, I mean, from watching it from my perspective, it was a good turnaround for Vision and a good pick of Shibuya because it really did seem that Crownfall didn't have much to go over. But it's more like all through this series today, Vision Esports looked really good on Triple Strategist, but when they had to play a bit of that 2-2-2 on Midtown, it fell a little bit flat. Here, it looked like firing on all cylinders, and I think if there's like an MVP to really give it, I know we've got an interview with Gainer coming up, I think it was the backline, it was the strategists that have been consistently impressing me for Vision. And like, I guess I'll start with the strategist player with like Moxie. Like, which side of it? It's like the triple strategist works. Is it the Jeff? Is it Rex on the Rocket? Like, there's something about the way that those guys play that is just so well connected.
I mean, the fact that Vision Esports always pulled the first elimination meant that they were constantly up BRB cooldown as well. So even when Crownfall started finding the trades, it was just battle recall beacon, Vision Esports continue as usual. Zerx was free to do what he wanted, and X-Beta and Gainer got to go in, divide Crownfall's attention, take down the time bank too, because like we have to address the fact that was a 4-minute plus hold on second that they were able to wear Crownfall through, and a lot of it was off of the fast, really like quick dive resets that they were just continuing to do with both the Venom and the Deadpool's attention and focus.
Scary look. I mean, was it as they're saying that they're going to win everything? I think this was a series that like they were favorites for because like they had a bit more time and preparation. Crownfall are going to hopefully not beat themselves too much after this series. It's a long one, it's a grueling one, Tetcher, but there's so much promise there that like if they can win some of these like other matchups similar to teams like Vision, like Reason Gaming and stuff coming up, maybe even like Rad and Fire Red, there's a chance for Crownfall to make playoffs 100%, right?
Crownfall would be fools to like beat themselves up too much over that series. Yeah, of course you want to win, but we saw the moments of brilliance when they had their first series yesterday, and then we saw them take not only a map but take some incredible duels versus Vision in maps 2 and 3. This team is just growing so quickly because they're getting to play against some of the best teams in the world, and they're getting stronger every time. They're bringing new stuff, they're adjusting, they're evolving. And honestly, I would be scared if I was going up against Crownfall next because it is worrying seeing how quickly they improve and how quickly they see what their opponents do and incorporate it into their own drafts.
It's been a while since we've seen Shibuya as well. Like, whilst the 4-minute hold was also good for Vision, Moxie, I feel finishing the map is also a heck of a testament, you know? Like, usually it stops before, like, usually where it stopped for Crownfall would be, like, a good line in the sand, maybe before third, but finishing out the map with time on the clock, again, shows that they are very well prepped for this one.
I mean, it was the dives. It was all about the dives. Like, the fact that they were able to overcome the ultimate economy and the closer respawns from Crownfall's end when we did go to Crownfall's defense on third, it was like Satam just coordinating the dive perfectly with X-Beta on that Venom, being able to call out, like, okay, this is the person that we're hitting, this is when we're going to go. Even if Crownfall tried to burn a strategist ultimate, like, honestly, the turning point was when they hit with that dive and they clear out the invisible woman before we get the commitment of the Eternal Bond, which meant that Crownfall just lost full control of the situation and had to use a strategist ultimate in a neutral engagement as opposed to versus an ultimate.
There's too much to do. It felt like, but yeah, I think really it was a good showing from the region as well. Like we have seen, I mean, I'll go with Tetra for this one because like you've done a lot of like the MRC, like before we get into broadcast, like casts on like your own games and stuff. You've seen a lot of these guys play even before like broadcast levels. Like it seems that the higher that these like Saudi like X Paradox Lions players, every MRC that they place a little bit higher, and now they're both here.
I mean, the last place we saw the Lions in particular, as Mox brought it up earlier, is they actually came second in an MRC previously, where the only teams they lost to, they lost because they had to forfeit because they couldn't field their players. We didn't have a full real test run for this Lions roster. They won most of their games, and that's about all we know about them. So seeing them come on in and just continue to perform, we mentioned at the start that they've got some tournaments in their own regions. They are the second E in EMEA of Middle East. So being able to play in some of those tournaments, they're just getting so much experience, and now playing against these teams, they grow. And you mentioned it, some of these players have been here since the start, just growing from like top 128s all the way up to, well, now could be top 1, top 2 finishers.
I think if we had like an interview with like Asta or one of the like X Paradox like sort of Middle Eastern players, because it's Gainer, it's like there's a lot to ask him. Mostly, where the hell have you been? Because it feels like we haven't seen him in so long. But I think it's like I wonder how these teams work, because you do have some players that have been on the same team as each other, with Paradox for example. But like whether they are close friends with them, whether it's just like rivalry, there's a lot of like meaner tournaments that happen as well that these teams are frequently in. And through those tournaments, they've got better. So I do wonder what that's going to be like. It's probably another question for Vision next week. But we've got Gainer actually over on the interview, and I'll start with the question that I sort of just asked, if you can hear me, Gainer. Where have you been? It's been a while since we've seen you play, right? Like we didn't see you in like season 5 at the start of this year. Like what was the process of you joining this team?
I mean, I was for a long time like LFT, because my image is not that great in the community and it's hard to find a team. So I was like mostly looking for a team, and then I just got asked by the Arab team to join. Yeah.
Well, it's very good to have you back, and wonderful to get to see as well the dive turn coming on through, because last time we got to see Lions, they were playing a lot of static compositions. What's it been like for you as a Vanguard player, having to adapt into a Marvel rival scene where it's less focused on the ultimates and much more focused on things like the neutral dive value?
I actually think for me, it's way better to play like dive composition. I'm really not good into like Brawl. I don't play Mag, I don't play Emma, something like that. So I was kind of the one that recommended the dive from the team, and they adapted well in my opinion. And for me, it fits too.
So who's doing the target calling when it comes to the team? Where you've got dive in particular, so many split fights happening. How does the communication work for you guys?
I mean, the main IGL is QB, but target calling is mostly our Venom, so better or me. And we just, I mean, it's kind of chaotic. Sometimes we all scream the target, but it's mostly me or better.
I think because this team is like a sort of mix between those that were on Lions for season 5, yourself, and then like Zerx and Vada that were on Paradox, that I don't think have had a chance to really play that much recently. What has the process been like of like the team like coming together? Because like how much has it been like theory of the draft system, the meta, getting dive down? Because you say it's like chaotic like in the comms and stuff. That's natural, right? Because you're a relatively new team. Like 50% of the team stayed together, but the rest are whole different players and a whole different like vibe, I suppose, that you have to capture. How's that been?
I mean, we had a lot of struggles at the start because I'm the only guy that doesn't speak Arabic. So that's also like a little bit language barrier wise. So we're like playing a mix of Arabic and English. But finding our foot into the meta was actually pretty easy, because since the start we just play dive, because it's what we all want, and it just fit perfectly. Yeah.
Do you feel like there's an element of like other teams, like, or just other people like underestimating you, because it's like a new organization, I think, of Vision into Marvel Rivals, and then people look and go, okay, it was an unsigned team that did relatively well in last MRC, and then you that was on OGC, Woodcariuda, Ecstatic, and then a couple of other like meaner players. It feels like there has been a little bit of underestimating, but surely that works in your favor, right? Because you just have good series like you did against Reason.
I mean, yeah, I actually got DM'd a lot and they asked me why should I join the team, because they don't know the Arab players. They're not really present in this community, and they are mostly underestimated. So it actually works in our favor because people don't expect such a good team composition, and yeah, I think it's just perfect when people underestimate us. It's more fun.
The final question I have is kind of on that. Like, with these players that people aren't familiar with, other than yourself, like, who are the underrated players? Who do you feel is somebody that, like, you need to keep an eye on this guy because his future is looking really bright in Marvel Rivals?
I mean, I would 100% say as a teammate, QB, I don't think people know him that well, but he's a perfect leader. He's a perfect teammate. His calls are perfect, and mechanical-wise, 100% Zerx and Satam. Both of those are beasts, and people don't know them. It's just crazy.
You finished the first weekend 2-0 up. You get a day off tomorrow, so you can sit back and enjoy the rest of the chaos in the EMEA. And it's great to see you again, Gainer. Congrats, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you. See you.
As Gainer from the boys over at Vision, and I like the QB was highlighted because it's like another crazy Jeff player in our region that we can add to our list. So perfect answers, really, and I think that Vision are going to be really happy with how this first weekend has gone.
I mean, really happy with the meta as well from the signs of things. Like, some teams are so comfortable on the dive, and dive is so problematic if you can't play against it because you can't ban it out. Like, you can take staples of the dive, but you're not going to be able to fully eliminate everything that can dive in Marvel Rivals because so much can.
So before we sort of go on with the action, so we've had teams that have like won both their games, won and lost. Now we're up against two teams with ALTR Esports and PULSAR that lost their first game. So one really wanted to get a win on the board. We'll have to see how it's going to be after this break as we continue the action here in EMEA Day 2.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing out for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do
And we're going to a series where both these teams didn't have the best debut for Ignite preseason in EMEA. PULSAR up against ALTR Esports. Techa, previously this might be faced as Dawncore versus ALTR Zenith in previous like MRCs or like open qualifiers and stuff. Both these teams wanted to try and get a leg up over the other, right?
Absolutely. When you are in a situation where you have not won a series yet in these group stages, any win you can win, again, is going to be especially important. But the fact that, like you said, they're both MRC teams that have been fighting their way up, the fact that there's a little bit of new players in terms of some of these teams, there's been a couple of bit of adjustments, and the fact that they've got something to prove, because when you look at who they played against yesterday, ALTR Esports played against NAVI, and PULSAR played against SHIKI, two of the best teams in this group. So they've both got a lot to prove here that, yeah, they struggled against the best teams in the group yesterday, but this is a great grounding level to work out where they actually stand when it comes to maybe getting through playoffs.
I mean, in terms of ALTR, I just want to see a different band draft. I think we all want to see a different band draft, right? Because, oh boy, did they...
Like,
Vanguard Deadpool.
It's just
was like
through.
multiple times Vanguard Deadpool allowed for, and one-sided at that as well. It was like reliance on Team Captain's Rogue, because for those of you who didn't watch yesterday's, like ALTR Esports went for this save onto Team Captain's Rogue, and Navi went for Vanguard Deadpool, and one had much more success than the second.
It feels as well like you get the Rogue alongside the Gambit in some of those cases, sure, but even then it just feels that Deadpool Vanguard is just such a utilized tool of being in any composition. Dive, Brawly, he can play with any strategist backline that can really aid him, and he has team-ups as well with the likes of Jeff that Jeff's very good right now. It just seems that, much like Gambit seems to web himself across multiple people and steal many hearts, Deadpool is more or less doing the same. Elsa, you could just argue, you could just slot her in any composition and she is going to work. But I do think it's the fact that, yeah, the two teams that these two squads lost to were pretty much shoo-ins for playoffs at the very least. Moxie, this is a playoff-defining game. Like, whoever wins this has the best opportunity. Whoever loses has to really, like, find an upset win somewhere along the line.
Yeah, especially because, you know, both PULSAR and ALTR Esports are yet to face off against Team Heretics as well. So it's not an easy task for both of these teams to be able to make it now that they've both taken losses on day one.
I'll leave you guys to it, but this is a tough game for both these guys to come in for. Quick turnaround lessons to learn, I think, Techa, 24 hours before they go into this one. And domination, as always, starting us off, means that it's going to be throwing hands, a lot of throwing hands.
For our American viewers coming in here, it's like these two teams just got hired at a shop and had their first shift be Black Friday. That's what they had to go in here, but now they get their second day to actually lock in to show just what they can do as we head into the draft. And wow, I think I'm getting deja vu again as we're looking at Gambits and Elsas taken away and protected.
I mean, do PULSAR go for the save here onto Vanguard Deadpool, or do they go for something like the Daredevil for Chabo Group? No, it's actually going to be the Elsa versus Elsa. So we did get to see ALTR Esports rely very heavily on Whoops's Elsa to win them that Marvel Rivals Championship matches back when they played the previous season, and hooray! ALTR Esports ban out the Vanguard Deadpool before PULSAR Esports can use the second lock slot and save it, and also target out the Daredevil as well.
Removing all the red characters, it seems, is the priority in terms of the ban stage at the moment. What I want to point out is PULSAR banning Jeff exceptionally early in these. We've seen him sneak into the bans, but never this far up. And now we're looking at teams looking at Loki, who snuck all the way through up to this point. And PULSAR have the opportunity to, if they want to take some keys from earlier, looking at potential Adam compositions, and if not, then just having some anti-dive with that regen domain.
I mean, do ALTR Esports get forced now into banning the Mantis, or do you let... Oh, maybe you go for the Groot, actually, because, I mean, when you have a Vanguard player called Tree Man, I imagine it's a giveaway, right? What Vanguard do you typically see him play? But he is a very good Angela flex as well if his main staple gets banned out, something which ALTR Esports are hyper aware of, given that we see the next save slot going towards the Invisible Woman, which will prove to be problematic if Tree Truman does indeed flex to the flyer.
Both teams end up getting the Loki, despite the fact only one side banned it out. But one team has the option for Loki Mantis. The other team has the option for Loki Groot. So there is actually flexibility on both sides. There's only one team banned each one. However, Elsa's secured on both sides immediately. It means we're going to have a lot of dueling. This is another map with some solid verticality. And you start to look at those front lines. You start to wonder who's going dive and who's going a little bit more sustaining.
I mean, it feels like Chabagoob's going to be Wolverine no matter what, right? Daredevil getting banned out. ALTR Esports likely going to be fielding a dive of their own. And we saw earlier on in the previous series, Venom is very vulnerable to Wolverine getting grabbed when he goes for those hits. As it looks like ALTR Esports are going to be playing a split, very similar to PULSAR Esports, actually. But Treeman can be a lot more individual when it comes to going in and displacing ALTR Esports players so that both this Wolverine and Elsa can get more places to work.
We'll see what gets fully locked in when the doors do open, but reminder that these two teams have yet to win a series. Obviously, it's only day 2. It's very early doors, but this is an important win to try and get yourself in a position to make your way out of those groups and into the playoffs for that chance at even more prize money and a higher position in the Ignite EMEA League when that comes around. Looking at these openers, team captain on the Captain America, going for even more sustain for the team, and Monarch is giving us to them more.
PULSAR Esports already going to be rotating underneath the point itself, so bunkering up, which does mean that ALTR Esports lose the opportunity to dive into them with the Captain America at early doors. Sapatic just trying to duel out as well, breaking through these shields, trying to put the pressure onto the duelist, waiting for Treeman to find a good displacement on the Angela, as it feels like we're just in a game of tug of war right now, Tetch, although PULSAR Esports just lost a chunk of space on that one, given the fact that they had to burn regeneration domain early.
Treeman just got absolutely juggled, came on in, got knocked up once, and then got pulled in by the Invisible Woman Doctor Strange team up, but was able to get away. Not so lucky for Lapsus as they're taken out with that Vibranian Saw from Team Captain, who is now continuing to pile on some pressure into the backline, leaving all the opportunity needed for Whoops to just have full freedom. The splitting of attention is what's so powerful with these dive compositions. And yeah, El Chabagoom knows it's doomed. Reset, jump off the map, rejoin your team.
Yeah, ALTR Esports, I mean, they had the Venom open, they could have opted for it, but Team Captain going for the Captain America actually far benefits the playstyle when PULSAR Esports try to bunker below the point, because as you said, it's a little bit more sustained, it's a lot brawlier up against both the strategists, and also you're not relying on swinging off of the walls to disengage, so if you get caught out by a ceiling, Captain America does not have any concerns. We are going to see Treeman clash with Team Captain on the side lane, however, making sure that it's a little bit safer for PULSAR Esports to move out from choke and onto the actual point itself.
Pressure onto Loki in the backline, but they're very mobile, able to escape and regen domain. Was forced out though, and all this pressure forcing up the jump. Treeman is doing a lot of work without burning almost any resources at this point. Immediately Lapsus is going to go for the Eternal Bond, mirrored by Hat Throw, but both of them with the God of Mischief for the extra stain. Gartrox comes on out and sends Z-Cube and Hat Throw off the map, and El Chabagoom goes down with them. That's going to be a 3 for 2 in favor of PULSAR, and they're cleaning out the few remaining members, looking for the split to get their first percentage on the board.
I believe that was actually a sacrificial play from Chabagoop. Feral Lunge taking Hatro off of the map to deny the God of Mischief's Eternal Bond uptime, so that PULSAR Esports can finally find this point flip. Monarch's not going to have these angles developed, plus this is Horn of Proteus against a Loki with regeneration domain, so it shouldn't find eliminations unless ALTR can force out the cooldown first. Freedom Charge allows ALTR Esports to break out onto the point itself, but Chabagoop comes on for the last stand, trying to take advantage of everyone playing inside the Captain America stripes.
Doesn't find anything though, meaning ALTR are able to push on in. Horn of Proteus, but like you said, Regen Domain shuts it down. Team Captain though, with the team split from the Horn of Proteus, is able to find the Legend off on the side. Meteor M directly on top. Regen Domain lasts just long enough to allow them to sustain on through, but it's going to be the pickups from ALTR. They out-sustain, they are holding the fight. So Legend does have ultimate, but they were picked off early in the fight, meaning they won't be here to use it, and that's forcing PULSAR to back up, give up the space, and reset.
One more fight, potentially as well, given the fact that ALTR Esports are going to hold PULSAR Esports at the choke, trying to force the Legend into burning that Eternal Bond so that Exo can have Invisible Boundary be a little bit safer of an investment when the fight moves on to the point itself. Although both of these Elses are about to hit their ultimates. Whoops already has his, so keep your eye on that one. Glartrox, I'm sure, could play a foul fiend to the strategist uses.
And here it comes, right to the edge. See you later, and Whoops nails it again. Takes out Kizaru and continues to pile pressure onto the front line. Anyone who tries to step onto the point sends the smoke bomb into the back. Gets caught on one themselves. 8 HP! Whoops is on the run, looking for the health back to try and keep themselves in, but makes it back to their team and trades out onto Legend. Invisible Boundary comes out from Lapsus to try and keep the team topped up. Apex Predator from Sapatic, but won't find the pickup. Treeman is still doing a lot of work here, but the portal comes in from Kizaru, meaning PULSAR are back as 6, but losing 2 immediately.
I mean, Hatro gets the God of Mischief copy onto Invisible Boundary. ALTR Esports didn't have all of their players diminished from the portal regroup, and they should be able to stabilize past PULSAR Esports recontest. Exo deals with Treeman, so no Angela, no opportunity to stall on the point. It falls instead to more static players to have to hold their ground, something that ALTR Esports will just take angles against and pick apart. And they are going to be able to clean up the first round on Celestial Husk, taking us now to Celestial Vault.
Nice start by ALTR. PULSAR were able to flip it back at least a little bit part way, and I do want to continue to draw attention to Treeman. They're creating a lot of space for their team, but ALTR are able to capitalize more often. Team Captain has been grabbing quite a few eliminations just by themselves, taking advantage of the fact that PULSAR Esports are having to play around Monarch, looking for those quick blow-ups with flanking them all. The fact that Whoops is just detonating the front line every time they step up means Team Captain has full freedom to just pressure that back line, and there's not really much PULSAR can really do about it.
I mean, ALTR Esports also have more range, right? So when the Captain America goes in, 2 duelists can capitalize off of the space created. PULSAR Esports, on the other hand, Sapatic can take advantage of the distraction that Treeman is giving. Chabogoop has to play more reactive when ALTR Esports close up the distance with the Captain America. And Team Captain's doing a very good job of getting in, then getting out, without the Wolverine getting the opportunity to do that. As we're actually going to see Treeman off of the Angela this time and onto the Magneto. Kizaru instead goes to the Venom, as yeah, at this point, really good for Venom stall. You will see him just continue to run up that tree route and remain a stalwart presence on the point itself.
Trying to be incredibly irritating while also doing a lot of pressure onto that backline. You can see Exo just looking at Cap, making sure they can pile the pressure on Kizaru and Treeman. Both dropped low, but healed back up. Good positioning by PULSAR right now, making the most of this cave to keep the heal output going. But Sapatic just eats a couple hits, has to back up, meaning that Whoops is keeping them so marked right now to keep that pressure on. And of course, that low-key firing squad from Hatro is doing a lot of work. Freedom charge to commit into the backline. Last stand from Chabogoop, but it's getting focused down beautifully. Horde of Proteus once again going to be blocked by that regeneration domain, but it's enough to lock down Kizaru. But there's Hatro taken down. Whoops falls as well as PULSAR. They sustain through the push in of ALTR Esports and flip it beautifully.
Yeah, Exo gets the Invisible Boundary bolts up from the space that Team Captain buys with the Freedom Charge. Sapatic catches players from ALTR Esports before they can get inside it, though. So they'll be able to win out that fight and now claim control of all of this space, which is perfect. Kizaru can go in, soft dive, force out things like the regeneration domain from Hatro before ALTR Esports can commit to a fight, and all the while you're buying the time for Sapatic and Chabogoop to just do what they do best. The Wolverine to deal with the Venom, and the Elsa to decimate whatever shows up in her path. Early Feast of the Abyss forces out the regeneration domain coming on for it from Hatro. He's okay parting with that cooldown. He does have the God of Mischief ready to walk ALTR Esports forward. The problem is, he only gets an Invisible Woman to copy, and now you have to go into the Apex Predator.
GTRM coming on in from C-Cube, looking for a defensive lead, but the team is already able to escape, so just sends it, grabs the Legend. Whoops able to get the pick up there on Chabogoop, finished off as well, and ALTR after a little bit of a rough start, are starting to try and hold this fight back. They do lose Hatro, but numbers are very heavily in their favor. Right now, it's all delay. Kizaru doing exactly what you're saying, going for a lovely jog, trying to just delay as long as they can. Both Vanguards do go down. Portal comes back in to keep it going. 60% has been gathered as PULSAR keep it going. Finally, the point's going to be flipped, and I think that's probably going to be the end of the Portal re-engage.
That could have been absolutely wild. Like, if they'd been able to get lapses through the portal with regeneration domain and build up God of Mischief, you're looking at least 10, maybe 20% more point percentage stall on the side of PULSAR Esports, and a lot of ultimates burned from ALTR just to guarantee that they find the flip. They at least get to hold on to those ultimates, as do the Shabagoob get to hold on to Team Captain. Wonderful grab coming through from the Feral Grab, but bubbled by Z-Cube with the Bulwark, so it instead turns onto Sapatic instead. Elsa, from the distance, unfortunately does lose out to the Namor.
Namor with that range and with the counter dive is having a lovely time right now. We're seeing it creeping into games every now and again. It's not perfect for every matchup, but when it works, it's working beautifully. And Monarch once again showing just how versatile they are as a player for ALTR Esports. Here comes the Legend, going to be pulling the trigger first with the Eternal Bond, the Invisible Boundary for Exo. Monarch looked for an ultimate, but is actually going to get stung out, but didn't lose the cooldowns. He did not finish the cast. Second Eternal Bond from Hatro with the God of Mischief, keeping that chain together. Labs is going to drop theirs a little bit later, and just in time though to keep Treeman and Kizaru topped up, and immediately ALTR are backing up. They've realized that they've lost the timing duel when it comes to ultimate duration, and they are chased down, losing 4 members. That's going to be another flip in favor of PULSAR, but ALTR, they are delaying this for as long as they can.
Regeneration domain, since ALTR Esports are still in control at this point, that sets up yet again for Team Captain to throw himself onto the objective and stall it for just a little bit more. 82% picked up, so within final fight territory if ALTR Esports are able to complete a flip now. PULSAR Esports are going to hold a little bit closer, making sure that they catch out Team Captain's wraparound, so no opportunity for the Venom to draw out the attention by threatening a back cap.
Apex Predator comes on out, so Legend picked off Z-Cube with the follow-up and is now acting as the front line, the Vanguard to literally break through the siege. Monarch punishing Kizaru as they move onto the backline. The power of the Namor just piling damage on the second you try to step too close, and now it's all about ALTR taking the most of the advantage they have. They've got momentum, they've got speed, and they know their opponents do not have Portal. So it's all about cleaning them off the board, getting the flip up to 84%. PULSAR, they've got to reach the point, and as such, Kizaru on that Venom and Treeman moving over to the Angela. Speed is now of the essence.
Yeah, especially when it comes to trying to cut ALTR Esports before Exo can build Invisible Boundary. I mean, if you're Sapatic, you might just use Apex Predator now to guarantee you can find the eliminations on a far overextended Team Captain. The Venom is gone. ALTR Esports' only Vanguard is going to be Z-Cube with a reliance on the Meteor M for self-sustainability. It's traded though. Kizaru also falls on the side of PULSAR Esports, and now we have to see Treeman look for the stall. Z-Cube with the Meteor M isn't able to land it. Whoops takes down Sapatic though, and this is ALTR Esports leading the charge in terms of damage potential. Lapsus has the sustainability with the copy onto the Eternal Bond, and PULSAR Esports might look to stabilize as Monarch looks to stop it. Comes on through with the Horn approach, is trying to catch the Loki as he comes out of the dash animation. Last time from Shabagoob is brilliant, sets up the elimination onto Z-Cube, and ALTR Esports are stalled out of utilizing their ultimates with the amount of stuns coming through from both sides.
Overtime is ticking down. There's not much left of the reinforcement as the defenses are going down. The boundary is buying it, but Team Captain is melted through, and PULSAR hold the point with one last flip. And we have a series within our first map. PULSAR not going down without a fight.
This might be where we see that group ban fully come into play against the side of PULSAR Esports. Because this is the map where you get to see so much bunker as opposed to the dive, since there's just so much focus in being able to hold your position inside those small rooms with ceilings. So I think like Team Captain, he can stick with the Captain America and go for a brawler style. The Venom is going to have a little bit of a harder time being able to get cleanly in and out, especially if ALTR Esports continue running both the Loki, the Invisible Woman, and the Namor, all of which takes chunks out of the Venom's hide, which is why Kizaru is going to be playing the Emma Frost instead.
considering a swap over to the White Queen there for a little bit of lockdown with that Carbon Crush to potentially punish the Captain America and build up as much charge in the front line. Also good to adjust though. Team Captain looking at the Magneto, and we're back on Benjamin Grimm. The Thing has returned to try and just make El Chabagoob's day bad.
Yeah, Wolverine can't grab a rock. And that's what Z-Cube is looking to be in terms of presence for his team. You are going to be absolute battery charge for Sapatic on the Elsa, though. As we're seeing, Whoops actually prioritize taking the high ground. They're letting PULSAR Esports take the low, and prioritizing getting Whoops into a position to put pressure on every single player.
Pressure on from the high ground into the Carbon Crush. One of the few things that can grab a rock takes them down. ZQ burst off the board, and ALTR immediately giving up on the Thing are starting to bring out the Groot. It is time, and they've got that the more already building up towards an ultimate at 85%. Just detonates Lapsus from a bomb, showing the power of flanking the more as they continue to go for squid bombs, blowing everyone up on the point.
Yeah, but PULSAR got the flip.
Also re-engage.
PULSAR got the cap despite losing their Loki, although they're currently down their Loki, who was closer to his strategist ultimate, which is why ALTR Esports are continuing to push aggressively through. Horn approaches to try and catch the disengagement, but Treeman gets to hold the space for the rest of his team with the Meteor M pushing them back into the recontest before ALTR Esports can complete the flip.
Generation Domain comes on out, Meteor M looking to send it into the choke point, won't find any targets. That's going to allow Lapsus to come on out with the Eternal Bond. Copied with the God of Mission to try and capitalize. Apex Predator grabs two, and PULSAR holding this beautifully. Their defense is doing huge work, and ALTR forced off the board. They are starting to get these ultimates built up. They have their own Apex Predator. They have Straggling Prison, and they're halfway towards a horde of Proteus, but they can't break through the initial setup. The Emma and the Magneto are creating too much space, and if they get too far forward, Wolverine's picking them up.
Not just that, Sonic Seduction, PULSAR Esports start off the fight instantly, stopping ALTR Esports from being able to walk, since this now allows El Chabagoob to build up Last Stand to interfere with Exo's invisible boundary. This is a very rough walk commitment on the side of ALTR Esports, who have to rely on Apex Predator. They're looking to heal through it, so Legend with the Eternal Bond commits the ultimate to try to keep PULSAR Esports standing, but there's just too much incoming damage, and the rest of the players are forced to kite out instead.
Pressure onto the point. Wolverine takes to the sky. Where'd he go? Gonna be forced into the air, but is taken down on the way down. Kizaru falls as well, and ALTR finally get the flip. But on 88%, PULSAR have all the time in the world to try and reclaim this. But they've got to be careful on this approach. Straggling Present Border Proteus at the ready, and all they currently have is Last Stand. This is all about PULSAR just trying to poke on in and build up ult charge.
Gotcha. Kizaru's Venom.
He's back on Venom.
Yeah, they're taking away the angle development. ALTR Esports with the Namor need the angles developed for the duelists to find space to get to do anything, but their attention is split because of Kizaru on that Venom pulling everyone back and looking at it instead. Meanwhile, El Chabagoob is closing up the distance, looking for a grab onto Team Captain, who does get hit by the Feral Grab, but does manage to self-sustain with both the healing as well as that Bulwark, and Whoops has been able to deal with Kizaru, who back cap attempt, tried, failed, back onto the Emma we go.
Whoops developing angles of their own there. Beautifully done. Like I said, back onto the Emma just to make sure they can keep some lockdown going. And of course build a lot of charge on those group walls to potentially punish that freeze, the Flora Colossus. A Sabatic that's for the opening. Here comes the God of Mischief into the Eternal Bond for the setup. PULSAR have chosen their opportunity to try and make something happen here. Invisible Boundary comes on out. Meteor M won't find a target, but Apex Predator will, forcing them all the way to the edge. 2 down, and PULSAR might have found an opening. Beautiful chase by Sabatic, and ALTR Esports might be forced to portal because that's going to be a flip on 88%, and Team Captain's pulling the trigger. It's time for the portal.
It's time for the portal, but unfortunately they just lost the Hatro, so they're going to have to wait for the respawn time of the Loki if they even afforded it. No, overtime's about to hit. They have to go through, missing a member directly into the Last Stand. Chabagoob comes on through with the pin. Without the Loki, you don't have the regeneration domain, so you're down your setup tool of the Strangling Prison, and Horn of Proteus catches very little. Apex Predator from Whoops attempted to turn the fight, but it's just not enough. And PULSAR Esports, this is them just finishing off the round in style.
What a recovery. That looks like from the first point that ALTR might have had PULSAR esports game, but the flip in those last 2 rounds was beautifully done. We saw a little bit of struggle, like you said, that swap onto the Venom, trying to just prevent everyone being grouped up for the angles while putting that pressure onto the Namor. Got absolutely punished by Woos. But the capitalization of that final push and then being able to hold through the portal, El Chabagoob making that Wolverine so worth it. Able to just pick up ZQ, preventing any straggling presence, which means Monarch just had to blindly horn, and the Whale found nothing. Rough one for ALTR Esports, but PULSAR, an incredible showcase of how to deal with stressful situations.
Yeah, and I mean, ALTR Esports, maybe if they'd won first fight on that last round, it would have been a different story, because, like, they ran into the same problem that players trying to run Hulk Namor previously when we had the Gamma Monster team up in play ran into on Domination in particular. It takes so much time to be able to develop those angles for the Namor to actually get anything done, and PULSAR Esports was so good at punishing that hesitation, being able to catch mid-rotation before the Namor was able to get any of the damage that ALTR Esports were looking for.
I wanted to point out Lapsisatilis 50,000 healing that he was able to output, and like you could sort of see like Monarch and Whoops were able to output a lot of the damage, and El Chabagoob couldn't keep up as much, but it felt like just having that melee character of Chabagoob, certainly for those last 2 points, to create that space, especially on like Celestial Hand where you can just like leap in and take those fights. It did occur to me that ALTR Esports haven't played any like melee characters like the Daredevil and stuff. The closest thing that they got to, I think, was like Psylocke in that first Domination. And it also might explain why we've not seen ZQ pick up the Hulk, which I think is what he was sort of a little bit more known for. So now it is the choice of like ALTR Esports to go to a map. It was Museum of Contemplation last time, but after you see El Chabagoob happy to play the Wolverine and the Daredevil, you might want to reconsider. It's hard to know. We'll see exactly where ALTR Esports want to take us, whether it's going to be Convoy or Convergence, after a quick break.
I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Suffer in the darkness. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world.
My time to shine.
We are going to Jalia. It's kind of what we sort of said of like, if ALTR Esports want to go Museum of Contemplation, you're just giving Chabagoo like the reins on playing Wolverine, certainly on that first point. ALTR Esports decided to go to not only a different map, but a different game mode with Convergence. Most teams going for Convoy. So ALTR Esports also choosing to defend first. So PULSAR need to be the ones to keep that momentum going in their favor, Tetcher. And I think this is the kind of result that you want to start on. Considering that both teams lost domination and lost 0-2 in their first series.
Yeah, no, the fact that you did take a round is going to be good news. Obviously, you'd prefer a map win, but ALTR are still showing a lot of strength here, and now they're on their map choice, their side choice, choosing to start on defense. And you got to talk about, like, this our big fears when it comes to Convergence, because we haven't seen it that much. The versatility of some of these lockdown compositions, the potential of triple strategist flyers, the potential of revives, just so many options. But playing on this map, you have potentially a couple more options. There's a little bit less verticality than, say, for example, a say, for example, a Central Park, so you don't have to worry as much about flyers, but they're obviously still a threat. There's a couple less places for Adam to hide, but he can fly now, so he still has the versatility there. It's just like a little bit less stressful than some of the other options, so I don't hate it.
I mean, it's also a way of avoiding the Wolverine being like the name of the composition without having to burn a ban draft on it. Because like we were talking in the break, right? You can ban out Chabagoob's Daredevil. You absolutely cannot burn a second ban on his dealer's lineup by taking out the Wolverine. Just take them to a map where Wolverine will struggle when we go into the second and third parts of the map and you're defending, and you can lengthen out the distance and pick him off before he can pick you up.
It would be entertaining, though, to see the magic actually come out as the only option for Chabagoo, but I don't know.
Iron Fist. He's played the Iron Fist too.
There is the Iron Fist, and Iron Fist like has got some good elements of verticality, getting around the map as well, like attacking on Jalia. You never realistically know. But I think the hard thing here for PULSAR is like for ALTR Esports, I had a quick look through their MRC run to qualify for this event. We didn't see Jalia once. It was a lot of like Museum of Contemplation, a lot of domination maps, a lot of convoy full stops. So ALTR Esports pulling something out that they've probably been cooking in the meantime, and a tough map. It is really like a new team mechanics coordination check for Jalia, because Moxie, if you're no good on it, you get full held, you get pushed to the end of the map.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're okay on it, you get through first point, and then you get held on second for 4 minutes plus. We'll have to see, as, yeah, it is one of those just like rules of the universe, rules of Marvel Rivals universes, at least as we get ready to go into that ban draft. And I am sure we're going to be seeing a very big focus around Chabagoob's hero pool, since PULSAR Esports ban out the Gambit first, and then instantly save the Daredevil. So, you know, we were talking about, hey, Wolverine is really bad on this map. Daredevil's great on this map. PULSAR Esports are going to be feeling incredibly happy.
Being able to scout your opponents out, being able to dive the chase onto the backlines. People like to retreat either into that central building or down the ramp off to the left on the main objective. So being able to pursue is going to be fantastic for PULSAR. They don't even have to commit to it. We've talked about it. There are other dive options as well. Ryan mentions the magic. This is actually one of the first maps we really saw magic start to come in from Virtus Pro in a previous MRC, when they decided to run a magic in this map for Sparker and just absolutely wreck everyone in their way. But in this case, the Daredevil gives them a lot more options, and more importantly, gives them information.
Speaking about options, PULSAR Esports actually were debating on the options there for that last ban. Thinking about, do we go for the Mantis so we can target out a triple strategist look, since it is Convergence, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot of flyer compositions pop on through, especially on first, where there's a lot of natural cover for the flyers to be able to keep themselves safe from. And given the fact that ALTR Esports see, okay, it was a ban onto the Jeff, which depowers the Venom dive, they might be leaning towards that triple strategist line, especially since we have the Elsa early save coming through from their team. So not only would you be able to get a triple strategist line, you'd also be able to give that Elsa Bloodstone 12% damage boost.
Immediate panic ban coming in from PULSAR. They take out the Loki. You see that Mantis, the Loki could be on the board for just giving that extra deific vitality, but also at risk of Adam Warlock copies on a revive for just going maximum all in on a little bit of a triple strategist with high damage and revive potential. It is a fantastic ban from PULSAR, but now they could potentially get their hands on the Loki themselves, because while ALTR have been able to get themselves a Mantis protection-wise, they haven't banned it either. So now they have to consider, do they ban Mantis to deal with that Loki combo? Do they ban Adam to prevent revives? What direction do you want to take this? They're looking at Cloak and Dagger. They don't want to deal with the sustain, and they will be taking that away.
I mean, honestly, getting Loki for a ban draft on Hall of Djali is a huge win. This is one of his best maps. If you manage to take one fight on second, you have so much range to be able to just rain absolute fire against the attacking side walking out of spawn, to the point that we get to see a lot of like Helen, Name, or Phoenix as well getting played on this map for a very similar reason. And given that Sapatic was banned out of the Elsa Bloodstone, he turns instead to the next hyper carry duelist, which is going to be able to keep up with the range Hall of Djali plays to, given the fact that Phoenix's fall off was adjusted in earlier patches. But you know what, we saw the Mantis make it through, and Tetcha, yet again, we talked about it. We said that there was a chance. It's Mantis, but it's not with the Atom. It's once again with the Ultron. This time, no Human Torch, though. He's been extinguished.
Not going for a full flyer, but 2 out of 3 ain't bad. We're going to get the Angela, we're going to get the Ultron, and with damage boost, not just going to help onto that Elsa Bloodstone, who does already insane damage, add some damage boost on top of that with the Mantis Inspire. It's going to be tough to deal with, but people do forget Ultron is a hit scan character with a pretty solid burst damage. If you're able to keep that Encephalo Ray onto your opponents for the entire duration, you can get a quick blow up, especially with Inspire.
Yeah, and now you get to have 2 separate drones as well, so you can give one to your Angela, one to your Venom, and literally just assign one lane. Like, Angela guards the high left window, Venom guards main, and you all communicate to where PULSAR Esports are going to be rotating from. Although Shabagoob will have the drop on ALTR Esports position, given the fact that he's playing Daredevil. He literally gets to see where exactly this defense is positioned and how that they can put the pressure on the backline, which is why we're seeing ALTR Esports really hold close to a health pack and inside a room with a ceiling to make sure that PULSAR Esports can't commit the dive just yet.
Getting dove onto, there is going to be a commitment, and the chase is good, forcing them away from their backline as ALTR gonna get zoned back, forced off the board. They've lost their main damage output, but Mantis and the Ultron do still do quite a chunk themselves, as well as that Angela and the Venom. But for now, it's just gonna be a retreat. Wait, reset, try and let Elsa make their way back into the fight so that you can re-engage together. And that's gonna be Angela trying to put some pressure onto the Invisible Woman in the backline as PULSAR already building up towards that third tick. Team captain diving onto the point, gets deleted immediately there. Beautiful follow-up from PULSAR, and with that, ALTR are forced off the point, and they already lose that first objective.
It's a brilliant first fight coming up from PULSAR Esports. They see that the strategist line is going to be too defensively favored. They're not going to be able to find eliminations in time. What they see instead is isolated Whoops alone on the field on the Elsa and dive the duelist instead. Since they didn't contribute any damage that was healed, ALTR Esports had no strategist ultimates to try to play a recontest with once they break away from Garage, and PULSAR Esports are free to pick up the first checkpoint and free to move into second as team captain is going to swap onto the 4. This is something that we said to keep an eye out when these teams try to run things like the Angela dive.
But while they're trying to go for a little bit of anti-dive, trying to go for a little bit of pressure on the backline themselves, their backline is just getting cleaned up. El Chabagoo finally falls after finally got all that pressure. And ALTR, this is what they wanted to do earlier. Ping from a distance, make the most of their sustain and that damage boost, and clean people up as they try to progress. And it was very well executed. But so much distance has already been gained by PULSAR, and they've still got 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, Rage of Ultron 2 is available for Hatro, but that should be absorbed right away by Kizaru with the Meteor M, allowing both the Legend and Lapsus Sotilas to hold their ultimates as we get the Star-Lord swap from Sapatic. They've spotted that it's an Ultron, and they want to use the Star-Lord and the Angela to put the pressure onto it so that ALTR Esports can't survive off of the greater sustain with a triple strategist line. Shabagoob's getting ready to go into position. There's the dive for ALTR Esports. Go for the dive first. Z-Cube hits the backline with the Feast of the Abyss. this and takes a massive chunk out of the Invisible Woman. Invisible Boundary denied. Lapsus also denied a position of getting a God of Mischief copy off.
Monarch's on a different hero again and is still getting pickups. The Mantis getting a pickup onto the Star-Lord mid-air on a projectile character. Beautiful setup here as team captain makes the most of the fact that ALTR has got some momentum back in their favor. Chase is down, and this is ALTR in a great position right now. They're staggering, they're capitalizing, and they're keeping PULSAR off that point. They've burned through their first minute already, and they still have every ultimate available except for that Feast from the Abyss.
First minute burn through. Let's see if they can complete the full 3 minutes that we talked about to see if it really is the role of the Marvel Rivals universe. Whoops just taking chunks out of PULSAR Esports as they walk up. As PULSAR Esports, they're poking, they're prodding, they're building up a bank of 6 ultimates to commit forward. There's the Rage of Ultron, absorbed partly by the Meteor, and right on top of Monarch Soul Resurgence. ALTR Esports in the blink of an eye lose 2 strategist ults, and PULSAR Esports finally gain the space they were looking for.
PULSAR not really taking low KO fights. They just seem to be getting fights where they either take out everyone or almost no one. But it works. They get the pickups. They're now moving forward with 2 people on the car. Sorry, 1 person in the local mode. I got baited. God of Mischief indeed. As they set themselves up to try and deal with ALTR as they make their way out of spawn. Utilizing this Gene Prey to set up, release your own life essence. Taken down immediately. Sapatic, what a shot.
Oh, Sapatic taking the Elsa out mid-cast of Apex Predator, so Glortrox just gets cancelled. ALTR Esports do at least have Invisible Boundary, could potentially use it to try and stabilize and make a play for the faster regroup with their closer spawns, but yet again, PULSAR Esports go for the play first. Aggressive Invisible Boundary, slowing ALTR Esports, forcing EXO to have to equalize, all the while Sapatic is holding the ultimate Tetcher. The moment ALTR Esports boundary drops, PULSAR Esports will make a play forward with the end song to finish the fight.
SHIKI back onto the point, has Feast from the Abyss, but right now it's just making sure that they can keep bodies on the board and pressure that backline, trying to get onto Lapsus to take them down. Team captain falls from Sapatic. Hatro's doing a great job of marking Sapatic, but just can't seem to get the finishing blows. Kizaru is taken down as ALTR are stabilizing here and keeping that pressure onto the board. Sapatic takes some damage once again from Hatro, but trades out beautifully using the Daredevil as cover.
Oh, they got Hatro, which means no Rage of Ultron. Ensong hits both of the backline, forcing ALTR Esports strategists out of the fight, which means the Z-Cube is going to be incredibly vulnerable. Has to try to back up to get fully healed from his team, and so Legend will be able to have the Invisible Boundary to react once Hatro respawns and comes back through with the Rage of Ultron to open the fight for the defense.
Feather comes on in, Invisible Boundary forced out with Rage of Ultron. Not going to be able to find much in the boundary due to the amount of healing output it will get here. The Legend playing the low ground, Guardian Barrier, making sure that their people on the high ground are healed up. Treebad dropped low though, Whoops with the chase once again, continues to duel. Media M comes on out, but there's going to be very few people to follow up on it. Only Z-Cube is taken down, God of Thunder to keep this push going, and that's going to force PULSAR to back up and regroup with only 12 seconds remaining. They're out of time. Someone's going to have to dive this.
Invisible Boundary comes on through from Lapsus just in time, but Whoops adjusts his position, so the Glortrox curves. It drifts outside of the Invisible Boundary reach, and the eliminations come through on ALTR's side. Monarch with the Soul Resurgence pushes into PULSAR's team, making sure that there is no regroup, no position of safety for the backline to stabilize the front line, and this is an overtime that will end before Kizaru's portal comes through. What an adjustment from Whoops to be able to circumvent the Invisible Boundary.
That was beautiful, and that's one of the joys you can see from Elsa. You will see these good Elsa players really adjust exactly where they want that Glortrox to end. If you can get it outside Invisible Boundary, that's a fantastic way to do so. We've talked about ways in the last patch during MRC of how to deal with that Glortrox, and we were talking about stuff that goes with the Glortrox. Boundary doesn't. That's a static defense. If you're outside it, you're in danger. And the danger was absolutely on the side of ALTR. But PULSAR, they did break the first point, and they did get distance on the board here. So this is now ALTR being forced to try and match.
I mean, ALTR esports, though, it looks like we're just going to be seeing a continuation of the triple strategist. Z-Cube, honestly, has been doing such a good job as well of just going into that backline and preventing PULSAR esports making plays. Like, PULSAR esports, they're the ones who actually have all of the information when these fights start, right? Chabagoop on the Daredevil literally just exists and knows exactly where everyone from ALTR esports is playing. Therefore, they should be faster at being able to set up for these dive hits. But Z-Cube is just like going in, going out, disrupting the backline, and allowing the rest of ALTR esports team so much more space, and their backline the ability to know when the Daredevil's committing, and having that knowledge, being able to kite the dive and survive.
Dive is so important in this current patch, being able to avoid getting picked off early. The portals still being as important as they ever have been. You don't want to burn them early just because someone gets caught out and taken out quickly. Thor up to the high ground. ALTR esports looking for their first opening. 3-man, once again, living up to their name, setting up those Wildwood walls to put some pressure onto the board and punish anyone who steps through those open doorways. As right now, it is going to be that main hallway, not the first tunnel that ALTR tried to break through, but PULSAR not giving them a single inch here, have been able to take down Team Captain and force a little bit of a soft reset.
Yeah, Sapatek's a real problem on the Phoenix at the moment with the amount of reach that he has. Hatro's trying to challenge it, but you have to be very, very careful, especially since Chabagoop is just waiting for that finish to draw attention, close up the distance, and be even more of a problem for ALTR esports backline to deal with. Z-Cube's the real engagement option, really, unless you're just waiting for Hatro to build Rage of Ultron and go with that first, because unfortunately, Lapsus is actually keeping pace with the Ultron's charge right now.
Thrown onto Z-Cube so they can keep that sustain going. A very aggressive over the Groot wall engaged from Woos, putting themselves in so much danger for the capitalization, and they almost get punished for it. Backing out, barely kept up, but their strategists have arrived to keep them healed so they can push in for that backline. Lapsus is dropped low, able to get away, but it's going to be the Magneto who will fall. Kizaru going to be forced to portal back in, and Treeman may have to join them as they're taken down again. Dive counter coming back in as the invisible boundary from Lapsus to keep that sustain going and give time for the reinforce. This will allow PULSAR to hold, but ALTR are just able to back away calmly. They've still got 2 minutes.
I mean, they've still got Rage of Ultron. Hatro didn't use his ultimate to force it out. Instead, PULSAR had to commit it to be able to hold the point long enough for the portal. So ALTR esports disengage the invisible boundary, come back with Rage of Ultron, and pick up 2 eliminations. Ensong does claim Z-Cube, but is it enough for PULSAR esports? It cost them the invisible boundary. Whoops tries to go with the Apex Predator to grab them all out of it, and it takes them off of the point, which means that ALTR esports pick up first and now head into second. PULSAR esports, these both strategist ults in that fight as well, Tetcher, so snowball momentum fully on ALTR esports side.
3-man with that group was trying to delay, was trying to block out as ALTR were able to re-engage after that portal came in. But unfortunately, we found out what the biggest counter to our wall is, and it's going over it. Rage of Ultron just able to siege in from above, break open that hold, and by that point, no one was able to reach in time. Boundary used and not even getting the point held because of it. A rough situation for PULSAR to find themselves in, but they've let the Devil out. They choose to try and take some momentum back, but they lose Daredevil, and ALTR are just capitalizing. Every time PULSAR run at them, they seem to gain a little bit more.
I mean, Chabagoop tries to let the Devil out, and Team Captain packs it back into the box with Heaven's Retribution. Just putting him in his place. ALTR esports, like, they still have invisible boundary. They didn't have to use it because, like we said, the Daredevil was forced back. This is literally just honestly finishing off the fight at this point. Hatro clears up Treeman. ALTR esports have that invisible boundary if they want to go aggressive. You're just dealing with the regeneration domain before you decide to walk forward and make a play with the one-sided Mantis and the Venom occupying PULSAR esports whole back line.
Venom force use one of their main disengaged tools as they get caught out by the Angela Feast from the Abyss to come in. They will get some bonus health, but now they don't have the swing! Taken down! Kizaru burst off the point by Woots, who's just about to get an Apex Predator. Looking at the choke point, they've already taken down 2. Waiting for the re-engage, waiting for the boundary to expire. If they step up, they're in danger, but the finish line is there. They have to commit. Rage of Ultron into the backline. Venom for the zone. Takes 1. Boundary. Apex Predator to force them off the point, to send them all the way back. And now it's the last second reinforces. Treeman comes in on the strange Yataya Wakamoto, but can't drop the shield because the damage is too much. And PULSAR are zoned off the point, taken down one by ALTR esports.
Oh, the end song Inferno as well doesn't manage to connect. And ALTR Esports cleanly sweep through Hall of Djalia at honestly such a steamroll speed. They looked insanely strong, both on the defense and on the offense, with the triple strategist setup, with the Mantis and the Ultron. Like I said, Whoops might be picking up the MVP. No surprises. It's also Bloodstone. The amount of statistics that we're about to see is about to be crazy. But like the unsung hero truly is Z-Cube. That Venom going in, getting the space for the team, only going down a sum total of 4 times as well, really allowed ALTR Esports to hit their stride.
Give the newest player to the team as well, joining right as they qualify for Ignite and showing up here, doing so much work. The pressure on the backline was great. Hatro being able to adjust onto an Ultron as a strategist main because you have a player like Monarch on your team who's just that flexible. He plays everything. Can we name another player who has played literally every single role in the Marvel Rivals Ignite? He's played Vanguard Deadpool, he's played Strategist Mantis, and he's played regular Duelist as well. He's on everything.
So far, so good, I think, for like PULSAR and ALTR Esports. 3 back-to-back best of 3s. It's a good showing, I think, but it's also like learning how these sort of teams are playing and adjusting. I really like that ALTR Esports like stuck to their guns almost. Like they started off on like triple strategist, sort of pivoted over to like Ultron for the second point, which makes a lot of sense. Love how much Ultron we're seeing today, by the way. But also like, it could be easy to just panic and start to switch around a lot more. You've got team captain that was Fall for a little bit, but then as soon as he changed over to Angela, did a lot when it came to like closing out that distance. A good choice of map, I think, to make sure that El Chabagoob couldn't get much impact out of it. But at the same time, it's now the choice of PULSAR to go to the third and final map, which is going to be Convoy. It was Arako last time, so I would imagine it'd be more of the same, right? Just real quick. Seems that if they want to get Chabagoob his weight in gold, any Convoy map is going to be good for him.
Except Midtown, probably. I would imagine. Like, Spider Islands is probably your best bet at being able to go for those dive splits, but you could potentially still pull it out on the other convoys too, everywhere except Midtown.
I'm seeing Spider Islands hovered over. We'll see if that's going to be confirmed or not after this break. It's going to be finishing over on Spider Islands in this series, and PULSAR Esports, I think, are choosing to attack first. Tetra, we've seen not a huge amount of Spider Islands. I feel like we've seen more recently as previous to, like, say, in Ignite Stage 2, where a lot of teams avoided it like the plague. This is just all hands. This is just brawling a lot of the time, and considering that these, like, in less experienced teams from MRC going into Ignite, overtime fights and not being clinical on them can cause a lot of issues.
Yeah, we used to see Spider Islands basically only picked if a team wanted to go for just like portals and revives with Adam and stuff like that, just to try to hold as long as possible. But it's just not played like that as much anymore. Like, it's there, as Moxie was saying earlier, there's so many angles to dive on this map. There's opportunities to go for those split styles. It's just a completely different beast to what it used to be.
I think one thing I also wanted to ask you, Moxie, really is, like, triple strategist was used, kind of like Tetra was saying. Does it feel like PULSAR need to look a little bit more at, like, the Mantis being allowed through?
I mean, the Mantis was a problem, the Ultron was a problem as well, and Spider Islands having a lot of verticality. Pretty good for Ultron to be able to hide amongst those rooftops. I would imagine it's just like going to be a safety precaution to include a Mantis ban at some part in the draft. I just want to really see, like, what is the thinking about Shabogoob's hero pool, because, like, they went for the save onto Daredevil. That should have been their win condition on Djalia. Was it a case of they dealt with it really well because it was Hall of Djalia and it was easier to deal with the Daredevil? Now when you go to Spider Islands Convoy, do you still want to leave the Daredevil open? Is it going to be one of the first bans?
Before we get into draft, real quick from both of you, whilst I sort of disappear into the ether for a little bit, who's winning this series, ALTR or PULSAR?
I think I'm leaning a little bit more towards ALTR because I feel they're adjusting a little bit quicker. Like, PULSAR had a better draft in the first round and were able to adjust to what ALTR had drafted, but ALTR adjusted in the second series and seemed to have a bit more versatility when it comes to bringing in stuff like the Ultron and the Mantis.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you here, Tetra. I think, like, ALTR Esports, not only have they adjusted, they also have momentum with them, and that does a lot of things for teams in terms of the confidence when you're going into that last map. Yeah, exactly, the mental. As we get ready to head into our ban draft, Gambit is taken off of the table for both of these teams, but ALTR Esports actually going to be targeting out the Vanguard Deadpool, so removing that from PULSAR Esports team, but still allowing Sapatix Elsa through, as will Whoops be able to have access to the Elsa. So this time, no value of the Daredevil, no value for Chabogoob's hero pool instantly. Instead, it's going to be looking more at the Elsa versus Elsa matchup between the two duelists.
And PULSAR, they do not continue their anti-fish propaganda. They don't ban Jeff again, at least at this stage. They go for that Vanguard Deadpool, taking that away early in the draft, not going to risk letting it through, and then finally going to take out the Mantis. It was a little bit of a problem last time. It was doing a lot of work. That's going to at least lessen the possibility of triple strategies. Doesn't remove it entirely, as there are other options, but it does take away at least some of the options, and an early ban away from Loki for ALTR Esports.
Yeah, it takes out the Ultron as well, crucially. So we're going to get one-sided Loki on the side of ALTR Esports, though. PULSAR Esports, it wasn't a save on the Jeff. The last time they debated, they went back and forth about, like, do we go for this? Do we take out the Jeff? They have the opportunity to remove the Jeff now if they think it's still going to be a problem, as ALTR have already used up all of their save slots. It's not an instant. There is a lot of discussion. I think with the Loki save, it's sort of like, okay, are they really going to be playing the Jeff? Because you're not going to have Loki copying Jeff. You would have Loki trying to copy something like an Invisible Woman, and there we go. Invisible Woman is actually the target PULSAR turn to instead.
Now the final protect from PULSAR. They haven't protected anything like a Daredevil or anything like that for El Chabagoob. So do they use this last slot for that? Looks like yes. Daredevil taken away from the board. In ALTR, what do you remove? With already the opponent still having options for a Mantis, they're looking at the Wolves, trying to force it down that Daredevil route, and they will take that out.
I mean, they dealt with the Daredevil, right, on the previous map. It was rough when they were dealing with the Wolverine, though, because, like I said, you could play that Wolverine not aggressively, you could play it reactively. And Z-Cube on the Venom has opened up a lot of space for ALTR Esports. Whoops has been looking really, really good on the Elsa, but again, he's having a lot less contests sent his way because Z-Cube is literally occupying the attention of 3 people all at once. So not surprised that the Wolverine is actually taken off the field, despite PULSAR going for a save onto Chabagoop's hero pool. It's still going to have an impact on what he has access to. If the Daredevil doesn't find the same value and gets counted the way we saw on Deshalia, he loses one of the avenues to flex over to that was problematic for ALTR in the past.
Does now give PULSAR the option to go a little bit more heavier on the dive with that Venom. They didn't have Jeff taken away from them. ALTR also did not have Jeff taken away from them, despite it being banned the previous 2 series. But like you mentioned, they've got a Loki. They're probably not going to clone its Jeff unless they plan on carrying their opponents from one side of the map to the other, just in Jeff stages, and we're definitely not seeing that. So instead, we look at these defensive setups for ALTR. They've got the Namor, they've got Team Captain back on the Thor to try and catch people like Kizaru and like El Chabagoop as they dive into the backline.
Z-Cube on the Mag, though, not the Venom, which means that PULSAR Esports will be able to stabilize that full team and just walk forward, since there is literally nothing to distract them from just pressing W. So already we're getting to see the Mag gets absolutely run over, and ALTR Esports have lost so much map space. They're basically fighting where first checkpoint already is, just to make a play, a last stand for verticality, and Whoops and Monarch to have positions to take chunks out of PULSAR Esports before the dive can actually commit.
Dive commit, Whoops trying to get onto 3-man, but not too far. You don't want to get caught out behind one of those walls and immediately lose all access to your strategists. Chabagoop on the flank with the symbiotic shenanigans, trying to get onto the Loki, but regeneration domain forced out immediately, and that's going to allow Hatchrow to teleport away. All those Loki escape tools available to them right now. Team Captain finds El Chabagoop, tries to track him down with the lightning domain to remove some of the mobility, and succeeds in doing so. Great tracking here by Team Captain.
Yeah, dive peeled away. PULSAR Esports not going to be able to make a play now that they've lost that distraction technique in ALTR Esports backline, and with Monarch holding the high ground, they're going to be able to catch more eliminations off of that disengagement. As at PULSAR Esports, they're actually going to be making a few swaps. We had the Jeff, now we're seeing Legend move over to the Invisible Woman instead, so being able to keep up with more of that pressure from the brawl that ALTR Esports are trying to turn this dive tempo into.
Captain looking at the high ground, looking for Kizaru or El Chabagoop. It's a full wraparound to the side. It's spotted very quickly, and Ball looks for the dual beautiful pickup by Monarch because they were marked fantastically. And now we're seeing Venom having just a real bad day. Tries to dive in, gets punished, tracked down by Exo, gets another pickup, and that was a flank attempt by PULSAR that just turned into so much ult charge for ALTR Esports.
That's in the more cosplaying a Hawkeye. Lapsus actually gets caught mid-Eternal Bond first dash before a healing can come on for with the Trident, and ALTR Esports deny PULSAR Esports engagement with the Eternal Bond, while also allowing their strategists to hold on to their ultimates to out-sustain the attacking side. Sapatic takes to the high ground rooftops, trying to put the pressure, forcing ALTR Esports to back up and allowing Treeman to close up the distance to get into position to use the Strangling Prison.
Sapatic has the glass drops available, just looking for a spot to open it. Here comes the Eternal Bond, Strangling Prison. Whoops is able to disengage though, and in fact immediately re-engages onto El Chabagoop, chasing them all the way back. Team Captain is essentially an enemy spawn already, running them back with the Mjolnir to get those pickups of Whoops, and the combo between Elsa and Thor is so fast at just chasing people down when they're trying to escape and just giving them a miserable time. After that first push from PULSAR Esports, where they were able to break open that first hold, ALTR have not given a single inch. They've caught them every time, and we are down to our final minute with ALTR still having most of their ultimates.
I mean, Legend has the invisible boundary, but Whoops has the Apex Predator, Monarch the Horn of Proteus. Beast of the Abyss forces Hatchrow's hand into parting with the regeneration domain. Apex Predator, oh my goodness, almost got displaced fully where the Gartrox was coming from with the Thunder Surge, but Sapatic is able to carry the ultimate out and find the eliminations off of the back of it, picking the players outside of Hatchrow's ultimate and depositing them within the Elsa's primary crosshair. This is PULSAR finally making space, but it cost them so much, and they're still not past first checkpoint yet. Monarch's on the Strange. Is there an opportunity for ALTR to be able to stall out and touch? Team Captain's in charge of being able to come on through in time, and the portal is there as is Loops. Everyone from PULSAR might be off the cliff.
Incredible Apex Predator with just 2 meters left to go. ALTR re-engage. Overtime ticks down, and PULSAR, they don't have portal, they don't have bodies, and ALTR Esports with a miracle defense.
Oh, well, we might be in the season of spring, but Whoops says to PULSAR Esports, have a nice fall.
Hey.
What an Apex Predator, just carting them all off the cliff.
Oh my god, and PULSAR, we talked about the mental from after ALTR coming in with the momentum. That's not going to feel good. 2 meters, 30 centimeters, and all it took was Team Captain going for a runaround, full loop, grabbing heal pack, baiting out the Venom, and getting back in time for the portal to rejoin his team, and then Whoops, showing just why they're regarded during MRC and now at Ignite as one of the scariest Elsa Bloodstone players in the whole league, finding the perfect angle once again. I don't know if they're a math major, but it sure feels like it with that level of trigonometry.
I mean, I will say, we are no stranger to fuller holds on Spider Islands. The round is not yet complete until the checkpoint is reached. So PULSAR Esports can still complete a greater defense. The problem is, like ALTR Esports, they can scout the composition that they're up against, and they can tailor their offensive composition against it. So Monarch on this Punisher might actually be stuck too, just so you can uproot Treeman's group walls, and PULSAR Esports are forced to give up more and more space.
Scouting out, they do see that group, so like you said, they'll probably stick on the Punisher for the moment to melt on through, as El Chaba Goob's going to be looking for that backline. Got to be careful. If he gets the engage onto Monarch, might get the blow up, but if Monarch can disengage with that smoke bomb, might be able to blow him up with the
Oh, he's been marked though.
Already coming in. He is marked. Doesn't matter. El Chaba Goob just gets flicked on as Woods flanks around to the side, looking to see if they can catch anyone out of position. Like, for example, the Legend, who will be eliminated immediately. And ALTR kind of doing a mirror of PULSAR from that first round, getting so much momentum at the start.
Oh no, these eliminations are split between as well. So like PULSAR Esports, they're losing players, but they're losing players at the wrong time. Like you said, Portal's coming, Team Captain's going to try and flank around and cancel it. But I think someone stepped into the path of the Angela to make sure that Kizaru can complete the circle and let PULSAR Esports have a chance of contesting this. They jump, but they've already lost Treeman, and now we have a sole Vanguard against ALTR Esports in full control of the space. Sapatix being pressured by Whoops and the Elsa 1v1, and in the meantime, Hatra's just quietly accumulating God of Mischief charge. The moment he hits it, ALTR Esports will hit the gas and go forward with that Eternal Bomb.
Treeman returns to the fight. We see a lot of delay. Kizaru is able to hold on for at least a little bit longer. Sapatix stayed in the fight by dancing through the portal to get the healing and then make their way back onto it. But while ult charge builds up, Eternal Bond for Hatru. Aya Nagamoto, beautiful Dark Force teleport to avoid the engage as ALTR take down 1, make it 2, and push their way through. Keeping the healing onto the backline, the strategist play patty cake as all that damage comes on in. Regeneration domain to keep Exo up to make sure that Daredevil finds nothing, and now it's all about the Punisher, literally becoming the final judgment and the final nail in the coffin. It's just full chase down now. Whoops finishes off the last straggler, and that is ALTR taking the round and the series. What a push!
The Wolverine was problematic. The Daredevil was expected and therefore predictable. Like Team Captain in that first fight, marking the Daredevil's position, spearing him off of the high ground and into the view of Punisher, who just absolutely melted the health bar. And then you just you cause that panic, you cause that disengagement where everyone on the side of PULSAR basically goes, we've lost our engagement, give up this fight, disengage back, don't lose more players, have an opportunity to regroup and hold to the next corner. Yeah, that all gets cut off by Whoops circling around the back on the Elsa Bloodstone. Hatra, by the way, MVP, rightfully so, does not go down once in both of those rounds. That Loki was just absolutely invulnerable, it felt, in a lot of those fights.
And not just invulnerable, keeping up with their other strategists as well. You could see that last dive from El Chabagoob as they tried to get into the backline, tried to get onto Exo, and Exo had already used the Dark Force teleport. They'd already used Dagger Storm. They had nothing, and Hatro was also being harassed by Sapatic and Kizaru. They were able to, one, invade Kizaru and Sapatic, reposition, set up a clone, regen domain, and keep Exo alive as well. Hatro just put on a clinic for Luke.
I mean, it's nice to see that ALTR Esports were able to turn things around after a rough day one, but you got to feel for PULSAR at the same time. Like, it's a rough introduction, I guess, to the organization, but just the fact that this series that was definitely winnable went the full distance, and it just felt that they ran out of steam towards the end, right, Mox?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it, right? The momentum, ALTR Esports being able to deal with the Daredevil, a hero which PULSAR Esports put such a high priority on. You could potentially tailor some of it up to Pull of Dejalia, not favoring Daredevil in the slightest with the amount of fights that happen on range. You can't apply that same logic to Spider Islands, and it felt very much like ALTR Esports. They just read PULSAR Esports' composition that they wanted to play. They were like, okay, we'll let you have the Daredevil, we'll ban out the Wolverine because we know how to deal with the Daredevil, and it is team captain on the Angela.
As we sort of highlighted as well, Tetcha, it's like this seems like it's maybe deciding who that fourth team is going to be to go from playoffs. And you got PULSAR that have to play Team Heretics tomorrow, so they could very easily go 0-3 after this first weekend. ALTR Esports, I believe they do have Shikigami, so it's not like they get an easier time. Both teams have to play Peps. Maybe both teams win there, and then it's just a case of like this head-to-head means that ALTR Esports would go to playoffs. So there's a lot at stake unless there's some more surprises that both these teams can put together. It just feels like ALTR Esports more comfortable.
This really does seem to be the danger. You mentioned it. Peps right now is the real wild card. While we're still currently, we're obviously going to see how well Heretics do tomorrow to see if they're still on track to be one of the top teams in this group. But Peps put on a solid show as well. All these teams keep putting on really good performances because we're getting to see them in the neutral more, where we're getting to see individual skills. And then the teams that are excelling are the ones who seem to be experienced and are just putting on beautiful performances with great teamwork. But with ALTR getting that extra point on the board, now PULSAR's last chance is really Peps. They have to beat Peps and one of these other top teams that they have yet to face yet. And it's a rough situation to be in when you're looking to qualify.
About to put the majority of the Scottish talent of Marvel Rivals in this call because Team Captain is on his way. I can't think of any other Scottish players, analysts, coaches that I'm missing. It might just be you two, Monty.
Oh, we're just going to have a conversation in Scots. We're going to just greet each other with, "Oh, hi!"
Yeah, I mean, all of the American viewers are like, not only still confused about yesterday, they're just confused what that means. What's the point? But we do have an interview. We are going to bring in more northern people from the British Isles at the very least. And first and foremost, Team Captain, nice win. It must be a relief considering like you had a baptism of fire yesterday and then this was a full free mapper. Must be a relief that you were able to win out the series and also the final map. You kind of sweep them, really.
Yeah, I was really relieved that we were able to bring it back from map 1. I'm not gonna lie, we did get a bit of a scare after we lost that first map, but everyone just kind of focused in and brought it back.
So talk to me a little bit, because you're in a very unique position being a Vanguard player, but also starting off as a Wolverine player. What exactly was going wrong in dealing with the Wolverine to the point that when we went to the third map, you actually banned it out?
I'm not gonna lie, I think my team just respected the Wolverine's value too much to the point where they were scared to take space off the map. Because when I was playing Captain America and Venom, this guy was like permanently looking at me, just sitting with his supports the whole game. And I think they should have probably taken value off that. But the main issue is the fact that they have 2 cloakouts, and the Wolverine can basically just walk around the map for free in those cloakouts. And he can also just farm ult charge during those cloakout fights.
So your matchup tomorrow is against Shikigami. Obviously, you've got so many matches coming up in a row. How much work are you putting into preparing for each team individually versus just generally focusing on your own game?
We're doing a lot of like studying into like what these teams are playing and like what their preferred maps are. it's good to know because like if you take a map off them, they could take you to like a comfort pick map, and if you're not good on that map, they can easily just tie the series up and take it to match point. So we're making sure we know what they like to play on these maps and trying to create the best draft possible for what they might take us to.
I do want to mention like individual performance, because whilst you played a lot of third-party tournaments like towards the tail end of last year, this is the first time that we've seen you like in Ignite or the Invitational since the Invitational, right? With you coming back to sort of playing Vanguard like at this level, what's been like the biggest culture shock since you've been playing on these like top teams? Because the meta's changed a lot, but also everybody's got better and the game is a lot more worked out. Not necessarily completely, but it's people have made strides on how to play this game. What's been the biggest shock to you, I guess, coming back?
I mean, like, I feel like I've been keeping up to date with all the pro play stuff. I've been keeping up to date with like all the metas. So nothing's really been as much of a shock to me. I think what's crazy to me mostly is how close each team is in skill. I feel like the gap has never been this close in the entire game's lifespan, and it makes things really interesting. It really does.
Do you think there's going to be a few more curveballs in your group finally? Like, because there's some, you know, heretics, for example, Shikigami, like, you could definitely scare them a little bit more, I suppose.
I think there could be a lot of major upsets in Europe and the North American regions in terms of like who expects what team to win, because I'm not gonna lie, I speak for myself and probably behalf on most other pro players currently. We are still figuring out this patch and we're trying to make things work as we go along. This is very new to us, and like no one has the perfect draft for every situation. Every team plays something different. There's so much stuff you can play, so it's kind of weird going into a lot of things. It's not like black and white.
Yeah, it's learn by doing in its early days, yeah, but you do have a game very early tomorrow, so I'm not going to keep you too long. But thanks again for joining us, Team Captain. Congrats, and we'll see you tomorrow. He did get sick of it. Just like mouth open, and then we know that he was going to say goodbye. But yeah, I think it's like that is a relief, at least for these games. Like, yeah, you've got to play up against NAVI, Shikigami, Team Heretics. They could all be tough opponents, Tetcha, but it's like the games that really define whether they're going to be making playoffs and making good strides towards stage one. It's games like this, and they made the most.
Yeah. Every single win matters. You need to beat, mathematically, if everything was to go exactly perfectly, you need to beat 2 teams in order to make it into playoffs. You need to be better than at least 2. But the fact is, it all starts with a first step, and being able to take that win versus Pulsar, even though it was quite a close match, it's so important for your momentum because you continue to learn, you continue to evolve. Now you're ready to head into the Shikigamis. You're ready to head into those other matchups you still have. You still have Heretics later on in the tournament as well, as we've already mentioned. It's not over, and it's not going to be easy for the rest of the road for the side of ALTR, but the fact is, they're getting moving and they're getting that momentum.
One final game to go over today. It's Virtus Pro World Champions. They had a pretty easy time yesterday in their series, going up against Reason Gaming, that want to make up for past mistakes, as we saw against Vision. We'll see how that goes after a break, and then our final series of the day.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I
trying to help.
Lights out. Suffer in the darkness. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world.
My time to shine.
Behold that child! Survive this!
Last but not least, Virtus Pro and Reason Gaming are going to head off. The action, I suppose, that we're seeing in Group B, at least for today. Before some of them, I think Virtus Pro have a break tomorrow as well. For Reason, Tetra, I don't think it could have been a worse start. That's possibly the nicest way of putting it. This is a team that we've seen quite a lot of and had like pretty high expectations, especially roster changes. But not only was it a 0-2 loss division that was a shock, there were some moments that were just outrageously weird.
Yeah, no, this was... If they weren't so experienced, I would say first match jitters, but the fact is, this is a team that struggled and had a couple issues. This is a team with experience. Playoffs in Stage 1, a little bit rougher in Stage 2, but still looked good. But just this year, it's not showing up for them yet. But if there's any time to prove that that was a glitch, it's gotta be now.
Yeah, I real quick, Moxie, as well, like, a lot of people are sort of assuming, I think, they're like, oh yeah, they brought DRP and Ballas in as subs, in inverted commas, that they could just throw them into the team. It did generally sound like it was that they were filling in because two players were unavailable. It was a Friday, so like, you know, school, work, whatever. It is Pasuo and KitKat Sejour in the server, so DRP and Ballas are back in the bench slot. It's looking like the OG team is actually playing.
Yeah, and I mean, trying to place players in very, very close to officials is always going to be problematic, especially in this meta. Like, Dive is coordinated. You have to have experience playing with your team. You can't just basically be like, okay, we're all going to play Dive, and it's going to go great, as I'm sure everyone who plays the competitive ladder has first-hand experience of.
There's a reason why when we talk about those big dive, like duos in a lot of cases, before we went into a full dive meta, we talked about Holly and Pokey because they're related. They have that experience. And then we look at more recently, we look at Bobo and Salvation in the OCE region. Or they've been playing on the same region, on the same team for all this time. It is about, like Moxie said, knowing each other, being in tune with each other and getting that coordination down because you need to be in and out so fast.
Final thing from me, I'm counting this as Simba's debut. Like yesterday he was playing all sorts of different roles. This is a hell of a first game to go up against Virtus Pro World Champions.
Well, here we go. Our last match of the day, Reason Gaming versus Virtus.pro. And I mean, I just want to see the ban draft. The Gambit is the first thing to go, but crucially, is Virtus.pro going to use the first save on that Vanguard Deadpool, or are they going to go for Sparker's Elsa Bloodstone? It will be the duelist, as I talked about, like, 5 being able to flex onto so many different things. If you ban him off of the Vanguard, he's just going to go onto something else that he can play.
It's too early doors to say who is the best Elsa Bloodstone in the world, but when we saw Elsa Bloodstone, I know most of us were looking just like, yeah, that's Sparker, right? It's gonna be Sparker. And right now,
Sparker or Terror potentially, and
Yeah.
we actually this time around don't have to wait for an international fight to be able to work that one out. As Mantis is going to be banned next for Virtus.pro, taking that one away from Reason Gaming after Reason Gaming targeted out the Jeff. Virtus.pro had gone on tape yesterday talking about the fact that they'd predominantly been a dive-focused team, so losing that Jeff, while yes, it does depower the Venom, isn't the greatest potential blow, as we're going to see the Daredevil removed on the side of Reason. Reason answering back with a one-sided Vanguard Deadpool save, though, does mean if they go for a ban on the Daredevil, Fi loses 2 of his main staple picks.
We did see Virtus.pro leaning very heavily into that triple Vanguard composition yesterday, and the Vanguard Deadpool was a big part of that. Now that has been taken away. There's the counter Jeff ban. Seeing a one-sided Deadpool, you do still have the risk of the Venom, but the Jeff would capitalize on both of those, so they're going to take that away, and Virtus.pro gets their one-sided Mantis.
Is this a Daredevil ban, or is this a Loki ban? Daredevil. I mean, I feel like if you have to go Daredevil, right? You've swept out the Deadpool Vanguard. Now you can actually target out the Daredevil away from Fi. Sparker, we've already established, will be playing the Elsa Bloodstone, so there's no point in trying to go for something like a Psylocke ban. Instead, Virtus.pro will be able to show a different side to what Fi is going to play, potentially going for that triple strategist with maybe an Adam Warlock, or potentially the look of the Ultron instead.
Have to see what they roll out with, starting with Hell's Heaven, as we have not seen that at all today. It's actually been a little bit rarer for us to see Hell's Heaven appearing so far, but it's a map with some very different strategies. We see some teams like, for example, Cooking with Kaya in the in-between seasons, who are playing extremely aggressive with stuff, attempting to remove people off the map with Angelas and stuff like that earlier on. But then you'll also see teams going with the more dive-heavy style with Venoms, with the Captain Americas trying to get into the backline. And then, of course, there are the maps, the environmentals, where you start to see Invisible Woman, more Angela, Wolverine, just trying to take people off on the Super Soldier Factory.
Hopefully we should get information on what the pause is, because it was right after draft.
Yep.
My concern is that somebody's like, hold on, we don't want to do that. But like, the draft seems pretty normal. It's not like a ban was missed. And even if a ban was missed,
yeah, I mean,
you have to play without it.
If you mistake a draft, it's locked. You can't change that.
I mean, can we just talk about what Fi's going to play, though? Because no Daredevil, no Vanguard Deadpool. Are we going to see the debut of Fi Mantis, potentially, on the side of Virtus.pro?
Ooh, I'd be down with it. It would be cool to see, because we've seen Fi on characters like that in the past. We've seen him playing in the third strategist, but honestly, when we talk about third strategist, Sparker was the one playing Adam when Virtus.pro used to go for triple strategist compositions. So how
but he's on the Elsa now. There's no way you move him off of the Elsa and put him on the Adam.
With how today's gone, let's see Fi Torch again. It's been too long. It has been way too long. Probably not the best map, considering the Hell's Heaven has probably got the small, like the lowest ceiling of any building ever.
Well,
it would feel like.
Actually, there are some good maps for Torch. Like when you go into Super Soldier Factory and you have the pillars around the point plus Eldritch Monument, you can get away with it. Frozen Airfield, not so much.
Not so much.
I'm seeing an Ultron hovered over. That could be it. I mean, I'm not looking at what's hovered over with characters, because I'm seeing Mr. Fantastic and I'm gonna get my hopes up and I'm gonna be disappointed. But I feel like, for a reason, like this is, even if this is a series that's lost before we go into game, like it feels like there's still stuff that can come out of this series that they can end up going in tomorrow feeling more positive than after yesterday, for sure.
Yeah, it's a great learning experience. For sure, like you're going to be able to go up against Virtus.pro, and Virtus.pro, like the moment they see you doing something that is punishable, they will punish it. I think like that's one of the reasons why we see so many teams go for the ban on Daredevil against this team, because having access to that Daredevil lets them instantly react when someone is out of position.
pretty much
having
ready
all
to
that
go back into game. It's network issues, actually, so thank you for production for letting us know. This happens anyway, like all across, and EMEA is a very, very big place. There's like a lot of people at like different sort of playing levels. I am really excited though for Reason Gaming. Like, I was nervous. I sort of spoke about it on the desk yesterday of like, I don't like teams that just make knee-jerk reaction changes because of like stuff changing around. So I'm excited to see what this original like look of the team is going to do. And if any improvements need to be made, they have it. Sparker is hovering over Mr. Fantastic. Again, trying not to get baited, but he's actually in the spawn. We'll see how Virtus Pro treat this one as well.
Yeah, there's a squirrel girl being hovered. We're pretty sure that these are just a little bit of spawn door hovers. But overall, we're expecting to see maybe the Ultron coming on in here for Phi or the Mantis so that they can just continue to do damage while assisting their team. But the game is starting, so I assume we're going to be heading into it very shortly to get us rolling. And I have summoned it! It is here!
I mean, chat unfortunately missed out on getting serenaded by Virtus Pro with the thing ukulele emote, but yes, the game is here, and Fight is actually going to be on the Ultron. So drone dispatched on to Nevix. Virtus Pro will be playing a dive split with the Angela looking for the disruption, and the rest of the team getting to play an anchor core around the Mag, the Invis Woman, and the Elsa.
Hovering around just in case someone tries to dive their backline, which we do see from the Venom, looking for the lockdown to keep them in place, prevent the escape. Passimo locked down, interrupted mid-swing, was unable to get away, and immediately Spartacus were able to chase them all in. Gets caught by the trap from Simba, but in the meantime, the backline and the front line of Reason is just being bullied right now. Nevix is going real deep to chase them all the way back to Thor.
Yeah, Forever's going to go over to the Mag. We're going to see Passimo actually pick up the Deadpool this time around, but Virtus Pro winning out that first fight, already in a very good position to just keep hammering the damage in as Reason Gaming try to cross back into these areas that they can actually answer back with damage of their own, which is really risky because Nevix is just floating, waiting for someone to take a two-step far forward and look to push them out of position with the spear.
Choosing now to make their push to try and create an opening. Will be caught by the side of Vortex, a little bit of damage on the way through from Saipe, which is getting them just that little bit closer to that invisible boundary, which is now at the ready. But here comes the Bad Hammer into the backline from Passimo to try and capitalize. Gets caught out though, interrupted by Nevix to give the team a little bit of opportunity to reset. As the boundary comes out from Virtus Pro, they're at 50% so far. Glartrox grabs two, bringing them back into their own team's boundary for the attempt at the blow-up, and Seijiro will not be able to heal much longer as the map rotation will separate them from their team at least a little bit as they have to wait for it to come back, as Virtus Pro are trading out beautifully in this fight.
Yeah, Virtus Pro also blitzed down the health of Reason's own Apex Predator. KitKat getting stunned up as well might go down here, which would be awful for Reason Gaming since we're approaching last fight territory and they would be relying on that Eternal Bond allowing them through the door. That being said, Finzy's just holding the Meteor M, so the moment KitKat goes for the ultimate, Forever has to get the Bulwark off or they'll lose it prematurely.
Approaching last fight territory is a wild sentence considering it feels like we've not been in this game for that long because Virtus Pro have just held the point since the first fight, and it was a quick first fight as well, getting all the way up to 95%, and Reason are forced to step up. Virtus Pro let them take the space.
Meteor.
Total Bond's going to be dropped. Meteor M, can they get the fade? Beautiful barrier from Forever. That might have just saved Reason this fight, but now they've got to capitalize. They can't just survive the first few engages. They have to actually get KOs as they dive into the backline. Dance of the Butterfly coming in from Nocta, doesn't find the target. Here comes the Heaven's Retribution from Nevix from above to try and capitalize, but with range of Ultron to try and take them down. Invisible boundaries forced out by Seijiro, but Saipe matches. Five finally goes down.
Sparker with the Apex Predator, though, is going to take out a huge chunk of Reason's health bar. Does get hit by the Banhammer coming on through from Passimo, and Virtus Pro are pushed a little bit back. They've been able to stabilize their players. They've still got access to all of their triple strategist lines as well. And it comes to Simba to try to turn the fight. Apex Predator with the Terror Cape for the increased vulnerability, and finally they start picking away the eliminations.
They have to step up, though. Passo was the only person left on the point, and they were low. Beautiful portal by Forever, very nearly catching a couple members of Furnace Pro unawares and being able to isolate them, but it's going to be enough. They burn portal, but Reason do get the flip. But it's 99 to 7, Moxie. This has to be a perfect 100 to 0 to 100 for Reason Gaming to have any chance of staying in this, and they don't have any defensive tools.
I mean, at least you have defensive positioning before the fight starts, and Virtus Pro aren't close enough to an ultimate to walk with it before Reason also equip theirs, as KitKat is building up to that next Eternal Bond, keeping quite good pace with Sparker's Apex Predator charge. And currently, it's up to Nevix to just try and create an opening for Virtus Pro, but he's being accosted by Nocta on the Psylocke, who's marking this Angela perfectly.
Putting on as much pressure as they can. They're also building their way close towards another dance of the butterfly. Sparker has that Apex Predator. That could be the flip they need. Immediately, the Eternal Bomb dropped early. KitKat is literally dropping this on cooldown. They know that they have to be proactive in these fights. Noctis dropped low, but tanks on through with the help of that Eternal Bomb. Invisible Boundary dropped from both sides off the objective as both teams just attempt to take each other down. It's a full-on fist fight between these two right now. Meteor M looking for the backline. Dodge Butterfly. Noctis takes down Sparker. 5 falls, and Reason, they're still holding.
This is huge for Reason. Like you said, they're still holding. They're not allowing Virtus Pro to flip, and they're able to come out ahead of a triple strategist sustain ultimate economy fight with the greater eliminations. Dance of the Butterflies was absolutely crucial at taking Sparker down, so Virtus Pro just did not have the damage to be able to finish off the fight when Fai's Rage of Ultron tries to sustain the team through. Forever's going to have Meteor M for this next push. Virtus Pro do not have anything to open up the doorway outside the Heaven's Retribution, which is great to group players from Reason's side together, but it's not great to find eliminations. You're relying on Sparker to do that instead. They have to build Apex Predator before they can make a play.
It's overtime. We are down to this final fight, and Sparker is already removed from the board. He might have to portal back in for their team. As right now, here comes the Heaven's Retribution. It's blocked out, finds nothing. Meteor M into the backline as Virtus Pro are cleaned off the board. Invisible Boundary for the last couple seconds worth of fight, but Angela's going to have to be the one that touches, as they're forced off the objective, losing so much overtime. No portal from Sparker. They stay on that Elsa because they almost have ult charge. They make it back to the objective. Fi's going to try and portal in. The Gladrox takes them off the point, brings them back, looking for the blow-up. Portal reinforce. Virtus Pro coming back in to keep the fight going. And Reason have lost 2 members. They don't have portal back. It's still on cooldown, so it's all about the quick reinforces as Virtus Pro flood the zone and clean Reason off the point. The flip comes in. Overtime's coming down. Portal might be back off as Simba's going to try and bring it back in for one last defense. Eternal Bond for the healing. It's still going, Moxie!
Simba comes back with the strange portal. KitKat's able to reinforce the health of the team pushing forward with the Eternal Bond, but they find no eliminations off of the back of it. Tritro on the Loki with the regeneration domain, so Virtus Pro have the greatest sustainability when all of the ultimates are over. Has the doppelgangers as well to absorb the dashes coming up through from Dance of the Butterflies alongside Saipei's Invisible Boundary. This is the turnaround that Virtus Pro were holding out for, and they should be able to sweep Reason Gaming away, finally finishing out this round.
That was round 1! What's happening? That was like a 2-minute overtime fight in round 1 of map 1. Reason Gaming. We talked about giving them that redemption, that benefit of the doubt. What a show up here. Yeah, you lost the round, but no one can doubt that performance.
I mean, Forever, by the way, is 2 for 2 on absorbing Heaven's Retribution with Meteor M, so massive shout out to the Mag being able to protect the team from that Angela's engagement ultimate. Virtus Pro, do they keep Dridro on the Loki? No, they're going to be swapping off, so Dridro goes back onto the Mantis, Fight breaks out the Ultron once more, but Saipei this time, interestingly, rolls out with the Loki instead of the Invisible Woman, so a little bit less accurate in terms of heals, but then again, it's Saipei. I imagine he's still going to be able to hit the targets mid-air, but also being able to pair alongside the Mantis with the increased and stackable damage boost is going to turn Sparker into an absolute monster in terms of being able to punch these health bars through in just neutral. You don't even need the ultimate to become an absolute beast.
Reason going to be trying to play up quite early, almost getting a blow up there. Takes out a Loki clone. and the trap is able to catch one. But Virtus Pro, they have their own glass drops, the Apex Predator at the ready before this round even starts. They held onto it at the end. So Virtus Pro are going to be looking on the aggression. Satiro just finishes their charge onto the invisible boundary. So they have their own setup, their own defense, but they have to play safe. If they're the one who gets caught as they make their way down through the low ground, they could be in so much danger. Everyone's lined up at this doorway, but it's so risky for Sparker to try and progress into it.
He's looking to find an isolated player, though. He's marked out Nocta. Shuts the Psylocke's exit down with the snare and then traces through once that stealth has run on out. We get the Meteor and managing to find the connection onto Fire as well, which allows Reason Gaming actually to claim the first cap. Sparker was chasing the Psylocke down, was not in position to use the Apex Predator and punish the invisible boundary when it came through because he was already out of the fight.
And Reason claim the first percentage onto the board. 14%. Virtus Pro forced to regroup. They still hold on to the glass drop. Still available. Moving into the backline, Passimo has the bubble up. We're going with Soul Resurgence very early in this fight, matched by an Eternal Bond as Simba sends out the Apex Predator. Meanwhile, Passimo is just dealing with Ultron, who has no one protecting them because there's a Loki who's just trying to shoot them, but is being distracted by 4 other people. Apex Predator from Sparker looking for the mirror, but their team is too low to capitalize. Finally, they take down KitKat, removing Heater from the board, and Forever is forced off the map. Sparker will be able to help their team clean that out and get the flip. As we have 39% to 6.
Yeah, Virtus Pro will have 2 strategist ultimates in this fight. God of Mischief as well as Rage of Ultron in the amount of time Saipe buys Fi to build up to it. And Reason Gaming, they already used the Meteor Am in the previous engagement. They won't have it to be able to absorb the incoming damage fire coming on through from the Ultron. Nor do they have anything to absorb the damage coming through from Sparker. They're just using it to heal through and charge to zero closer up to that invisible boundary. But I mean, Virtus Pro, like, they're going to sense the hesitation. They know that Reason don't have an ultimate to commit to this walk-up just yet. You're eyeing the Psylocke right now with the Dance of the Butterflies to open up the fight instead.
Team topped up. You can see the flicks. Always keeping an eye on your fellow strategists. Always keeping an eye on the flanks because you never know when Nevix might be trying to come in and make your day just that bit more terrible. And you can hear him flying on the side. Nevix always looking. Range of Ultron's going to be dropped to try and open up this fight. It's a lot of damage onto Forever, but they're able to tank on through as Dance the Butterfly to save Nocta in the backline. They're able to heal up with the health pack and their own invisibility to escape that main engage. But that's a big ability to burn for self-sustain here as Virtus Pro pull the trigger with Soul Resurgence. They lose Fincy though, as they're the ones who engage, but they get caught out. Eternal Bond comes on in from Saipe, nicking it away from KitKat, but Simba is keeping the pressure on.
Oh my goodness, solo Apex Predator onto Saipe as they come out of the CC immunity of the Eternal Bond animation. Spark is still on the field though, takes out the Psylocke, might be able to take out KitKat before Eternal Bond comes through. Apex Predator picks up 2, deposits them directly into the Elsa. Forever only escapes with the usage of that Meteor and Virtus Pro are just in full control of this fight right now.
95, 96, Reason Gaming running out of time. Passimo falls. That's the entire front line taken off the board, and Simba's going to portal back in because they're all zoned out, and that's not a lot of time to touch. I don't think they reach it in time. The portal, it's so close, but it's not enough. Virtus Pro take the first map in a 2-0. Oh, there were so many tight fights there, though. That was so close.
I mean, I feel like that's just the story of all of the teams that we're getting to see in the EMEA bracket, right? So close.
Yeah.
So much potential. It really is so close. Team captain was saying it in the interview. So he was saying, like, the skill level, that divide has never been smaller. It really does feel that all of these teams, even the ones that are losing these rounds, have so much opportunity to grow and become one of the main staples in the esports scene.
Exactly what we want to see. We want to see new talent. We want to see old talent building their way up. But in terms of old talent building their way up, you can't get much higher than Sparker. Your Grand Finals MVP from Atlanta, going 14-2 by final hits, 18-2 just by KOs. The damage boost that you're getting from the Mantis on an Elsa Bloodstone is just terrifying. Nocta tried to make stuff happen with those Dance of the Butterflies, but just wasn't able to get the finishing blows onto Virtus Pro because they have the regeneration domain. Fi's in the sky. The only person who's really vulnerable is Dridro, but he just stuck near Saipe, and those two have been playing together so long at this point. They've always got each other's back.
I will say, though, Simba, like, Ryan, I'm sure you're going to be impressed. Simba was not having a Mantis, did not have a Loki for both of the damage boosts to stack, and actually kept relative pace with Sparker in terms of damage done, like 28,374. Yeah, you only make away with 5 final hits, but you're also on the team that's losing a lot of those fights, so getting the damage in is still showing that he's hitting his shots.
Yeah, Simba showed a lot of promise. He's sort of growing into that role. And I think Reason Gaming, despite the fact that they didn't pick up a round like they did against Vision on Domination, looking like better in a weirder way. I guess it's like a tougher opponent and scared VP on the first point. I do want to talk about Simba versus Sparker because it's a really interesting head-to-head. It's also a little bit of a funny head-to-head, but I'll describe that after the break as we go into the choice of map for Reason Gaming after this. So let me paint the picture, for one. Simba is playing a ranked game. So happens that team captain is actually streaming it. Simba is playing along, everybody's like IDs is like hidden, and somebody else is playing Psylocke, and he tells the Psylocke to get off of Psylocke because he wants to play it. He was talking to Sparker, and everybody was like, you do realize that you're talking to Sparker, right? And so, I think it's the aura for both of them. I really want to see a Psylocke head-to-head between the two players. I really want to do, but it is Central Park, so I think it's not quite likely.
I mean, earlier in the match chat, they were actually talking about someone doing a 1v1, and if they did do it, buying a Virtus.pro cosmetic bundle. So maybe we get the Psylocke 1v1, but probably not today. But I mean, Central Park against Virtus.pro, when we just got to see Convergence retreat back to triple strategist flyer meta? Oh, that is a gamble to take fight to Central Park when back in the day. For EMEA, at least, like, I'll give Speedily that for the Americas region. He was the flyer. But here, on the EMEA side, we had 5.
Wait, there's one thing I realized, because we've already set up what feels like a boxing match between Ash and Blaney, like the Rad and the VP, like, managers and coaches, sorry. I think we need to see Simba versus Sparker in the Times Square boxing game on the big screen. I think that is needed.
The heck
like surely that's an easy setup. We need to find like these EMEA matchups, like these B fights, and then just have like a full day of like these games. Put it in between breaks. I don't know. Like we could do as much content, and EMEA has plenty of personalities that want to get up in each other's faces.
That would actually be so rad. All right, either way, either way for now though. Reason very nearly were able to take so many fights and so many rounds from Virtus.pro there. This is now their choice of map. They've chosen their side. This is their best foot forward, and we've seen a couple teams do that, and it's gone very well for them. They've been able to take us to 3rd games for the first time. This is our first 3 game. We've had our first 3-game series today. Can Reason continue that trend, or is Virtus.pro going to continue to be the dominant team that we've come to know and love? Is taking them to a map where flyers are very friendly going to be a problem, as we've already mentioned, with Vi being so effective? Or can they go maybe a different route in the draft? You maybe prioritize those, but if you do that, you might let Gambit, you might let Elsa, you might let Mantis, you might let Deadpool through. It's going to be a tough one for Reason.
What do you think for VP's like attitude into this, Moxie, before we go into draft? Like, it feels that they're still trying out different stuff and being pretty, not lax on the draft, but like we want to go through a lot of different ideas. Considering what we saw earlier on Central Park and Navi not expecting it, not scrimming, not playing up against it at all, do you reckon Virtus.pro are likely to take some creative liberties here, or even Reason, to be honest?
I mean, from the signs of it, meta just has not been fully determined yet, so I think, like, yeah, everything is being thrown at the wall. Virtus.pro as well, we talk about the depth of their hero pools. Now they've got even more heroes that they can flex to. In terms of ban draft, you can't ban them out of just everything they can play. You can only force them onto a composition and then try to make sure that you actually secure the counters to that comp.
Heading into the draft, and that looks familiar. Goodbye, Gambit. Taken out right away. While there's a lot of opportunities for some really good anchors, for some really good positions to try and hold the line on this first courtyard, they don't want to deal with Rage and Roll Flush storming on in or chasing you all the way back to spawn if you're on the attack.
Well, Virtus.pro yet again go for a save onto Sparker's also Bloodstone, and Reason Gaming, like, again, they've really shown that they want to target Fi's Deadpool Vanguard as we get the continuation. It might not be broadcast in the Clobbering Club, but we are still getting to see the head-to-head of both of the Elsa players, with Simba and Sparker both picking it up. Next, Virtus.pro, seeing it being convergent, are just going to take the Mantis away in the case that Reason Gaming do want to play a triple strategist Mantis Ultron line with something like Flyer, and Reason Gaming, seeing that Virtus.pro already played the Mantis Ultron triple strategist composition, are probably going to lock a Mantis ban in at some point in the next 2 slots that they have.
They're considering it, and there it goes. Mantis taken away, so no Mantis on either side. If they want to go for triple strategist, it will be without the damage boost. But Virtus.pro also denying Reason some vision, which is ironic considering their last series, but removing the Daredevil, taking away that information gathering, and of course that incredible flanking ability on a map that's so friendly to flanks.
Pasuo is going to get the one-sided Deadpool Vanguard save as well before Virtus.pro can target it out. as they get one last opportunity to go for a ban here. Is it going to be onto something like the Chef, since you do have the team up with the Deadpool, but also Venom is still in play, but no, it will be the Invisible Woman instead, since Loki has also been able to somehow sneak by entirely undetected. Virtus.pro will instead look to prioritize having the one-sided Invisible Woman to deal with things like that dive, but also be able to give more resources over to Sparker on that Elsa Bloodstone with things like the Guardian Shield. But wait, they pivot. They actually go for a save onto Fi's Daredevil now that we got to see the Deadpool taken out of play already.
The Daredevil banned out last time, now Virtus.pro, they have one-sided information gathering with, of course, the Daredevil being able to see through walls. They've got one of Fi's best heroes, so now they can, if they want to, go for a bit more of a fly-style composition using Invisible Woman as the fill-in for Mantis, or they can stick with a standard 2-2-2 with some hefty dive. Pretty sure that last time I checked, Scarlet Witch was not a strategist, so I'm sure we will not be rolling out on that. But Virtus.pro, they always like to have some fun with us in the pre-game hovers.
I mean, also just showcasing all of the really amazing champion portraits too. Yeah. By the way, before you start typing in chat, this is tournament server, which means that all of these players have access to literally everything. So if you're scratching your head trying to work out how exactly someone has champion White Fox with her only just being released, that is your answer. They have not been playing 300 hours of her. They just already have access to such an amazing portrait.
Don't listen to Moxie. If you do not have Champion White Fox already, it is a skill issue on your part. I am lying, of course. Yeah, in the Champion server, they have access to everything, which is why they can wear whatever they want their skin, including their own team merchandise if they wanted to. But with Vanguard Deadpool taken away from Virtus.pro, they can't rep their own merchandise in this game, at least.
Well, Reason Gaming will be starting off on the defense, so we can talk about the composition that they're going to be playing, as Nocta is not going to be playing the Hela, but will be playing the Namor, trying to deal with 5 flanking around on that Daredevil, as Nevix rolls out on the Angela. So Virtus.pro will have half of the team pushing from main, while both the Angela and the Daredevil look to wrap all the way around the back and force Reason's attention to pivot away, freeing the rest of the team and Sparker on this Elsa, who already is 20% to the first ult.
I want to bring up something just really quick that we saw right at the start there, and that was Virtus.pro, so experienced in this game, and yet they still hesitate coming out the door because they're still afraid of getting straight portaled into the abyss. This is the map where it's potentially the biggest risk, as there's only one real way out of that spawn door. It's great to see that they're still keeping an eye out for it. It's always a risk, but Seijiro's taken down as Virtus.pro step onto the point, piling on the pressure with Nevix on that Venom into the backline, and they're charging through. The Vanguard Deadpool trying to get away, drops the Bad Hammer because they know even if they go down, they lose the ultimate charge either way. They actually escape, but the ultimate is not able to prevent the at least first couple points. But the Portal coming back in, they've retreated to rejoin with the rest of their team to make their way back onto the point. Seijiro's down for the second time, and now it's about trying to just pick people off as they step through the portal.
I mean, this is actually potentially going to be really good for Virtus.pro, though, as long as they don't have to use an ultimate. Getting more people to shoot at with Reason Gaming recontesting for the portal has allowed them to hit their ultimates. There's the Hela pivot that I was expecting at some point, given the fact that we are going to be seeing Virtus.pro continue with both the Daredevil as well as that Venom. Hela, yes, very vulnerable when the dive hits, but also with the E, that Soul Drainer being able to force a position, as long as it does not get reflected back at you with the objection, you're in a good, stable position to go for the instant alignment of a headshot multiplier afterwards.
Seijiro on the White Fox, keeping the sustain up for the team, at least for the moment, this time without the Lunar Snow team up that we saw earlier. Keeping an eye on the flank, as we do know that Fi and Nevix are trying to hover around, trying to dive into the backline. Fitzy literally running past the front line to try and create space, and it's enough to take down Forever. The Eternal Bond from the side of Virtus.pro is allowing you to push on in for that first fight. Sorry, from KitKat. Media M into the backline. Beautiful dodge from Simba, takes down Fitzy, but their backline is decimated. Fi and Nevix are creating so much space right now, and that's going to force Reason to back up. That second door is on the way, and with 4 minutes left on the clock, Virtus.pro are gaining a lot of time here.
Finzy's coming back on the portal. I think as Saipe does have the God of Mischief. Yeah, there we go. We can see the portal from Virtus Pro's own site. Saipe uses Invisible Boundary just to make sure that Reason Gaming cannot stall this out long enough for them to flip the fight into their favor. It does mean that Virtus Pro lose access to that strategist ultimate now that we head into third, but they can already push all the way up, try and force Reason Gaming into parting with ultimates just to clear the space back, disengage it, and hold on to all of their own, while allowing Sparker to just shred the damage in neutral and rebuild all the way back up to that Apex Predator.
With the shield, trying to keep their team topped up, piling on a little bit of pressure, keeping that healing output going with those bouncy healing shots, and now has the Kumiho. This could allow them to dive onto the point with Nocta taking to the skies. They're dropped low. Great patience. It's always a risk of a Hela player that when you get dropped low, you immediately just have the instinct of hitting that Q being sent to the sky. The player names have vanished, but we'll do our best as Magneto is able to take down one with the Media M. Forever to finishing off Fincy here, as Reason will get a quick repel.
I mean, Reason as well, cheap repel. Meteor M, the only cost for them to be able to grab all of this space back, and it does become more difficult for the dive to be able to hit Reason Gaming's backline when we head into the third part of Central Park, because look at the amount of map space that they have, as well as it being indoors. Great starlight onto Navix, allowing Nocta to be able to come on through with one, make that 2 eliminations. And Virtus Pro also utilizing the regeneration domain just to have a little bit of a safer disengagement is going to cost them in terms of that cooldown. They'll get their players back, but give it 30 seconds, and then they'll be able to walk with the Loki cooldown back.
Forever takes a lot of damage on the way out here, but it's able to make their way back to their strategist and back to Rantoska, able to give themselves a little bit of extra stain. Forever is eating all the hits here. They have got so many abilities. Let the Devil Out comes on in. Immediately the bad hammer for the attempted counter Invisible Boundary for Dridro to keep that fight going for as long as possible. Daredevil is taken down by off the board. Nocta in the air is trying to siege on in, trying to look for a second, but everyone retreats around the corner, giving themselves all that extra duration as Simba is keeping the pressure on, looking for that Angela of Nevix as they've swapped off the Venom to try and punish them if they try to step up.
I mean, speaking about punishing, Finzi just holding Meteor Am, waiting for Kit Kat to have the hand forced and part of Eternal Bond, allowing that mag to find the opening for Virtus Pro. So JOUR is taken down. It's just the cloak, and there it is. The ultimate is forced. The pathing has to be around the corner. Finzi knows he won't be able to hit the shot, turns his attention on the rest of the team as Sparker sees an opportunity. Out comes the Apex Predator, carrying them all outside of the healing AoE, and there go the eliminations. It's not all in one go, though, so Reason will be able to mount together a regroup before Virtus Pro can finish out this point. But with Saipe having that God of Mischief to copy onto something like an Invisible Boundary, I'm sure Virtus Pro will be able to continue this momentum even when we get to the scrappier fights of Reason's closer respawns.
They were so staggered, they could not regroup, and then they were just picked off one by one. Virtus Pro with the triple, they were slowed down. They hit that second point with 4 minutes to go, and yet they were Reason were able to regroup and at least take 2 minutes off that clock. Meaning that if they can get a triple cap of their own, they are in with a chance. They don't have to fight through basically a full extra round of overtime.
Problem for them is, like, how do you try to pull Virtus Pro's attention when they're just looking to control all of these things? Like, Fire on that Daredevil is perfectly going to read if Reason tried to go for the same wraparound that Virtus Pro did, and then Virtus Pro can just counter-rotate, right? You're going to know that, okay, they're sending 1, maybe 2 players around the back, which then means that Virtus Pro just do the maths and send all the rest of their 6 players on the 4 remaining on main.
Going to make their way out. Nocta is currently hovering the Iron Man. I'm not sure that will make it out of spawn. As usual, they attempt to bait us as casters. But Virtus Pro, like I said, they're sticking with the exact same thing. They're going to keep Nevix on the Angela as opposed to the Venom, because it's just been getting a lot of extra value, just creating space, especially on this first defense. This is a position where you can get an environmental, but it would be extremely risky to try, because if you get caught and punished, then you're going to be taken down. Dridro could potentially do the same here, but if you get caught, that's 2 people down incredibly early and forcing into what could be a 2 versus.
Okay. It's a setup for Psionic Vortex to catch them as they come through from spawn. So you get the majority of the bodies damaged and can start building up to your invisible boundaries. Forever, oh, what are we doing? We're trying to grab someone off of the map. We're not trying to get our team around onto point. We're trying to force someone from Virtus Pro to fall off the map with the strange TP, catching them as they walk past, but no one falls for it.
No one goes down, and that means that Reason are currently fighting in a 5 versus 6. Virtus Pro have the positioning, and in comes Spy, trying to make the most of this fight advantage. Forever's going to come back in on the Angela. They'll be able to rejoin, and it looks like they're looking to rejoin their team from the side, coming in from behind to look for an opening. KitKat keeping the team topped up, at least for the moment, on that Lunar Stone. Second time we've seen them in today. Sparker finds yet another quick blow-up. The Hela is so good at long-range fights, but when they get closer, it's all about that Elsa.
Yeah, not just that, Fi is also closing up the distance so that Sparker is just uncontested entirely on the high ground, and uncontested Sparker on Elsa Bloodstone is an Elsa Bloodstone who hit 75% within the first ultimate fight.
Stop, you can't say so many scary things to me right now. I'm gonna panic.
I mean, Paso is going to go onto the floor, which directly counters Nevix as well as potentially displaces Fi, so Sparkle loses some uptime, especially with Nocta moving onto the Winter Soldier as well. A lot of counter against Virtus Pro trying to make space for their hit scan.
Forced to back away as Nevix has them marked, having a great angle here. Trying to go for the charge, not able to find it. The Thor is forced off the point as Passimo trying to get the high ground, but Sparker ain't having any of it. The boundary coming out from Virtus Pro is allowing them to clean up this fight, and that's burning through even more time. It's a big ultimate to burn, but they almost have Saipe up to 100% on their God of Mischief, so they will have a second one very shortly. And with only 2 minutes remaining, it's a solid opportunity to burn them, to just take more opportunities away from Reason Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Reason now have to go back to reapproaching this point, which allows Sparker yet again to establish himself on this high ground. So by the time Reason actually touch point, they're probably going to have to use the Strategist ultimate just to be able to clear the space and allow them to get past that first front door. We're actually even getting to see the White Fox just jumping the high ground to try and bully Sparker off of that position before returning back to the team thanks to that Sanctuary. KitKat uses the fate of both worlds. Simba's able to clear out Sparker before Apex Predator can come on through, and we should be able to see Virtus Pro looking to stabilize and stall out with the invisible boundary long enough for Sparker to come back into the fray and have the Apex Predator to potentially turn the fight.
Boundary comes on out, Kumiho on the board for as max sustain as possible. There's the Apex Predator, forcing Fi off the board. The invisible boundary from Virtus Pro is giving them as much time as they can as they drop their own Apex Predator for the glass drop, for the delay. Passimo looking on the flank. They've already dropped God of Mischief, so it's just Brawl right now. Just force them off with 1 minute remaining. Reason do have the opportunity to reset and back up, but they don't want to. They want it here and now. Isolate Fitzy out of the second boundary coming in from Dridro, but he's able to retreat. He's able to buy time. And Virtus Pro don't want to give him time to reset. Let the devil out, but taken down. Simba Mufasa looks down with pride.
Sparker is equalizing though. Nocta taken out of the equation. Reason Gaming having to push forward with 5 players into Virtus Pro 6 since Nevix is back on that Venom. In fact, we can see the Spider-Man, so the Reason get the 6 to push into this as well. Nevix is already forced into using that shield, but Sparker is just absolutely melting on main. Regeneration domain came through from Saipe's end, so Reason don't have to worry about one-sided Loki cooldowns, letting them survive. They're just going to battery for KitKat to have the ultimate and walk with the fate of both worlds to determine that fate on Central Park.
They're running out of time, moving in to the point. Nevix is back on the Venom, retreats to the point. Fi is taken down by Nocta on the Spider-Man as they make their way in, touching for the overtime to keep this fight going. Kick out with the fate of both worlds is going to be triggered as they push their way onto the point, looking for that tight corridor to dive onto it. Nevix is isolated from the rest of the team, focused down, juggled with crowd control, but it's enough healing coming out from Saipe. Apex Predator finds no one. Nocta coming in through. It's a spider duel, and Nocta gets the advantage again! Comes out ahead, gets caught in the trap, but is holding on the overtime, the invisible boundary. Seijiro with the Kumiho unleashed is keeping Reason Gaming in this fight, but there comes Sparker, Apex Predator, to force them off the point. Overtime's ticking down, invisible boundary, Nocta's down. 5 reinforces with Spider-Man again, as Vinci finishes off KitKat, removing the healing, and Reason's hopes are dashed.
Reason had like such a good opportunity when they get the fit of both worlds, when they push the whole team through. They just can't find Virtus Pro's back line, so we get everything. Like, Saipe gets to use God of Mischief, copies Invisible Boundary, manages to give the team 8 seconds, and then Dridro is able to survive through those 8-second duration and come on through with second cast of Invisible Boundary, also flanked by the Meteor M coming out from the side of Finzi, so there is no damage potentially turned onto the Invisible Woman to drop the boundary early. But my goodness, what an overtime fight it turned out to be.
The Spider-Man, once again, the jump scare Spider-Man duel. Literally, I don't think we've seen that before. That is such a EMEA.
For a moment, I was like, did a Loki accidentally use a God of Mischief copy onto a Spider-Man? It was just so sudden. Like, okay, Nox is brought out and brought down on Winter Soldier, comes back on Spider-Man. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, Fi's also brought down early. Wait a minute. Now Virtus Pro have a Spider-Man too.
But it worked out, and speaking of stuff working out, Sparker is jump scaring us once again with the stats. 29 and 2 in KOs to casualties, 18 of those being final hits with 26k damage, literally 7k more than anyone else in the game.
Yeah, the Saipe not being eliminated, it's just that the backline is just hard to dive, and it just opens up the space for Sparker. I also want to add an addition. The Simba that I was talking about earlier that was telling Sparker to switch off Psylocke, it was a different Simba. Apparently there's 3 of them. So, I think they should clubber and club, fight who deserves the name, and everybody else has to name change, because that's not okay.
Simba tournament. Also, I love the idea of intrusive thoughts, where he did know it was Sparker, and just the cloud lion just coming down to Simba, tell him to swap off Silent.
yeah. It's just like the typical me. I mean, anybody doing that needs to sort of have a little bit of a think and a sit on a naughty step. But for Reason Gaming, I think on this one, we saw like promise in the domination map. Here, up until the very end, it was very like lukewarm. It was a very fast first point take from Virtus Pro, and the fast second point take. It's still, what, like 3 minutes on the clock? 3 minutes and 20 seconds, Moxie? There's a lot for Reason to take, and they have Fire Strays tomorrow in their game, which is definitely doable, but there's a lot of lessons that need to be taken from this map in particular.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro, like I said, they're great to go up against because they teach you so much about your gameplay. You can think, like, I'm perfectly in position, and then all of a sudden, nope, you're back in respawn because Virtus Pro have things like Daredevil, and basically just go, we know exactly where you're going to be playing, and we can hit you within the space of about 5 seconds, so you have no opportunity to adjust. I will say I'm a big fan of Reason trying out both the Luna and the White Fox, seeing that Virtus Pro were going for some commitments of dive, but not a full dive commitment team. So being able to give extra cooldowns to Kit Kat on the Luna to charm the Venom to prevent the freedom of mobility that Venom has looking for those hits and trying to get out unscathed was a really good opportunity to push Virtus Pro into having to play something that they're not really that rehearsed against.
I mean, there's a lot to try out, I suppose, but we could speak to the MVP of the grand finals for Virtus Pro and world champions. So I think the place that we need to start, Sparker, I think, is what did you get up to in the time off? Because you have been grinding so much since the game came out, and then you took a very long extended, rightfully so, break after grand finals. So like, how have you kept yourself warmed up, I suppose, for the season?
I mean, I honestly didn't play that much Marvel after the grand finals. I mostly just hung out with family and watched a bunch of shows and stuff like that. Took it chill.
Quite literally hibernating, so it suits like the bear like logo and stuff as well, I guess.
Yeah.
So how has it been adjusting to playing the Elsa Bloodstone? Because obviously she's an absolute powerhouse and you're looking like an absolute monster on her. Do you have any sort of like tips to budding Elsa players out there on the competitive ladder on how to improve playing her?
I would say don't just use your left click, just try and get as many shotguns in as you can to the percentile damage. Sometimes I see people like they're maxed out stack and they just like sit there instead of spam shifting and like stacking up the shields, stacking up the shotguns. They're just like not proactive enough, I think.
So you guys, as we've already mentioned, we've upped it a little bit, that you guys have been away, coming back in, and are sitting undefeated, although there have been a couple close calls here, so I've got to ask, looking at your group and then ahead to playoffs, who are you looking at as the potential competition?
In our bracket, I'm probably looking at Rad right now at least, and then afterwards, after the group stage, it's Navi, I think.
I think one of the big things that I wanted to... Sorry, go on. Is there other names that are like Scrimdogs as well, I guess? If you can, like, who's been impressing you?
I mean, we scrim a lot of NA, but I'm not sure if we go closer with NA because we always play on ping or because NA has like a higher skill level. That's the only hard part about scrimming NA, because you never really know. Yeah.
Did you see some of the results yesterday? Were they a bit surprising to you?
Yeah, I don't know how 100 feet lost, to be honest. I feel like they should have done a bit better, but maybe it was, I don't know, like a official joke.
I think the final question I have for you is, like, obviously the goal for this year is to retain the title, to do well mid-season finals, grand finals. But like with a new meta like this, what are sort of expectations? Like, are you guys thinking about like, eventually we're going to drop a map, eventually we're going to drop a series? Like, how are you sort of thinking about, like, with the meta adjusting, making sure that you're up to speed, and if any mistakes start to form that you get punished for, that you quickly revert them? Because I imagine when you're world champions, it must be quite easy to be complacent and take your foot off the pedal, right? How do you make sure that doesn't happen?
I mean, we're all very competitive people, so I'm sure we don't want to lose. But in Marvel, I feel like it's kind of easy to lose sometimes to a worse team just because the draft is so important and making sure you're on the right heroes all the time. And sometimes it's not easy when there's like a patch like drops like all the time, or like a random hotfix patch and you just like don't know what really is the best, and then you need to change your draft all the time. And I don't know, sometimes like you could get caught up somewhere on like the wrong ideas and then boom, you're gonna lose a series. You just have to like make sure you don't get caught in that like awkward stage.
Being proactive and stuff, I imagine, is important. Well, you do have a day off tomorrow, so you can see what the other teams are doing meta-wise, and we'll see you in action next week. So thank you again, Sparky. Congrats on having a 2-0 start, and we'll see you next week.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, it feels like... I imagine it, if I was a world champion, that it would be very easy to just, like, all right, we're undefeatable. But there have been moments that Virtus Pro have like dropped maps in series early in like stages that makes me think that there's always a chance for some curveballs to be thrown. It just felt like today there wasn't really much of a glimpse of that.
Yeah, I mean, I really thought when we sit down and talk as casters, Moxie, I think, said it perfectly. They've already been humbled. They didn't make mid-season finals. They got knocked out. They didn't even win EMEA Phase 1. They had to come back and do that. They've learned to expand. They've learned not to get too cocky. And once you have a Virtus Pro that have done that, it's very hard to imagine a lot of teams beating them. The thing is, though, we're starting to see it get a little bit close because these teams are still figuring out the meta, and he brought up a good point. If you get outdrafted, it's real easy to lose the Marvel Rivals.
They know it firsthand, right? And I feel like it just doesn't feel to me, to Moxie, that like there's going to be this sort of sense of meta, like, because I think Virtus Pro, when they did struggle in Stage 1 last year, there was an element of stubbornness, perhaps, that they felt that their read of the game was better, and then they got humbled by that. They sort of did that in Stage 2 with being like, okay, we want to build around like Dive Daredevil, but they gambled right, I suppose. Or does it feel like they were more adjusted?
I mean, it feels definitely now that they're more adjusted. Like, back when you look at the first half of the 2025 year for Virtus Pro, it was a case of they were very static on what heroes they could and could not play, which meant that they could get outdrafted, and that ended up happening a whole lot, especially when they faced up against the likes of Citadel, when they were Berber Patapin, as well as Rad before they became Navi. But it feels like Virtus Pro, they sort of had this change around in the gap between Stage 1 of last year and Stage 2, where they worked out that, no, this draft is very, very important. If one of us can potentially be taken out of the good heroes that we can play, we're going to have to play 5 versus 6, and that's just impossible to be able to win. And they started looking at things like the flexibility. Now that they've had even more time to get even more heroes, yeah, it's going to be a very scary prospect, I think, for a lot of teams facing up against Virtus Pro because you can't beat them on the ban draft as easily as you have in the past.
They're very well, like, postured, I suppose, as well. Like, it feels like a lot of the theory goes, and certainly since Tetra, like, EQO's come into the team. Like, it feels that him and Nevic's like, okay, what do we know about this team? What do we expect? What are the sort of adjustments? It feels that that's given them a lot of workflow, I suppose, and what options that they could have available to them. But it does mean that they end up giving us one of the few 2-0s that we've had so far today. Much closer series. I was going to ask you another question, Tetra, but like, what series is like a rewatch for any American fans that might be tuning in, waiting for their region, and want to fill the time in between?
Honestly, this was such a spectacular day. Like you said, every single series was close. The one I'd like to point out the most, I think, in terms of excitement and being able to watch back, has to be NAVI versus Shikigami. That was, for starters, such a close one, but we also saw the first real arrival of the Ultron coming back in, and Human Torch coming back in as well, which was so unusual, while still sticking with not just the stuff we've seen already, but slight evolutions of it, as these teams really pushed each other to the limit, building on each other to create one of the most tense matchups we've had in the EMEA so far.
We have also going to look at the groups as well to see how much of a standing it makes. And I guess, Moxie, like for Group A, the sort of results are not too surprising, I think, with like the points. I think it's like 1 point for a win, so it's just tallying up. What series today, Moxie, do you think is like the most defining for these teams in these groups?
I mean, for Group B in particular, Crownfall Vision. Like, it has to have been Crownfall Vision, and also that was one heck of a series. If you do get the opportunity to go back and watch it, highly recommend. Both first round of domination, but also that midterm, which was so memorable. Not so much the third map, we don't really want to talk about that, but it was one of those ones which will massively determine the standings of who has the opportunity to be able to make it out of those group stages, because yeah, Crownfall need to pull a win now that Vision have got 2 beneath their belt.
Yeah, both Vision and VP are the 2 teams actually that we're not going to be seeing in action at all tomorrow, so they're going to be topping off their group. Rad hoping to join them, I suppose, as we look at what the schedule is going to be like. We didn't see Team Heretics or Peps in action. We're going to see Team Heretics starting off first. They 1-0 up after beating Peps, playing up against PULSAR that have yet to get a win. I think Rad Crownfall could provide a lot of like interesting moments. But I think it's like looking to maybe Firestray's Reason. Like that is a very scary game for both these teams to deal with, and ALTR Esports don't want to end their weak Tetcher 0-3.
ALTR are putting on a great performance so far. They need to see if they can keep growing after that win today, and if they can try and take down Shiki, who really took Navi to the limit. But you mentioned it, I think Fire Strays versus Reason is going to be interesting, because we just saw a completely different Reason today. And it's definitely like, we were looking at them after their first day and being like, okay, there's a chance these guys are going out and not making it through to the playoffs. I don't know anymore. That was such a different series, such a different matchup, that now I look at Fire Strays, who just had another incredible series today, and I don't know who takes it.
It was a night and day difference, so I suppose that going straight into a cloak and dagger skin is like, yeah, I mean, it's less smooth that I point out how smooth it is, but you get the point. The Daring Duo costume, seen plenty of it in between the breaks, still want to be seeing it in game. I don't think it's going to be updated in game until next week, I think, because we are playing on the hotfix patch before the most recent one with the white box buffs. But this is in game for all of us. You don't need to worry about the tournament client. It has been in game since March the 26th. And it is obviously inspired by the Marvel Rivals Infinity comics, the most recent version of that. So there's plenty more to be going over. We don't get to play our like new skin bingo game just yet, Moxie. But considering the characters that we are about to show, they are all pretty meta. So there's a good shot of seeing them in action next week.
Yeah, moving away from the heist movie set, we have the dance floor for the Flight Mode World Tour, which is here with Volume 2. The funk does not stop. You're going to be able to get your hands for free on the Namor C Samba costume, or you can upgrade to Premium, which will unlock all access permanently for both Star-Lord's Groovy Guardian as well as Magic's Infernal Idol. That's available in the game right now.
And ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for ESU's very own sports legends, Brett Hendrick. Whether he's scoring on the field or just walking the campus, he's always the center of attention. The newest and continued absolute banger Captain America skin, because every single one they release is great, is already available for you in game. Make sure to bring your A game though. You've been seeing Captain America in the pro play, learn from it, take it into your own style. What a setup. We love Captain America in general. It's a pseudo strategist ultimate, and with ultimate charge being nerfed for everyone, he's just even more important now.
I mean, I just love the fact that this whole this whole battle pass, right, is meant to be them flying under the radar. And what does Captain America decide to do to be entirely unknown? Go out and start a career and become a football sports star.
Yeah, I mean, the final thing that I want to say is somebody in chat, even Renew, saying, are the upcoming games actually games? Is the preseason over? Yeah, the preseason's completely over. Of course it's not over. Not only have we got more games tomorrow in EMEA, but like America starts in half an hour. So I'm pretty sure the production wants us to get off the line so we can get the Americas casters in. So more action again tomorrow at the same time. America is starting very soon as well. So plenty to watch. Ignite the battle and all that jazz, and we will see you tomorrow for EMEA Day 3 of Ignite preseason.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's